Captain's pick.
Alright, hey everybody, how you all doing? I hope you're all doing well. My name is Eyes of Paradise and welcome to the HoN Oh My God League Tournament Cycle number 2, Semifinals number 1, round number 1, where we're here seeing is Big Eagle Crew against No GP, No Win, and I'm joined here by what you got, aka Chris and Big Dave Wave, aka Dave. Gentlemen, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, Paradise. Ready to shoutcast some games here. How are you doing, Dave?
Hey man, it's 7 a.m. I got my coffee. Feeling good.
I got mine too.
Yes, it's coffee gaming. How's it going, man?
It's going good, man. So this is so we're here in semifinal number 1. We got no JP, no win on the Legion side, and Big Eagle Crew on the Hellborn side. What are we looking to see today from these two teams?
They banned the Doctor Repulsor, so I no longer see Huge Soul on Doctor Repulsor. So good ban. I actually recommended that ban to them, by the way, because Huge Soul Doctor. I mean, it's pretty good. What do you think? Do you think here? I have a good question for you. What's going to be the hero that you want to see the most in this series?
Oh man. So Dutch is back from his vacation. Big thing to point
I know
out. I
what you're
believe
gonna
he
say.
did play yesterday. Oh, okay. Well then,
I-
that ruins it. Then, if you know what I'm gonna say, I want to see some Shell Shock Soul Stealer. Come on, man.
It's good. It's gonna happen. I have a feeling.
They
And look,
they ran the Shell Shock in a scrim actually a couple days ago, and Dutch wasn't here, so it was pretty funny. And they actually did pretty well with it. So I don't know if we're gonna see it today, but it
Blitz.
worked. So maybe it's something.
Magma.
She's show picking the Shell Shock. He's teasing us right now.
I think so too. So, what are your thoughts on no JP, no win, not picking up the Magmus? I mean, they picked up the Blitz instead of the Magmus. I'm kind of shocked by that because anytime you see the Magmus up on the board, someone picks it up.
Yeah, so the thing about the Magmus is they also left the Kinesis on the board. I'm wondering if that's something they're looking to take. Um, we haven't seen a whole lot of Kinesis this tournament. So and usually that's a great response pick to the Magmus, having arguably one of the better abilities that you can Thought Steal. Getting that Lava Surge, having that extra line stun in your team. They choose not to go for it though. They want the Prophet, so they pick up both their supports, being the Blitz and the Prophet. So I'm not sure if we're going to see a Kinesis this game, but Big Ego
Probably
Crew
not.
gets both the Magnus and the Moira. And it's safe to say that when they don't get the rally, they love to have the Magnus. And we've seen mechs throughout not only cycle number 2, but cycle number 1, he plays Moira very well. So that's definitely a comfort pick for them. And it's already getting scary as they have two very comfort heroes on the side of Big Ego Crew with the Magnus and the Moira. So
They
they're
have
off to
two
a good
very
start.
scary heroes, two very disruptive heroes. I mean, Magmus incredibly disruptive in lane, and then Moira just, I mean, Moira can make essentially any hero useless because of the Mana Sunder ability. I mean, it's not being able to cast or use spells for like 2 or 3 seconds is equivalent to a silence. So
Cthulhu font.
hmm So they finish it off with the
Engineer.
Cthulhu font. Let's see if they are looking to do something like a Cthulhu font blitz in the long lane to start things off with very aggressive heroes thus far. And they get the engineer, which that's most likely going to be a huge soul engineer. So again, another comfort hero for the side of Big Ego Crew. And that's looking pretty scary so far. That's a lineup I would not want to go up against.
yeah, this is where you start spamming 15-minute CC in the TMM lobbies as soon as you see a Magmus Moira engineer picked up. It's incredibly scary. Versus, I mean, you look at the Cthulhu Font Prophet and Blitz versus Magmus Moira engineer. I mean, they're not gonna. You can't win. That's not a guaranteed win in lane with those three heroes. Is like Magmus and engineer in the same lane together. We've seen it before. Them run the dual lane with those 2 heroes, and they did a dual lane versus a try. I remember this game, and the Magmus and the Engie actually won versus a tri lane. The combo is just ridiculously strong. As you want to go over the bans, Because I see a Gunblade ban, which is actually interesting to me.
Yeah, well, the first set of bans we talked about the rally. Big Ego Crew actually bans out the Monarch and the Polywog Priest, and the Polywog Priest is a little bit of a standout ban. It is something that No JP No Win has run in the mid lane, quite successfully, and I believe they even played it in cycle number 1 against Big Ego Crew. So they kind of remember the Polywog Priest and the impact that he had, and they don't want to see that again, so they get rid of that. We touched upon the Doctor blind ban. That's a respect ban to Huge Soul, who plays that pretty well. In the second stage, we have the Hellbringer, Hammerstorm, and Gunblade banned out by the Legion side. Swiftblade, Malikan, and Oogie. So very diverse bans. The Gunblade ban is a very interesting one. I don't know. What are your thoughts on the bans there?
The bans are pretty straightforward. I mean, Hellbringer, they've actually, one of the weird things Big Ego Crew's been doing is actually doing that short farm Hellbringer, just because the hero is so strong. Being able to heal off the E ability. I forget the name of that ability, but wow, they picked the Riptide. So it looks like this is going to be a farming Riptide. What are your thoughts on that hero actually in the short farm?
So one of the drawbacks to running a short farm Riptide is you don't have the center of the map being the river to work with. And normally when we say Riptide, we think of mid lane. We think of great rune control because he gets the bonuses in the water. He gets movement speed. He gets the agility, which translates into armor and damage. So he's very hard to deal with early on. He's very slippery with the undertow, and that actually can go over cliffs now, which got changed a fairly long while ago. But for those of our viewers who may have forgotten, you can go up terrain now with the Riptide undertow. So he is quite powerful, but also hard to catch sometimes. Um, so now being ran in the short lane, they are going to prioritize the farm on him. He doesn't have those benefits to the water. He's only allowed to put the puddle down every 30 seconds. So when lane position changes, for example, he won't be getting his bonuses as frequently. But yeah, I think I would much rather see a Riptide played in the mid lane just for, those benefits that you get from him being played in that position. But he is going up against a Sandwraith, so it'll be interesting to see a Riptide going up against a Sandwraith, both in the position 1. They go with a Bubbles as their 4th pick as well, so that will be their core in the mid lane most likely. And then we saw Flux, the biggest one for Big Ego Crew, which is going to be played by Volca here. So I'm not sure if that's going to be a mid lane Flux or a long lane Flux actually to start things off, as we have Huge Soul playing the Engineer, and he usually is their mid player. So
Yeah, that's going to be
Flux,
a
Flux, NG, Magnus. That's a pretty scary trio of heroes once the mid game rolls around to fight into.
and the Sandwraith as well. Oh my goodness, they have so much team fight and setup and disengage as well if they do get themselves in a sticky situation. With the Flux ulti being able to push enemies back, you have the Moira as well being able to with Arcane Vortex multiple enemies. It's just their draft is phenomenal. So based off the heroes you see, who do you have winning?
I definitely like Big Ego Crew's draft quite a lot. Um, I feel like they they should come out ahead in the early laning phase. We should see a Flux Magnus bottom against a Riptide Prophet. I think the Flux lane is a little bit stronger just because Riptide takes a couple levels to get going, and Flux is just naturally really strong in the early levels, especially up against a melee farming hero. Very easy to land the Magnetic Surge into release, which will set up Magnus very easily, even as a support. He is going to start as a top lane, it looks like, but as we've seen from time and time again from Shortcan, he loves his early game roaming on those heroes like the Magnus and the Rally. So I'm sure he will eventually be making his way into both the mid and the bottom lanes or some rotations. Um, and then Engineer will be going up against the Bubbles in the mid lane. one thing to note is that Bubbles does have the ability to take cover both the keg stun and the mines if he's able to do that. I don't want to say easily, but it's gonna come down to how well he uses the take cover for that mid lane, and I think the early pressure goes out to engineer, but as the levels pick up, I think Bubbles will do decently. And then we're gonna see a tri lane starting off from the Hellborn side with the Magnus up here initially, Moira and the Sandwraith going up against that aggressive dual lane of both the Blitz and the Cthulhu font. So they're making a statement that they want to control this Cthulhu font mana lane from the beginning.
Yep, and I completely agree with that strategy, kind of starting up top and letting Sandwraith get some last hits, because Blitz and Elephant definitely want to be aggressive early. And having the Magnus up there secures at least Sandwraith to get some farm, to get some core items. And based off the mid lane, yeah, I do agree with you that Bubbles should do extremely well versus this matchup. I think Bubbles is one of the few heroes that actually does well against the engineer. So I'm hoping Bubbles actually levels take cover.
Yeah, I think engineer will still win the lane in the early stage, having the harassment with mines and being able to push the waves a little earlier. But as the lane picks up, I think Bubbles will recover over time. Right now we see him doing very well in the early stages. Top lane,
Really
the
smart.
support's putting out a lot of pressure onto Cthulhu Font, but he tramples away.
Yeah, and the Blitz actually used his TP and TP'd home, saying that he was in a unique situation up there. So it's actually going to be an Elephant alone in a tri lane, which he might die here.
Yeah, so the Desert's Curse comes out. Here comes the Lava Surge into the Shards of Harkon. Now he is quite tanky. He has the Golden Apple. He's going to use it right away. Get that burst of heal. He has a health pot ready to go. Oh, the support's not having the Marchers yet. Not able to connect another stun. So he health pot's up and he's going to be just fine.
And
2-minute rune.
Yeah. Fight here for rune. Well, the stun actually.
Cthulhufont's going to trample in here, actually, Blitz. He uses the Blitzkrieg stun. But now here comes the return pressure from the Shards of Harkon. Magnus putting in the auto attacks with Moira onto Cthulhufont, but Magnus taking more pressure. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Flux being all alone down there going up against the Riptide and the Prophet, they actually managed to bring him down.
I'm surprised by that. I didn't think that was going to happen, because Riptide doesn't really have that much kill potential in a short farm situation.
Yeah, Magnus is here now. And Riptide, he chooses to go 2 points into the Watery Grave, so having extra burst damage. Does not have the Undertow just yet, but deciding he doesn't need the escape as he was 2 versus 1. So Magnus looks like he is going to stay down here now. Make sure that Flux has a little bit of a better time in this bottom lane. Invis Engineer in the mid lane, he does show himself. He's going to get hit with a Blitzkrieg stun, but not too much pressure going to come from that.
Absolutely. The Flux Magnus, I don't know, what are your thoughts on that lane combination, the Flux and Magnus? Do you think they could have picked something else with a little bit more kill potential, or are you okay with that pick?
I think the Flux was picked up as like a team fight kind of hero to round off their lineup, and I think for that purpose alone, it's okay. So we see an initiation here. Riptide gonna take a lot of damage, but here comes that Invigorate from Prophet, gonna heal him up, and Riptide's gonna get a lot of attack speed from that buff. He's gonna hit really hard with that with the puddle down, and they're gonna bring down the Magnus. Just too much damage for him.
But what are your thoughts on Prophet as a support? Because I know one of the cast.
I actually think Prophet's really underrated. I think where Prophet shines is in early game fighting lineups, but also when you pair him together with top lane. We have initiation on the Sandwraith. He's actually going to be fine. Blitz is going to be forced to use the Quicken to fall back. Are those illusions going to bring him down, though? They do have the Toxin Claws, and they are going to bring him down, as they're just a little bit quicker than the Blitz, as he didn't have boots picked up yet. Nice job there from the Sandwraith to micro those illusions and get the final auto attacks there on the Blitz.
It was an
But
interesting go for them because the creep wave, they had a massive creep wave
mhm.
diving them, so it probably wasn't the best go in that situation. But that's okay. Sandwraith kind of a little bit low now, but gets potted up again, so.
So back to your question about the Prophet, I do feel like he is a underrated support hero, and he does shine in these early team fighting lineups, but also when he's paired with a very heavy hitting physical damage carry. In this case, being the Riptide. Early game, he gets lots of damage naturally just from his abilities. So already showing that he does lots of damage even in the early stages of the game.
Yep. And something else to look at too, the Prophet's actually putting no points in Debilitate.
I'm completely fine with that.
Absolutely.
He does choose to put one here. As a support, it is hard, I would say, in the early game to have all 3 of your abilities leveled up and being able to use them all frequently when you don't have items to sustain spamming abilities constantly. We're going to see Riptide jump in here with the Undertow. Here comes the spells from Prophet. One more auto attack, and Magnus is going to go down from that last auto attack from Prophet. So well played there by our Legion side.
That
Magnus
is a
falling
lot of damage.
for the second time. I believe the Debilitate was not even used there, if I'm not mistaken. That was just
No,
simply
it's just
the
the
mini stuns
persecution.
from the Persecution and the auto attacks from Riptide with the Invigorate buff. Second Invis rune here is going to spawn at the 6-minute mark. Bubble's going to get this one. He does have a Kelp field ready to go. We'll see if he looks to gank somewhere in the near future with that Invis rune available.
Yeah, and Engineer's doing a really good job mid if you look at the GPM difference here as they actually initiate onto the Elephant.
Yeah, top lane. So we have Guards of Harkon come out. Sandwraith going to put some pressure with that Desert's Curse. Does have a Mirage ready to go, but they're not going to choose to do anything a little bit too risky just yet. So now that Sandwraith is level 6, I think the next time they see, actually Magnus comes in top lane, they bring down the Elephant. A nice catch there. Next time they see the Riptide use his Undertow in the bottom lane, I think we're going to see a Sandwraith ultimate in a response to that.
Yeah, they are actually sending someone bottom right now.
Oh, bot lane, here comes the pull from Flux. Riptide is going to use the Undertow, and here comes the Sandwraith Mirage, as we were talking about. They're going to actually bring down the Prophet as well, as he is out of position now, but they do get the Riptide first.
Yeah, I had
Saw
a
that
feeling
one
that they were
coming.
setting something up because Volca was playing incredibly aggressive there on the Riptide. Bring the Riptide pretty low, and I think Riptide knew that because he actually used his power supply with like 6 charges, knowing that he was going to get gone on here. They actually set up again top lane.
Yep. Myra uses the Mana Sunder, but they can't find the catch. Magnus, I'm not sure if he has the boots coming to. I believe he has them flying out now. We are 8 minutes in, but hasn't had those available just yet. So having a bit of a slower start so far. And at least what we're used to seeing Shorcan do. Usually able to set up many kills in the early game. Engineer sitting at 380 gold per minute against the 270 bubbles, but the top GPM so far is the Sandwraith at 460 gold per minute. So a good 100 GPM difference between both him and the Riptide so far.
Yep.
Mid lane, we have Shards of Harkon put onto the Magnus. He's going to take cover. The Shards of Harkon stun. The Lava Surge is going to miss. The Kelp field only connects here onto Engineer. A defensive energy field is going to come out. TP's coming in from Blitz, but only the one TP. Now they do see the port from Engineer with that Shell Surf, but they're not going to choose to pursue the kill. So both mid players using their ultimates here, but no kills going to come from it when it's done.
Yeah, pretty sloppy kind of mid fight right there, which, you know, it's the first game of the day for these people, especially the NA guys. As initiation
Lava Surge mid lane. Shards of Harkon is put onto Magnus as well. The second stun comes out. Desert's Curse. Cthulhuphon is going to get to safety. He does get hit with a quicken stun. Here comes the Blitzkrieg from the Blitz, and the Illusions are not going to be able to bring down Cthulhuphon. Nice job from our Legion side. They're able to keep their Cthulhu font alive from the 3-man dive coming out.
Definitely worth it though. They're gonna get this top tower now.
Yeah, so they do get the tower, regardless of not getting the kill. So still, they put a lot of pressure onto this top lane. Continue to make a lot of room for their Sandwraith.
Yeah, the laning phase is definitely going in the favor of Hellborn right now, the Big Ego crew. So, curious to see what the mid game is going to look like and what's going to happen once. Do you agree with Flux? It looks like Flux is getting the Astrolabe. You think that he should be going like a PK or something to continue keeping the pressure up, or are you okay with him getting the Astrolabe since Flux is such a
Big fan of
hero?
him building this style where he's going to be the frontliner for his team. They don't really have that other hero that wants to be up in the front lines for their team. And having the Astrolabe, if it comes around the 15-minute mark or so, pre 15 minutes, having an Astrolabe on a lineup that wants to fight as much as possible, I think it's definitely a good pickup this game. I think as long as they're initiating with the Magnus and the Moira, they're always going to get the initial start on the team fight. And then Flux can follow it up with a discharge. So they're not going to always necessarily be looking to start off a fight with discharge. He's going to be more of that follow-up kind of initiator this game. We're going to see a stun from Magnus come out onto the Prophet. Here comes the release, and that's a lot of damage. Prophet is going to go down the final auto attack from Flux. And Riptide not going to choose to try to get a return kill here.
There's 4 people port bottom.
Well, interested in that actually. I feel like they could have maybe tried to turn it onto the Magnus, but they choose not to. Rotate a lot of players down here, but Hellborn is just going to fall back after that kill.
Yeah, and the
Meanwhile, in the middle lane, yeah.
The bubble's actually ported with like half HP too. He can't really fight right now.
Yeah, DD Engineer here in the mid lane doing a lot of damage to the tower, but here comes the Kel field. Bubbles is going to go down from the stun combination of Engie and Magnus. Energy field is disrupting a lot of the follow-up here. Arcane Vortex onto Riptide here. And Sandwraith has joined the party with the Mirage. He's an ultimate warrior as he gets the kill onto Riptide. Magnus channeling the eruption. Riptide is now without the undertow as he went in and he gets caught. It's a double tap for Sandwraith and they get the mid tower. It's a 4-0 team fight as Big Ego crew gains a lot of momentum here in the mid lane. What's just happened, Dave?
I think it's kind of early in the morning for a lot of these guys on on no JP, no win, and you can tell by that. I mean, the kelp field used on to just the engineer and no silence going out, obviously. The engineer is going to throw down the static field to or energy field to box everyone out, and there was no way that they're going to. It was just a bad sloppy fight. Bubbles, as I said, no bottle charges, was at what 400 HP as he initiated in. That was never gonna end.
I think he died from a lava surge into a keg stun. I think he was very low, as you pointed out before the fight started. That's a lot of damage from Engineer coming out onto Cthulhu. He picks up the early spell shards, by the way. He's off to a great start as they won that fight and they get the 2 towers so far in both the top and the mid lane.
It amplifies that damage from the mines. So now the Blitz and the Prophet are going to be at risk of just running into mine traps. As it's just so scary, the lineup that Big Ego crew has, because the Sandwraith can just come in and ultimate at any single time. And at 520 GPM, there's going to be no answer for no JP, no win to stop this. So I think we're going to start seeing the snowball from Hellborn.
Yeah, so the Thunderclaw has been picked up. Sandwraith has already transitioned into the jungle. He has a haste rune bottled up, most likely going to be used on his next Mirage once he chooses to heal up. So he's already in a fantastic spot as he's working on boosting his GPM here in the jungle with that Thunderclaw. It's going to TP home as the Mirage already ready to go. So I'm looking to see a Mirage very soon here, as the haste rune will be popped very shortly. But as we can see, the Legion side is grouped up very heavily down here in the bottom lane, using a lot of resources here to protect their Riptide. Magnus is trying to set up here in the mid lane onto Bubbles, perhaps trying to bait out the Shelter, but we're going to see a Veiled Rotted Engineer. So Hellborn definitely, it's safe to say they are looking to fight. They have a almost 7,000 gold lead and almost 5,000 experience lead. They want to continue to keep up the pressure. Bottom lane, we see an undertow coming out from Riptide, but Flux is going to be a little bit too tanky. He still has the Astrolabe ready to go. He's going to use it there. Has the discharge ready to go. Engineer in the top lane. He picks up the Storm Spirit already to follow up the Spell Shard. So we'll see if he can catch the bubbles here. He is going to go in with a Storm Spirit. The Kexon is unfortunately going to be missed. Silence is going to come out and the Shell Surf out of the energy field. Sandwraith, meanwhile, is going to use the Mirage. I believe he ported to the top lane, but a nice Kel field coming out from Bubbles. Going to hold both the Sandwraith and the Engineer in place. So great patience coming out from Bubbles there. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, they know Mirage was used. They're looking to try to get the catch, but Riptide is unfortunately not going to get into range there. The support's just a little bit too far behind.
I would have
Magnus-
loved to see
yep.
Legion have some ports to that top lane and fight that. Is there's still some action bottom as it looks like Hellborn's setting up to try to kill the Riptide.
Yeah, so Magnus is now ported down here. Here comes the Eruption. The pull-in from Flux, but the Lava Surge is going to miss. Prophet taking a lot of damage. He heals with the Invigorate. He is going to go down. Here comes the Arcane Vortex, I believe, on the Riptide and the Blitz. Riptide is going to go down as Engineer has TP'd and used both the Keg and the Mine. Storm Spirit coming out onto Cthulhu Font. The fear from the Dream of Madness is applied. They are feared. They're chasing him in place. Blitz is going to use the Quick, and he's going to try to bait them away, try to get a TP on out to safety, but a nice heads-up Keg there from Engineer. He's going to get the kill, and that's going to be a double tap for Engineer as well. It's a 3-for-0 team fight coming out from Big Ego Crew. Yet again, they capitalize on another fight, and they're going to turn it into yet again another tower push. So gaining some further momentum here in game number 1.
That's 3 towers to none right now. I mean, you can see the difference between the pressure. His Bubbles is in a particular situation.
Yeah, it looks like he was trying to get the snipe here onto Sandwraith. I missed that initially, but Sandwraith was able to be a little bit too slippery for him. Gets away, and the return kill was almost there. But Bubbles as well, a little bit too slippery for the Hellborn side.
Yep, there's just a huge amount of lack of pressure from Legion in their draft versus the draft of Hellborn. Prophet's one of those heroes that isn't necessarily one of those aggressive supports. I think that hero is really good in lane and against like a man-up lane. But the map presence just isn't really there as you look at the heroes on the side of Hellborn. I mean, it's just a constant pressure. They're not letting him farm. They're not letting him get the objective what they want, which is the Riptide being higher GPM than the Sandwraith. I mean, that's what that draft looks like for me on Legion that they were trying to do.
Yeah, so Rune Cleaver was just completed by Riptide. He's going to have that delivered here. He is kind of Legion's shining light of hope. We'll see if he can translate this Cleaver into anything further. Bottom lane, we are going to see a jump here onto the Flux. Debilitate and Persecution come out onto Flux. He's going to use the discharge defensively. He is so darn tanky. He's still sitting on like 300 life after using the Astrolabe. That just shows you how hard it is for them to deal with this Flux down here in the bottom lane.
Yep, and as you saw in that fight bottom, Magnus actually ulting in on...
Magnus picks up the portal key, very early portal key. He's not going to get a kill initially, but here comes Sandwraith with the Mirage, and Riptide is actually going to go down. Magnus stays alive. They have all 5 players down here from Big Ego Crew. Energy Field is going to secure them 3 kills. Double tap comes out for Sandwraith, who finishes his Hyper Crown. It's getting to that point now, Dave, where I think it's really scary for
they have
no
PKs.
JP, no win.
They have PKs on the 2 heroes that they need it most, which is the Engineer and the Magnus. I mean, the Magnus getting that PK at 17, 18 minutes. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for Legion to team fight or do anything at all. They basically now the strategy is going to be for them to protect their jungle and try to create some sort of space or safety net for the Riptide, which I don't think Big Ego Crew is going to let them do. But something else I wanted to, as you saw that last fight with the Flux, and prior to that, the Moira ultimate, the amount of disruption they have when they do get initiated on by Legion is ridiculous as the fight's about to happen bottom lane.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see some pressure coming out. I believe he put the Hyper Crown buff on one of the illusions. actually dealt quite a lot of damage to Riptide, taking him
That damage is
down.
ridiculous.
That was simply a Desert's Curse into the illusions, hitting him. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, a Mind Trap kills Prophet. Engineer actually gonna find the Cthulhu font. I'm not sure, did the mines hit both of them there? I missed that completely. But
Yeah,
two players go down.
the mines hit Prophet, and then if you look top lane, Bubbles actually had to use a defensive kelp field because the Flux and the Magnus initiated onto him. But going back to what you're saying, that Hyper Crown, being able to put it on your illusions after using the Desert's Curse and just as some kind of harass mechanic onto the Riptide, I mean, it forces the Riptide to go back to well. So he's not, I don't see him being able to farm in any lane whatsoever right now, as you see what Hellborn's doing, just setting up bottom, controlling that map. So I'm hoping the next game they pick a little bit less defensive heroes and try to go more on the offensive on the side of no JP, no win. Because it looks like having JP on their team is not actually giving them a win as compared to yesterday when he didn't play.
Yeah, so he actually slept. We have to flame him because he's our friend. He actually slept through the games as it was like 5 a.m. yesterday on the West Coast when that match did take place. I myself was even sleeping, so I can't really flame him too hard. But top lane, we have the Invigorate into the Persecution coming out onto Flux. Big team fight brewing. Mirage is being used. Sandwith is ported in now. He's dominating. He is now champion in North with a double tap. He's going to go for the hat trick here. 2 more auto attacks on the Prophet should do it. 3 more, excuse me. He is going to get a quad kill as he actually snipes out the Blitz as well. Is it going to get the Annihilation? Cthulhu Font, are they going to give it to him? Yes, they are. It's an Annihilation. Unofficial, of course, as the concede vote did come out at the quad kill. But we're going to call it an Annihilation. It's a very strong performance here from Big Ego Crew in game number 1. Final thoughts, Dave.
That was so BM by Dutch. I lied there in tower, tanking tower, sidesteps the stun from the Cthulhu font. That was absolutely hilarious. So I'm hoping that makes it into the HoN top 10 because he's literally just 1v5'd Legion right there. But I mean, that just goes to show how talented Dutch is on the carry position. So I enjoyed that game. I'm excited for the next one to see what my fellow NA teammates can do.
Yeah, let's see if
what do they need to do? I want to know your opinion. If you're their coach, if you were to go in their Discord lobby right now, Wig, and tell them what they needed to do, what would you tell them?
I definitely agree with you about the whole playing a little bit more aggressive. We saw several times in this match here where kelp fields were used and the team support didn't come in. Those should immediately be TPs into return kills. So need to see more aggressive play, but also counter ganks when Big Ego Crew overextends into the towers. I think this happened several times, uh, and in many different lanes. So just want to see better rotations and more aggressive play style from No JP No Win. And maybe they grab some coffees. I don't know if that's an issue or not, but grab some coffees. We're gonna go on a short break. We're gonna be back with game number 2 in a couple minutes. So hang tight, everyone, and stay tuned for game number 2 of semifinal number 1. welcome back for game number 2 here of semifinal number 1. We have Big Eagle Crew on the Legion side, going to be taking on No JP No Win on the Hellborn side. I am What You Got, and I'm going to be rejoined by Big Wave Dave. So Dave, what are we hoping to see here in game number 2 as a response to our game number 1?
The NA team to wake up after getting their butt kicked. I want to see it. They let me down.
EU definitely showing up here for game number 1. They take a very decisive victory here in game number 1. We'll see how does No JP No Win respond. Do they address any heroes from game number 1? We saw a great performance from both the Engineer and the Sandwraith. Are those heroes that should be looked to be banned, for example, or do you think just simply a drafting changeup is necessary?
I think they just need to play a little more aggressive. The blitz bubbles should be able to kill an engineer. So, I would have liked to see the blitz kind of roam a little bit more and be a little bit more active. I mean, the elephant's going to be fine, and if they're dedicating that Magnus to killing an elephant long lane, that should be completely fine, because now Riptide's safe farming bottom, and mid lane Bubbles is pretty safe from being ganked, which that wasn't really the case. I mean, the Blitz's impact last game, I just need the Legion, or I needed No JP No Win to be a little bit more active. So as they actually pick up the Moira on their own, which, to be honest, it's really hard to fight into a Moira, and it's even harder to fight into a Moira Flux combination. So I'm happy they picked that up, and unfortunately with the Gunblade and the Empath pickup, I don't think we're going to see a Shell Shock from Big Ego Crew, which makes me slightly sad.
So something I noticed right off the bat is No JP No Win bans both the Magnus and the Engineer, so completely changing up their bans. Whereas Big Ego Crew goes with the same bans from last game. They take away the Monarch and the Polywog Priest, so they're saying you're not getting those two heroes. We've seen what you've been able to do with them, but No JP No Win also respecting the heroes from last game. They even take the Moira away from Big Ego Crew, so I think they're making a statement here. They want them to pick different heroes, perhaps try to get off of their, we'll call them comfort picks. And as you pointed out, we did see the Gunblade picked up as that first pick, so not our traditional first pick. Gonna be very interested to see here what Big Ego Crew has planned for game number 2. They do take the Empath as well as a follow-up, and they're shadow picking the rally. It seems like whatever they're ready to pick, everyone shadow picks. So I wonder if they're gonna just Sharkan saying, "Guys, we're picking rally third. Everyone shadow pick it," and then fourth and fifth hero. Okay, so we see a Chipper. Are they gonna double shadow pick Chipper and pick Chipper? We'll just have to wait and see. But Lodestone gonna be the follow-up pick to Moira. What do you think so far?
I do not like them showing their mid hero so early, just because it opens up them to be able to pick something that counters it and make that, because Gunblade has no real good comeback mechanics. If you watch the way Huge Soul plays the hero, he basically plays it like a Pebbles or something like that, where you're just snowballing off levels, because that hero scales with leveling so much more so than a lot of the other heroes in the game. So I really am hoping to see Legion pick a really good counter to the Gunblade, which maybe a Bombardier, or I think Pebbles would also be really good against the Gunblade, because Gunblade's you can't use a grappling shot and kill a Pebbles. So I don't see that happening. So what are your thoughts on picking the Gunblade this early?
I think it just shows that they're very confident with the hero. They must have practiced something. But yeah, I think we're gonna see Huge Soul play that hero in mid, as you pointed out. I'm not too sure if that's a hero that we're gonna see Dutch play as a position 1, but we'll have to wait and see. So Hellborn team decides to pick up an Andro as their third pick. How do you feel about them running the double hard support with both the Moira and the Andro?
I like it much more so than last game that they're drafting with the supports, because now you have the Moira and the Andro, two heroes that have a ton of team fight, and especially the early stuns. The hard stun from the Andro into the Aurora is so much physical damage. So I'd like them to see them pick up a very physical, heavy damage, like a Predator or even a Malakin in this stage. Actually, they banned the Malakin, so we're not going to see that. And they banned the Silhouette. I would have liked them to pick Silhouette on Hellborn, but they can no longer do that. But you're right about the Chipper. They pick. Oh, there's the Hammerstorm. Awesome. So they actually picked the Chipper, like you said, and you called it.
Yeah, so Huge Soul just needs to shadow pick the hero, which he doesn't do. Probably due to Captain not telling him before picking, but they go with the Moon Queen as their last pick, so they're gonna run a dual core with the Gunblade and the Moon Queen. Safe to say, I think we're used to seeing Moon Queen ran as a solo core. Do you like the fact that we're seeing a dual core with the Moon Queen here?
The way I've watched Huge Soul play Gunblade is he's incredibly active on the hero. So I actually predict this to be very different than last game on the side of Big Ego Crew, which they're going to have 4 heroes, the Empath, the Chipper, the Rally, and the Gunblade, running at Hellborn and just creating space for Dutch to farm. And the Chipper is going to basically stack the entire jungle for him. And their plan is to contest and shut down Hammer's farm, whereas at that same time, Moon Queen has Whispering Helm and is farming stacks. So that's my prediction on the draft there, what they're going to do. So you're not really going to see the Gunblade as someone who's going to go like a T-Claw, or, I mean, Cleaver works even on the hero. I expect that Gunblade's going to be incredibly active this game.
Okay, so safe to say we're going to see 2 Whispering Helm, early Whispering Helm pickups on both sides here. Going to see who can get the space to take out those stacks very early on, as both Moon Queen and Hammerstorm very good at transitioning into the jungle. I would say a little bit faster than some other carries who need to farm up either that Rune Cleaver or the Thunderclaw. Whispering Helm being a little bit less expensive than those items, so they naturally can move into the jungle a little earlier. Final pick, I believe, was the Bombardier for Hellborn side. So we're going to see Bombardier against Gunblade. How do you like that matchup?
Bomb's going to do fine. I think Gunblade will do okay in the lane as well because of the demonic shield and the ability for him to kind of absorb some damage taken from that. However, I expect Bombardier to do extremely well in this lane, and essentially, I don't see Huge Soul getting the kind of same advantage he did last game on his comfort hero, the Engineer. So I feel like this game, based off the drafts, is going to be much closer than last one. They're a little bit more even, and they didn't get as out drafted. That's my opinion. What about you? What's your opinion? What do you think is going to happen, Wig?
I feel like it's just going to come down to the early game, who puts more pressure on the other carry without, overextending too much. And we're going to see a really farmed Moon Queen and a really farmed Hammerstorm this game. And then as long as mid lane doesn't get out of control for either side, I think the game will be pretty stagnant, like a little bit more even. We see top lane, Andromeda with those boots, she gets in range for the Comet Stun. Rally has already used the Compel, and he goes down to the trio of heroes. They do get a return kill on the Andromeda. Chipper, I believe, got that kill, but he is going to go down. The final auto attack from Moira is going to bring him down, so they get a 2-for-1 exchange in the top lane. Most notably, they get the Bloodlust kill on the Andromeda onto that Rally, so good start here for no JP, no win, 2-1.
Absolutely, and you know what I really like about this tri lane and what happened in that situation was both the Moira and the Andro got the kills. So that means the Moira is going to be able to get faster boots and be a lot more active with the Ephemeral Forge.
Yeah, so we are going to see a Lodestone going up against both the Moon Queen and an Empath here in the bot lane. Doing a nice job of pulling the lane so far. Trying to get those early levels. Top lane, Andromeda is in range for Comet Stun. She goes out onto the Rally here. Hammer Throw does go out into the Shards of Harkon. They did stack the stuns a little bit there, so not the best staggering of the stuns. Rally is able to compel away this time to safety. Chipper going to put a lot of return damage here onto Moira, but does need to be careful as Andromeda does have those early Striders from the Bloodlust. She did start with the boots. Yep, Rally is going to go in with the Compel Stun. Here comes the 2-man Shards of Harkon. I don't think there's mana on the Hammerstorm currently for a Hammer Throw, but Moira is going to get herself to safety. Pumpson comes out from Andromeda. They're not done yet. They're going to put more pressure here onto the Chipper. Shards of Harkon will connect onto Rally. Don't think they have mana for the Compel, though, but Rocket's doing a lot of disruption here. Going to force Moira to tank the creep wave. One more Rocket is going to do it as Chipper has mana for it. They snipe down the Moira. Nice job here from Big Ego Crew. And the supports just extend just a little bit too much.
So you have an invis now on the empath, which they could set up a pretty nice kill here on the Bombardier.
Mid lane, we have a wall coming out. Not the best wall, but gonna disrupt the movement there a little bit. Link stun does come out. A lot of damage coming from the Link. 2 more auto attacks.
Okay.
Nice bottle sips coming out as the bottle did just get delivered, I believe. So he's gonna be fine.
See the Andro rotate mid as well now, which I don't know. I don't quite agree with that, just based off the fact that this dual lane, the dual versus try, in my opinion, they did okay with it, but not the best. I mean, when they overextended and were really out of position there and the Chipper got the kills, that's absolutely not okay, because that tri lane's supposed to be shutting down the Rally and the Chipper. And
yeah,
the
Rally
is
still
got a lot
level
out of
3 already. Chipper almost level 3. And Rally's still finding 200 GPM, so they're not doing the poorest for going up against the tri lane, as you pointed out. And Moon Queen, by the way, in the bot lane is just having free reign. She's almost 400 gold per minute. And we're only 4 minutes in. That's very early. She's got a lot of last hits, so doing a great job there. A little bit ahead of the Hammerstorm so far.
And if you look at the difference too, the Moon Queen's actually spending money and getting build-up items. The Hammerstorm has pooled 1,200 gold. So I'm curious to see what he's going. Okay, so he actually buys the boots and then the punch dagger. But what are your thoughts about pooling that much gold instead of actually just using it, kind of like what the Moon Queen's been doing?
It's okay. He wasn't really looking to do anything post Bloodlust, as he didn't have mana for a hammer throw. Just focusing on the creeps which is okay. That's their goal here in the tri lane versus dual lane. Make sure Hammerstorm. Yeah, in mid lane. We do have a sticky bomb coming out onto Gunblade. He's gonna go down here, getting a little bit overconfident with that double damage rune, as we saw him on the hill of Bombardier. So nice team support coming in. They get the kill onto Gunblade there. It's gonna give Bombardier a bit of an advantage.
I'm looking at a completely different team from last match, to be completely honest.
Moira top lane, she's gonna find the Shards of Harkon onto Chipper here. Compel defensively. Will they look to turn it onto the Rally? Hammer Stun into the Andro throw. A little bit stacked, but not the worst there. They do get the kill. The Aurora giving so much extra damage here with that minus armor. One more auto attack. Will Moira go down? She will go down to the tower, but they do get both the kills onto Rally and the Chipper. And Hammerstorm picking up at least one of those kills, so I think they'll gladly take a 2-for-1 with a kill on their Hammerstorm.
And mid lane is actually completely even in terms of gold. You have the Gunblade sitting at 250 and the Bomb sitting at 250. So as I said before, the matchup's pretty even, except I would have wished Bomb did
Look at how aggressive Gunblade is playing. He knows he has that grappling shot, and if he catches Bombardier, I think Bombardier doesn't survive a grappling shot into slugs.
Nope. Absolutely not. As he's going to pick up a regen rune bottom as well.
Yeah, so being able to control that rune, very important for them. Empath is rotating here into the mid lane. There's no vision of this. Bombardier playing very, very scared here as Gunblade. Look at how aggressive he's playing. He's on his hill. He goes in with the grappling shot. The slugs come out. Here comes the airstrike, but that's going to miss as he didn't line up the stun from the sticky bomb initially. Empath, one more auto attack. Can he get the kill? Yes, he can. TP comes in. They are going to get the return kill onto Empath, but still, that's a trade they'll take as they bring down the Bombardier. Not the best airstrike there.
No, I think he panicked it. As this Moon Queen's on pace right now to start rotating into the jungle, except, you look at, there's no stacks in the jungle for the Moon Queen, as Andro's been stacking this entire time. So Hammerstorm, I think once he gets that Whispering Helm, is going to be able to do a lot more with the jungle. I would have liked to see now maybe the Empath or someone start stacking the jungle for the Moon Queen.
Queen, let's see if she lets the tower go to the team here. She actually last hits the tower, so she's gonna clean up this creep wave, and she's gonna have the whispering in one more creep kill. So she's gonna have it here pretty early. She jumps up to 520 gold per minute.
Yeah, I mean, no pressure on the Moon Queen. I'm curious to see, as I said earlier, look at the difference in what Hellborn's doing now. They're sending 4 heroes top, or 3 heroes top. The Empath's now going to go sit top lane, and they're just going to try to contest the Hammerstorm's farm. It actually looks like the Hammerstorm
It's not
picks
buying
up
the
an Alacrity band.
Going Alchemist Bones? I hope it's not a Thunderclaw. I don't think we're going to see Thunderclaw. I think Bones would be a little bit more common here, but I'm not sure if I agree with that.
That is, you see the Iron Shield picked up by the rally. Is they're going to initiate here?
Shards of HoN not going to be put on the illusion here. Yeah, he does get it eventually. Empath has rotated in here, so they do see 3 players when Moira gets the stun off.
I hope this is not a Thunderclaw coming out from the Hammerstorm.
I don't think it's going to be a Thunderclaw. Moon Queen, she is porting up to the top lane. They want to take a fight. They have Empath here in the jungle getting some very aggressive wards. Gunblade is content with sitting in the mid lane for now. But, oh, it looks like they want to actually steal the stacks. Let's see if Hellborn capitalizes on this. They spot this out right away, actually. They rotate everyone here.
Yeah, look at
I think
the
we're going to see a
vision
team
that
fight
they
coming out. Shards of Harkon is actually going to miss. So Legion might look to re-engage here. The rockets are coming out. A lot of pressure coming out onto the Andro. Here comes the Shadow Storm. Rocket Drill does go out. He's going to land it onto the rally. Can they get the follow-up, though? Meanwhile, in the background, Andro does go down. Moon Queen throws out the beam onto the Moira. She has Empath inside her. Rally and Moon Queen pounded in the auto attacks. One more hit onto the Moon Queen. She goes down to the Compel Stun. Loso now, he is going to go down to the Slam as he has no escape. It's a big team
really
fight coming out for Big Eagle Crew, and they're going to steal the stacks now. What a momentum swing.
Oh my gosh, this is like going to the club and putting all your effort in buying a girl drinks and then having someone steal your girl.
That's a feels bad, man.
This is horrible. Oh my gosh, is the
Andro's going in here a little recklessly, I would say. Bombardier has the DD, but he's gonna run right into Gunblade. Doesn't have the grappling shot, but still. One more auto attack, he's not gonna find it as the fog coming into play there. But look at this, the Moon Queen is just sitting in the jungle with the team support. They are not gonna give any of these stacks up. It looks like they're gonna leave the one HoN camp for now. Thinking that is a little bit
smart. That was so smart by Big Ego Crew to place these wards. Look at the vision by MacX. Just basically saying, hey, your jungle, these stacks are now our stacks. You did all the hard work. We're coming in here, we're taking them from you, and you're not winning this game. So
yeah, very smart by them to rotate their Moon Queen up there.
Moon Queen sitting at 532 GPM. Whereas the Rally, who is actually against a trade, looks
Failed,
like
rotted Gunblade here in the bot lane. They're trying to bait out the Rocket Drill. Gunblade is waiting for him. He's going to get the grappling shot, and that means the Rocket Drill can't be ported to. He goes down. Pizza Taunt comes out. How do you like the Pizza Taunt? Is that a good one?
I prefer the Dumpster Taunt. Now,
Okay.
I am going to say this. One of the things that separates HoN from any other MOBA is the toxicity behind taunting, is they actually go in on the Hammerstorm.
Yes, top lane Hammerstorm getting brought down very low. The slam was actually cancelled, I believe, there by the Comet Stun from Andromeda. So had that slam gotten off, they would have had a dead Hammerstorm. But a nice job by Andro to stop that from happening.
As the Forge actually goes out onto the right, they're not killing this Rally. This Rally is so tanky. 11.6 armor and also has the plated greaves, but what was I talking about again? I totally forgot.
Pizza Taunt and Dumpster Taunt.
Oh yeah, so what I was talking about, one of the great things
Complete
about HoN,
opposites, by the way. One's food and one's trash.
Well, I mean, depending on what a lot of people, I mean, I would say a lot of people would consider pizza as trash garbage food anyway. As there's actually the Gunblade picks off the Andro, as the supports on Hellborn side are just now in a position of just dying. You notice the difference. There's no more pressure. They're not putting pressure anywhere. It's the complete opposite. Hellborn's the one, or Legion's putting all the pressure on them.
There's
And
a
they were the one with the
word
two
of
support
revelation
lineup.
here on the Hellborn's hill. And with that new change to the Rev Ward, I say new, but it's been for quite some time now. You actually can't see that ward. Double damage, by the way, Gunblade. He's looking for more kills to follow up that Andro kill. Airstrike is going to come out. It's going to do a lot of damage. Here comes the Sticky Bomb. I believe he has that shield put up. Arcane Vortex. I don't know if that was the best Arcane Vortex. It actually prevents Gunblade from dying initially. They are going to bring him down, but it gives Legion time to get a counter kill onto the Andro. So they get a 2-for-1. Gunblade does die. Get the Andro and the Hammerstorm being the big kill. But yeah, so that Rev Ward change, it actually doesn't spot the Ward of Sight because it's not in that inner radius anymore. So they had a good idea here with the Rev Ward, but they just don't have the high ground vision to see that ward. And you know, we've seen that ward doing a lot of disruption so far.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to put that ward now if you're trying to counter that, and you know that there's vision on that hill. You just have to be greedy and put the ward up above, or
Or use
figure
the
out some way
Aurora
to get
from
vision up there,
Andro or
or use
Ephemeral
the
Forge
Aurora.
from Moira, something
Yep.
to give them the high ground vision to get that D ward.
Because it's obvious they have vision right there. And you know what I was saying before, if you look at this tri lane versus the dual lane, look at the rally actually has just as much farm as the Hammerstorm does.
Picks up his portal key, by the way. It's a pretty early blink considering he was going up against the tri lane.
And you look at Hammer's
Mid lane, we have a big dive coming out. Bomb is gonna just completely evaporate from that grappling shot. Here comes the counter though from Hammerstorm and Lodestone. They're gonna rotate so many players here. Gunblade's saying, wow guys, I got your bomb, but you're gonna bring me down with your whole team. Meanwhile, that happens top lane. They get a kill onto the Moira, so Big Ego crew getting kills in both lanes. Rally is here now as well with the Chipper. They get the Andro. Lodestone throws out the rocket drill, but there's no team support in the area.
Nope. And same thing that happened last game. Legion's hitting their timing. They're
And
4-man.
while this is happening, Moonqueen is just free reign yet again. 650 GPM now. How are they going to stop this Moonqueen? This is only a 15 minutes in. Moonqueen was sitting at 650 GPM.
They can't.
She's got the full Geometer's Bane. Probably going to work towards that Shrunken Head or next tier of item in the upcoming minutes. But yeah, that's a very early Geometer's Bane.
Yeah, it's just the impact from the supports on the side of Legion. I mean, look, the Andro's sitting at level 5, doesn't even have swap up yet.
Yeah, we're 15 minutes in, so very, very late level 6. Gunblade Veiled Rod is going to be broken here. He has a haste rune, so he's trying to find that hero, but doesn't run into anyone he wants. Defensive shard, Ephemeral Forge going to come out here, going to tank a lot of rockets, going to go down.
Ooh, and they almost get the wall on the Andro as well. That Andro needs level 6 badly.
He gets it here. Just hits level 6. Moonqueen is now here with the team though, so Big Ego crew gonna try to capitalize on their 11,000 gold and 11,000 experience lead that they have built. They're gonna even steal yet again some more stacks. And in the mid lane, Gunblade does take down the tower with no resistance whatsoever.
As you can see again, no towers taken, no objectives at all from the side of Hellborn. So part of this game is objectives as well. So what are your thoughts on them just putting no pressure in any lane whatsoever?
Yeah, they're playing very reactive, similar to game number 1. We talked about how we want to see them playing more aggressive, but unable to find the aggression. Yeah,
they really can't with the items on Hammerstorm. I mean, getting the Alk Bones is incredibly greedy because he got it after Phase Boots and Whispering. I don't know the reason behind that. But actually, no, sorry. He picked up the Elk Bones after the phase boots.
Top lane, we have an invis chipper here. Rally is going to miss the compel stun, but they dump everything. They throw the entire kitchen sink at Lodestone. He dies, and he is very sad.
Look at this. The Moon Queen has actually picked up a PK, knowing how far ahead he is in this game, so that he can put himself in position and do a big Moon finale.
We're gonna
That's a
see
pretty cool pickup.
staff Moon Queen. CPs are coming in mid lane here. I wonder if they know that they're. I guess they took down the bottom tower here, being the Hammer Storm. They have an idea that Hammer's farming in their jungle. They're gonna see the stacks or the jungle camps getting killed
Oh,
here.
he's dead.
Hammer is gonna go down here, I think. He's gonna get hit with a compel
Absolutely.
stun. Here come the chainsaws into the rockets. And this is just the secondary support and the offlaner dealing so much damage here. They take down the carry.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you look at the GPM chart. I mean, it's this Moon Queen spiraling out of control. I don't know what they're gonna do. Is he actually picks up the Mighty Blade, and it's going to be a BKB next item. So
Or a staff. It could still be a staff. I want it to be a staff because he has PK. I want to see laser beams everywhere. And knowing
have you
Dutch,
done that
we
before?
might see a staff.
Have you seen the Moon Queen staff before? Have you tried it?
It's so good. Like, of course, Shrunken Head is the mainstream build, and it's great versus Hellborn Zeros. But man, I want to see staff.
Well, you have two glowstones picked up by both the Chipper and the Rally, so I have a feeling one of them is going to staff the Impact.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Chipper's gonna get his staff fast enough, as Chipper is not really the greatest farming hero. I mean, that's 6k gold, a little over 6k gold to boost an ally. We're gonna see a compel stun coming in here from Bombardier. Onto Bombardier. He gets the Void Talisman off, so not gonna go down initially. Moon Finale was used. Gunblade uses the grappling shot here onto Hammerstorm. Hammerstorm goes down. It's a hat trick for Moon Queen. CC vote is being called. It's a full genocide. They don't get any kills onto Big Ego Crew. And that's going to do it for game number 2 of our semi-final number 1 as Big Ego Crew takes semi-final number 1 in a decisive 2-0 fashion. Final thoughts on the series and on game number 2, Mr. Dave.
Slightly disappointed. I'm sad. I wanted to see our fellow our fellow NA brethrens. I can't speak English right now. I wanted to see them kind of put up a little bit more of a fight from Big Ego Crew, but unfortunately, the fact that they went in and were able to take over the jungle in those stacks, that's why I think with all those stacks, the Hammer Storm should gotten Whispering Helm a little bit faster and just rotate into the jungle and taken those stacks with the Aurora from the Andro, and even the Moira could help throwing out the shards of Harkon as well to help farm. But the fact that Moon Queen came in and took every triple stack they had and worked for, horrible. That made me sad. So, I'm excited for the next matches in the final. I mean, Big Ego Crew. So we need someone to beat Big Ego Crew. I mean, they've snowballed this for the past couple cycles, the past couple tournaments. So I'd like to see someone come in and overthrow them.
Yeah, so we're seeing here with a very dominant performance why Big Ego Crew is our cycle 1 and we'll call them defending champions as they try to pick up another cycle victory. They're gonna earn themselves a spot here in the finals, which will be played later today. But we're gonna have semifinal number 2. I think we're gonna go on a bit of a break here as that one is scheduled for, I believe, 50 minutes from now. We do have the last uh, round 1 match, I believe, taking place. I'm not sure if that's already underway. I don't think we're. Uh, okay, yeah. So there's gonna be a 45-minute wait, as was just said. until we're gonna get ready for semifinal number 2. What do you want to do, Dave? Should we go on a break here?
I
Get
mean, it's up to
ourselves
you,
some.
man. I'll listen to you. You tell me what to do, Wig. I'm
Uh,
just sitting here drinking
I
coffee round number 3, so I've drinking 3 cups of coffee.
I think I need to get some breakfast. I don't know what I can talk about for 45 minutes. I mean, I could probably talk about some random stuff for 45 minutes, but I think we'll
Yeah,
go. I
let's
think
go
we'll
get
go.
some breakfast.
I
It's
think we'll go on a
8:13 a.m.
short
for
break
me.
here. We'll recharge and we'll be back within the hour
Do
for
it.
semifinal number
I'm
2.
excited for the
So
finals. I'm excited to cast the finals with you, Wig. I feel like we're gonna have
yeah.
a lot more energy in a little bit as well. So, I'm hoping Team No JP no win. Um, Maybe they don't need JP. Maybe their name actually means something. So, well,
so
I'll end on that note.
So just to reiterate, the Solar Club and Lactose Intolerant are playing out their round 1 match. The winner of that game will take on Oni-chan team in semifinal number 2, and the winner of semifinal number 2 will have a shot at defending Cycle 1 champs Big Ego Crew later today. So go take a rest, everyone. Grab yourselves a meal. Do whatever you got to do. Come back. In 45 minutes, we'll have semifinal number 2 starting roughly around that time, and we'll be back. So, see y'all then.
welcome back. We are now playing the first round game, I think, of Cycle 2. It's going to be Solaire Club versus Lactose Intolerant. So, I mean, you just saw me play with Dutch, but I'm actually joined by Dutch Onage right now. So, Dutch Onage, how are you doing?
Good, man. I had a nice and relaxing game. Last game.
Yeah,
Hitting,
I mean,
hitting crepes for 15 minutes was fun. Should do
don't
that
you
more often.
always?
Yeah,
it
kind of.
Is it therapeutic?
Yeah, it is actually therapeutic, man. It's so relaxing, just like right-clicking crepes, having my team scream at me while I just form and mute them and do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, sort of like that almost annihilation in the first game. But regardless, we have a game
Yeah.
going on.
Oh, boo.
We've got Chipper, Engineer, Riftwalker, Magnus bands. The
Oh.
Chipper and Riftwalker bands I sort of understand, but also the Riftwalker band I don't understand. But Chipper, definitely very strong hero. Engineer, very strong hero. Magnus, very strong hero. So they know what they're talking about. And then you have the whole Hellborn team picking Amon-Ra, apparently.
Ra, definitely top tier hero. It's first ban material, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because like it's the only hero that can just come back to life. Like no other hero can that. That's insane.
Yeah,
No, but
exactly.
I also want to talk about the Legion team because this is actually Solitaire Club from back in the day.
Solaire Club.
Solaire Club.
Yeah, I recognize all of these people.
Yeah, no, this is
But-
actually like exactly the same team. That's the funniest thing to me.
They picked Tempest second pick. That's ballsy. If I
I think these guys do not realize that it is actually 2K20 right now instead of 2K16. Or
Yeah?
Tempest was still a good hero in the jungle.
I mean,
No,
Tempest isn't a bad hero. It's just you need
It's
to play
very-
it.
counterable, right?
Uh,
So I like
guess.
Tempest more as a last pick than as anything else.
yeah, for sure. But
Honestly?
I think Noob McNoob does play a good Tempest, but we're gonna have to wait and see what happens. And so you already have the Andromeda that can already cancel the Tempest ulti through Shrunken, so he's gonna have to get a
Definitely
no
true.
stone.
Yeah, actually, it's kind of surprising that they pick the Tempest into the Andromeda as well. Because you can also lane Tempest instead of sending him to the jungle. It's actually not that terrible. You can just farm the medium camp over and over again.
Yeah.
I don't know if they will. It's a bit of an oddball strategy. So, I haven't seen Solar Club play at all. I don't know if they scrimmed at all. They picked some very OG heroes.
Yeah. Hag, Midas. I mean, I don't think Hag is a very good hero at the moment.
Hag
in
got
the
a
current
nerf.
meta. Yeah.
I got a nerf last patch where instead of having a 40 seconds cooldown on his ultimate with the Staff to Master, it got increased to 70 and then down to 60 again.
Yeah, but that's way too long. The
Yeah,
40 seconds is what you did it for, so you could push out waves with it if you wanted to and just be a threat at all points in the game. That's pretty much why you wanted that Staff of the Master. But I feel like this Tempest pick, it just opens up the Hellborn team to pick Draconis for Snooki.
yeah, they're not really aggressive heroes. Hag is not really, it doesn't have a stun, it doesn't really have huge early game aggression, it's more like poking the enemy.
Hmm.
So I don't think it's too strong of a mid hero right now. And we see an artillery pick from the Hellborn side. Now that
Yeah.
is interesting.
I think that's the first time an artillery is picked in the HoN OMG
Yeah. So
tournament
artillery
so
it
far.
does
So yeah,
an insane amount of damage if you allow him to, especially if the enemy doesn't have a lot of armor, which doesn't seem like the enemy can pick up a lot of armor that easily.
Mhm.
But the issue is getting farm on the artillery.
yeah. Although his Q is good for it's good for killing single targets. It's not that good in AOE because the
No.
first creep that you're hitting will always block the shots for the creeps behind.
Yeah.
But I will say that artillery is incredible versus Hag because you can't disjoint the homing missile.
True. It's gonna be very like artillery is just really good against against a split push lineup because that missile it will hunt you down no matter how far you run, no matter where you hide, it will find you and it will just wreck you.
Yeah, I would have liked it to actually be a superior magic stun, but I guess that would be a bit broken, right?
Yeah, because it's always gonna be a 4-second stun if it's max range. So a 4-second stun that's superior. That's a bit yeah.
Well, I mean that's what Tundra has, right?
Yeah, but Tundra doesn't have 2k range on the stun.
That's true. But anywho, we've got the bans coming in. We've got Prisoner 945, Kraken, Luna, Maraxis, and Pebble. So a lot of mid heroes being banned right now.
Yeah. Another thing that's actually important to know about artillery is that it does 1.5% more damage for every rocket that's being fired.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a huge incentive these days to actually keep channeling your long-range missiles, your Q.
Yeah.
And against a Tempest and stuff, it's actually gonna be pretty easy to just keep channeling, I feel.
Yeah,
Unless-
but for the rest of his team, like the rest of his team doesn't have a lot of stuns right now. So I hope they do pick up some more of those stunts to make sure. Wow. Okay.
Wow. Are they going for some push lineup? Like,
It
honestly,
does look like it, but at the same time, it doesn't because
The
Tempest
funny-
is that really that good in a push lineup?
the funny thing is that Tempest plus deadlift lane is actually insane. I don't know
Yeah,
if you've ever
because you
tried
make
it.
all your elementals chase someone, right?
Yeah, because the issue with elementals, generally speaking, in the lane is that the elementals have 275 movement speed. Correct me if I'm wrong. But
I have no idea.
they're slow. They're slower than a hero.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have a deadlift, suddenly they get max movement speed and chase behind the enemy. And
Yeah.
the Tempest can do the elementals can do insane amount of damage. I actually played deadlift with shell shock the other day, where you just put the elementals inside the ball,
Yeah, Tempest
on the
with Shell
enemy.
Shock. Yeah.
and the elementals do so much damage. But
I really like the Hellbringer pick.
yeah, against
Like
the push lineup,
Calamity, Hellbringer, Artillery. But the only thing I want Legion to do right now, there's one hero that counters all of this. Moira. Moira would be amazing for them to counter the Hellbringer, to counter the Artillery ulti, and
Oh,
to
you mean
counter the
Legion
Calamity
side?
ulti. Yeah,
Yeah.
the Legion. I want them to pick Moira.
I would have liked the Defiler actually though.
I don't think Defiler does very well because he needs a lot of stuns to set up for him, and he can't chase the best on his own. Wow,
mean-
these are two really weird, different teams.
Yeah, so Legion side is clearly going for some kind of push lineup, which is interesting because I don't think we've seen it that much either this tournament or like the tournament before this.
Hmm.
And
But a push lineup into an Artillery, Dutch.
yeah, the artillery is not that good against it because
Well, he just needs to max his mortar shot.
yeah, but even
just-
then it has like long cooldown and only does 220 max damage.
Yeah, but it should be enough with Calamity there, with the Q as well, and Andromeda as well
Yeah.
with the
Calamity
Aurora.
with the Firebomb does an insane amount of damage because Firebomb actually does 340 damage. And I know that Chris or Calamity here loves to max his Dragon's Path and then max his Firebomb instead of his Funeral Pyre, his E.
Yeah.
So that is a good amount of counter push. But yeah,
Yeah.
I also like the Amura pick here to just have a meat shield in front.
Yeah, because they're not on a timer on the Hellborn side. I mean,
No.
Legion could potentially have a really sick team fight, but that's only when all the stars line up. You know.
What do you think about Amon Ra getting the upgraded version from Helm to Black Legion here? The Ultra's heavy helm, because
Because of
way
all
I
the
see it-
small damage from deadlift and stuff, like all the creeps.
yeah,
Yeah, it's good, but it's
Deadlift,
not going to do
Balthagor,
very well
Tempest.
versus the magic damage coming out from the Balfagor ulti and from yeah, even the Midas and Hag put out quite a lot of damage.
But do you really care about that? I mean, if you just get Vestiments, you have 3 strength per HP, and you get like 2k HP or something, and the ultimate, of course. And I feel like main source of damage from the Hellborn side, or from the Legion side, is gonna be those creeps together with the deadlift.
Yeah, I don't really know why they're laning like this though on the Legion side. Putting a Hag solo, they're gonna suffer versus he's gonna suffer versus that dual lane.
Yeah.
There's
instead
no
of
way
the-
he's ever going to beat an Artillery Andromeda lane.
Instead of the Tempest deadlift combo, we're gonna see a Belfagor deadlift combo.
Yep. Yep.
Uh,
I don't know.
Wait.
Balfagor, I would have preferred Tempest not being in the woods at all this game.
honestly, you can run Tempest support bottom and just have him like farm close by with his
Yeah,
elementals.
farm the medium camp on the top left so that the Hellborn doesn't have a pull, and then just go harass with the elementals.
Against an artillery Andro lane, farming that instantly might be greedy. I would prefer just farming the small camp and then have the elementals up.
Yeah, it depends on what the artillery is going to level as well. But
Anyway,
I mean, Andromeda is going to have free reign on this hack. I mean, look at this. Artillery already coming in with the LRM. The one
Yeah.
problem that artillery does have is mana. Oh, he might actually die already. I think hack is dead. Nope. Close though.
but yeah, that's a hack with 6 blights, no HP potion.
Yeah.
And what I would really love for this artillery to pick up here is an Lex Talionis, because it gives a lot of mana regen, relatively speaking.
Mm-hmm.
One static mana regen is a lot for artillery. And
Look at this though. They're diving behind the base now. They've got Aurora, so they see it. They're canceling this with stun. Well played by the Andro, and that's an easy first blood.
yeah, that's easy, right? The minus armor is very powerful against a hack that has no armor, and then the LRM on top is just a dead hack. So
Yeah, but I mean, what is he gonna do with Hag this lane? Anyway, we have top lane. We have Balfagor actually getting stunned up by the Amun-Ra right now, and Balfagor in a lot of trouble. The last auto attack from the Hellbringer finishing him off.
Yeah, that's just the Ash to Ashes, the passive damage there, doing quite a lot of damage actually.
Yeah, look at Deadlift. He just barely got level 2. So I haven't looked too much at the top lane, but it feels like the Hellborn is just getting more XP, and that's giving them the advantage in this lane.
I mean, they do have the Tempest in the jungle, of course, but the Tempest needs to farm really fast and do a lot to counter like the XP lead that the others are getting right now.
Look at this though. Andromeda, realizing that, is actually going to go harass the Tempest right now, canceling the mana potion. And this is what I've said before on stream as well, is that junglers need to farm to be effective. And if he's getting, you know,
I don't
screwed
like
with a
this,
little
though.
bit, then it's like,
Yeah,
What
I
do you-
don't like this because I feel like Hag is getting some free farm now.
Mhm.
And especially with the lane being this pushed up, Andro just being in the bottom lane or nearby the bottom lane and just pulling is gonna do way more.
top
I
lane, we
think-
do have another initiation happening, and Balfagor does fall again. DD Calamity was there to actually help them, and the Dragons are going to be chasing the Deadlift, but is it going to be enough? He goes within the Dragons, and that was a good move, but Amun-Ra heads up play, right-clicking on Army of Mums right there to make sure that he gets tower aggro.
Yeah, that's really well played by them. They
Yeah,
just knew that Ra had enough HP there to tank the tower for a couple of hits.
Yeah, but look at this. Andro has actually taken a couple of last hits from the Tempest, and he's cancelled 2 of Tempest's mana potions.
That's actually quite a big deal because Tempest is really mana dependent, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, you do see it now that, I mean, artillery is getting low on mana, and I feel like Hag can do a decent, you know, amount of work versus that
Yeah.
artillery, but now Andromeda coming from behind, so he might actually be in trouble. Another haunt being applied on the artillery, but Hag now blinking away and canceling the health potion with LRM, so damn.
Hag just blinking out of his position there. I feel like if the Andro just moved towards the tower there, he would have always had him. Yeah,
Or
artillery
save the
probably-
Aurora.
Yeah. Oh, that might be a kill on the Hellbringer. Ooh.
Yeah, Hellbringer grabbing the regen rune right there
Hellbringer.
from the Tempest, but Hellbringer's just not caring. And then in the bottom lane, he's gonna die to the neutrals.
That's a
It's
play
a
by
cheaper
him
way
again.
of getting back. Yeah.
I don't know if he bought a TP. Yeah, he did. But he is still going to be in the bottom lane with no regen at all. And while we see the artillery pick up the chalice, I do like that because you do need the mana. I would still maybe prefer for him to just get the...
And Lex on top of it.
yeah, or maybe go smudge into Lex or something.
Look at this though. Calamity using his ulti on the Midas right now, and Midas in a lot of trouble, out of mana, and the dragons do finish him off in the end.
Yeah, those
Well
dragons...
played by Anime Power 39, otherwise
top
known
lane?
as Bloody Chris. Top lane, we do have Deadlift getting gone on now by Hellbringer and Amun-Ra again, and Balfagor actually 1 HP as well, so if he can get the side, yeah, he does end up stepping back into it. So, unfortunate turn of events right there.
Headshot. And
Yeah.
the Hellbringer actually maxing his W over his Q. I do not like that whatsoever.
Well, it's more damage against the push lineup, and that's what it's good for.
Yeah, but giving...
Bottom lane, we
getting-
do have Tempest trying to gank right now. Hag porting in, trying to chase down that Andromeda. They do have the haunt on him, but he's too fast.
No level 6 on Tempest either. So that is gonna be meh. But what I was saying was level 3 Demon Strike from the Q from Hellbringer does actually give you 2 charges instead of just the 1.
Yeah.
So in theory, it adds like 120 damage or something like that, instead of the W only adding 80 damage.
Yeah, but it's far easier to hit the W as well. There are limited stuns on the Hellborn side. And Amon-Ra without boots, just diving the tower.
Yeah, it's
killing the
also
creeps.
that's the helm. I mean,
Yeah.
you have like these heroes that are dependent on creeps, and Rab with that helm and with the passive.
Bottom
AoE
lane, we do have Cannon Dwarf
there.
now dying to the missile used from the artillery. I think he blinked away and then got hit by the stun. Look at this though, Midas is in a lot of trouble now in the top rune area. He's gonna blink in on the Hellbringer, but there's the Demon Scythe to stun him, and they have enough damage with Calamity. In top lane, we do have Amon-Ra actually just sitting on Balfagor.
Yeah, but he has so much HP regen. He has 13 HP regen right now, and that might actually be a dead Balfagor if he doesn't play careful here.
I think he's dead. But Amon-Ra just needs to tank the tower. He also has his ulti up, so... Yeah, there you go. Stun coming in. Balfagor does not have boots, so he is going to try and do some damage to the Hellbringer, but it's not going to be enough. In the meantime, we have Army of Mums dying in the bottom lane as well due to the artillery Andro combo.
Deadlift is just... Deadlift is surprisingly good against artillery, because the creeps just soak up a lot of damage. But it's a level 4 deadlift with no armor. Or just nothing.
I don't know, the Legion draft is just a bit greedy.
It's a bit too unorthodox, I dare say.
Yeah, I mean, the Hellborn team, I know that they draft unorthodox heroes. Like, they're one of the few teams that picks Calamity and Amon-Ra and these types of things, and artillery now, but their draft, in a sense, it still makes sense, you know? It has merit. It's there to just... Like, they have physical damage with the Andromeda, with artillery combination, and Calamity does a mix of physical and magical, so
Hag
that's good as well.
died there,
Yeah, artillery gonna get the kill on Hag right there.
Yeah, that's just the power of artillery. That's Ghost Marcher artillery right now.
Yeah,
And you
they're
can
going
run
in
with
on
it.
mid lane though, but fortunately the combo misses, so Calamity actually looking to turn it, but Tempest, he does have his ulti available, and he does end up missing actually. So Calamity going in 1v3, not even caring. Gonna one-shot the Midas, and Tempest now forced to run as well. Here comes Deadlift though with the creeps from the elementals. But do they even care? He's gonna have Ghost Marcher soon. Hellbringer ulti coming in, but isn't gonna hit the Deadlift, and Deadlift is getting hit by the dragons, taking so much damage. And Calamity is close to dying though, but Hag ulti just missing, and yeah, I think that's all the Legion wants from this, because they can't fight into this right now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're just too underleveled. And if we go back to the draft, right?
Mid lane, actually, we do have Hag jumping in on that Hellbringer right now. He does have level 4 Haunt, so that slow is quite intense. And he's got another Haunt for that Hellbringer doing some damage, but is no one going to help him? He does manage to sidestep the Demon Scythe. He's turning it now with the DD rune, but Hag does end up getting the kill. And that's actually the first kill for the Legion team right there.
I feel if he was a little bit more patient with the demon side there and just used his dot instead, the demonic wave, he could have actually finished off the hack there. But I did not know if he had the mana for that.
And mid lane Calamity just showing me especially why I always ban this hero versus Flatty Chris's team.
Yeah, because Calamity with just Ghost Marches and Malthreats, he gets such a huge amount of damage. I mean, you see like 120 attack damage here, and every 20 seconds...
Oh, look at this. Tempest actually just getting absolutely destroyed right there. Midas does get the combo on him, and the Elementals, are they going to finish him off? One more auto attack. He does have the golden apple! MVP apple, showing why you need to buy
We
an
should
apple.
pick up more often. I think that's what it says.
Yeah. Oh,
I
man,
like the
that
apple
was a
is...
close escape.
The apple is something I personally haven't really made use of at all. It's just it's not in my system yet, but you see also that the Chris's team is actually one of the first teams that actually picked up on how good the apple is, because just that burst healing, it is 80 healing from the top of my head. It can be so impactful. It's the same reason why you pick up a battery, generally speaking, right?
Yeah, for sure. And now we have the ulti magic missile coming in onto the Hag right there, and he didn't see it, and he's just gonna get bursted down with the extra damage from the negative armor coming from the Aurora. In the meantime, we do have Calamity and the Hellbringer pushing mid lane. So
I really like the combination of Andro plus artillery.
yeah, And especially because artillery is not very mobile as well, so he can always get saved by the swap. But look at this in the mid lane. Calamity just doing a sick amount of damage with Balfagor. He is the tanky hero, but he does end up falling. At the same time, we do have Calamity. I mean, artillery getting a kill on Noob McNoob on that Tempest.
Oh, they might get a killer. No.
Oh, and again, Calamity close to death, but Hag is here. He does have his ulti up, HoN to max, of course, so he's doing a lot of damage with that ulti as well.
So, if I'm not mistaken, does the HoN, does it also do the initial damage? Sorry, the ultimate, does it also do the initial damage of HoN? Because it is 125 initial damage.
I'm not sure. We'll just have to wait and see. It's applies the current level of haunt to any one hit. So I think it should deal the initial damage as well, right?
Because that is actually a huge incentive to actually level your Q instead of your E.
Yeah. But I don't know, like, Hag needs all the levels. Like, he needs to max his Blink, he needs to max his Sonar Scream, and he needs to max his ultimate, and then he's dangerous. Amon-Ra, though, getting gone on in top lane. Nice stun coming up from the Midas to start it off, and then Tempest with the Glacial Blasts. Are they going to have the damage, though? He needs to just get a little bit more, but they do end up ulting for it. And here you have the Balfagor. He does have Hell on New Earth ready. So, the Midas combo does end up whiffing, but Balfagor is going to need to ulti here. But here comes the rest of the Hellborn team, and look at that damage coming up from the Calamity. And now Calamity actually getting low from the Balfagor ulti, but Artillery ulti coming in as well. Calamity does end up falling, but here you have Artillery just using that LRM to good effect. But here comes Hellbringer. He's behind him. No Hellbringer ulti available. Artillery looking for a way to fight this. Deadlift, 1 HP is going to end up falling. Demon Scythe is going to miss on the Hag, but Artillery just getting another kill on that hero, and so close to killing the Hag as well.
Artillery actually not having mana there, almost safe the Legion team. But I think what their plan was there was to not back off, because I think the Deadlift wanted to rest them. But having to rest means that you have to stand still for 3 seconds, and you're not gonna survive 3 seconds against artillery with 150 damage.
No, for sure.
So yeah, we can actually see why Amon-Ra is such a good pickup here against their push lineup, especially because yeah, he's just tanky and he kills all the creeps. Funny thing is, I actually think that Ra may have profited from that gank because he killed an entire wave of deadlift creeps, the Balfagor creeps, and the Tempest
Bottom
creeps.
lane, we do have Andromeda getting initiated on right now. A nice swap coming out from Andromeda on the Hag to make sure he doesn't get comboed, but is he just gonna run away?
Energizer coming in clutch there.
Yeah, Energizer doing work.
I mean,
Damn.
the item is meh at best, but in these kind of situations, especially when you need the movement speed, it's really good.
It's a very good item when you have creeps, so I would like to see Deadlift or Tempest pick it up because it gives 25 attack speed to everything in your range.
Yeah, I also like it on picking when I'm playing Balfagor because it allows your creeps to stack up.
Yeah, true. No, it doesn't. It doesn't provide unit walking anymore.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Non-player heroes controlled units get unit walking.
Oh, they do get unit walking. Okay, then it's all right.
What do you say then when you notice you're
I'm
not
sorry,
right?
you're right,
Okay.
Dutch.
Sorry, can you
You're
repeat it
the
one more
amazing
time?
Dutch ownage, and you were correct over me. But
You know, I never get old hearing that for some reason.
But yeah, look
Anyway.
at this artillery actually finding the Balfagor right there, casting his ulti just for fun. He went Shroud as an item, by the way. But look at this, Balfagor quite tanky, but is he tanky enough to tank the artillery damage? Look at this, the healing coming out from the Q right there with the corpse eating, but yeah.
Yeah, so Balfagor just wanted to farm a
Combo
hard
in
camp.
on the Hellbringer in bottom lane when there are no creeps around, but nice swap coming out from the Andromeda to save him from that last auto attack. I'm not sure he would have died, but
There was the tower attack coming in as well, and that's 160 damage. I think he would have potentially died there, yeah.
yeah.
So, well, clutch play by the Andromeda, well played by him. And, yeah, artillery just doing what he does best. Just being annoying. Actually having 180 damage. Another reason why Andro plus artillery is actually a good combo is because of the aura from The
Yeah.
the damage aura.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like he only won one in Comet, and I really like that this game.
Yeah, they didn't really need the damage, and it doesn't increase the stun or reduce the cooldown. Oh, it
It
actually
does
does
increase the stun.
Yeah, it's only very marginal though.
Yeah.
As
But look
deadlift
at this
might die.
deadlift trying to dodge the artillery Q right there. I mean, are they gonna get him? Yeah, they are. So that's a
But,
bloodbath right there for that's Snooky, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. I've given up.
I've given up.
They use too many name changes and they use too many accounts. Like I've been at home and Chris's place at some point, and I've seen his
Look at this
account.
though. The hag is gonna end up falling to the artillery, not able to blink far enough away.
Like Chris legitimately does have like 20 sub accounts.
Okay, so
It's-
Balfgor now being swapped in by the Andromeda, and the stun is there as well, but do they have the damage? He is really tanky. Here comes the Calamity ulti, but yeah, he ends up running back into the AoE. But Deadlift actually now with the res on both those heroes, so
But yeah, what is it gonna do, right?
I mean, Artillery's just gonna use his Q again.
Yeah, it's like deadlifts, and to a certain extent, push lineups only work if you're winning the early game, right?
Yeah, Calamity now actually diving the base. He wants spell shards, which in this game makes sense
I've
to be
always
the
seen,
magic damage compared to the physical damage from Artillery.
yeah, I've always seen Chris pick up Gnome's Wisdom, and I'm not a huge fan of that item. Like, on Calamity, I'm a huge fan of the item in general, but not on Calamity.
Yeah, but this game, they just want to push early, so...
Oh, Rock going in.
Yeah, Ra is just going in, but what are they gonna do? Even if they kill him, they need to deal with him twice.
I would really like for him to pick up that helm though.
Yeah, the
Gus.
heavy plate.
Yeah.
But look at
Yes,
this
it-
though, stun coming in on the Hag. Hag in a lot of trouble, but Balfagor as well taking a lot of damage from the rockets, but that is a dead Balfagor with the extra damage from the Calamity. So they only have one hero in the Legion base right now, and he is 1v4, but he just doesn't care.
He still has his ultimate up, right?
But here comes Hellbringer with the two-man Malphus, but Amun-Ra looking for another kill. Deadlift in a lot of trouble, but nice stun coming up from Tempest, and Whoop X is going to be falling, but yeah, instant buyback.
Yeah. I mean, they have the luxury. They're 20k gold ahead, and that's 20k gold in 18 minutes time. So that is like,
Yeah.
They have,
Look
like,
at this though, Midas
6
using his E to go in right now, and artillery damage is just too much and gets both of them down.
artillery, I feel, is the same kind of hero like a doctor, in which it's just, or like a Flint Beastwood, and it provides a lot of damage from far away. But if it's under any kind of pressure, it just falls apart.
Yeah, look at this though. Tempest is smoked up right now, and he is looking for an ulti, but I
Where's
mean, the
TK?
ward right there from TKB is just giving too much vision, and Balfagor does end up falling to the combined damage of Calamity and Artillery. But here you have Andro, he's going in for the swap. No, that's an illusion, I lied. And there you have Artillery again, doing so much damage, just needing one more auto, not able to get it, but Tempest canceling his ulti. Does end up falling, and here you have Calamity now diving, but he does end up falling to Cannon Dwarf, but I don't think it matters.
No, I think they're just too far behind. I think Tempest was going for the Hail Mary 5-man ultimate. Noticed he didn't actually hit anyone, and then just said like, okay, fuck it, I'm out.
Yeah,
But yeah, I think they're just having a little bit of fun right now, because it may be rude to say, but this game is kind
look
of
at this though, Hag going in, trying to kill that Artillery who's really low, but not able to get in range. So now they have a res coming in on Cannon Dwarf, but that's just another kill for the Hellborn side as they stun him up immediately. And now you have Amun-Ra back, he's just in the base, nice Demon Scythe coming out from the Hellbringer. And now Balfagor running after the other two heroes, but he does have mana for his ultimate right now, but he's gonna have to pop it because they need that extra damage, but not gonna happen. Amun-Ra in with the stun on Balfagor. Balfagor ulti is gonna hit quite a lot of people, but damage from Calamity is just ridiculous right now. It's insane that Calamity with just Ghost Marchers and Mad Threats actually has 190 damage.
Yeah, but look how much agility he has right now on his E. And that's 12 agility. Oh, it's not even that much actually.
Yeah, damn.
But like, I played some builds on Calamity, which you get like Arcane Balm as well. And you can stack up that Funeral Pyre up to like 20 sometimes. That is 60 agility.
Yeah, but
and
it
60
still only
movement.
applies to one target. So you only
True.
steal one per use of Arcane Bomb.
Yeah, but it's still just an extra auto attack to finish people off.
That's true. For
'Cause
that
it does,
reason,
like-
it's very good.
Yeah, it deals like 75 damage.
Plus your
the
auto
arcane
attack.
bomb, and you get an extra auto attack in when you normally wouldn't be able to.
Yeah. Man, just look at this damage right now. Aurora maxed. And it's also that this Andro, with that E being maxed, is giving so much damage to his team.
I would've
220,
liked,
230 damage on artillery right now.
I would have liked artillery instead of a shroud to pick up the health flower. Actually, if this was.
Oh, nice Hellbringer will be coming in, by the way. Hitting 3 targets, and here comes the demonic wave. But being a bit too close to the fountain makes it difficult to kill them. But artillery doing a lot of damage, and they're just die. Okay, that was the immortal.
And
Mag
artillery.
porting in right now on the artillery.
Oh.
Is artillery gonna fall? He got denied by Snooky! No. He got denied by Dude. Wow, what a play. But yes, GG's. Not even losing his immortal in the end. GG, well played.
Well played by both teams. Loved the push lineup idea.
The execution?
Yeah. No, like I don't think push lineups work as well these days, and especially their lane situation was a bit questionable. But they tried, and it was just unfortunately not enough. So well played by both teams. And yeah.
Yeah, so the next round we're going to be having is again lactose intolerance. They are lactose intolerant, and they're going to be playing the semi-final next. So that's going to be a best of
Against
3.
Oni-chan, I believe.
Yeah, Oni-chan is a team from North America, I think. So
An NA
stay
team.
tuned. Yeah, an NA
Oh
team.
god.
And remember, guys, to stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
All right, everyone. Welcome back to day number 2 of HoN OMG League Tournament Cycle number 2. We have our second semifinal matchup coming at you. Going to be Oni-chan team here on the Legion side from South America. Going to be taking on Lactose Intolerant as the Hellborn side here from Europe. I am What You Got, and I am going to be joined this time by my co-caster, Easy Folkland, also known as John. How you doing today, John?
I'm doing great and excited to see this one. Lactose Intolerant came out of a commanding victory from that last match, but I think they're going to have their work cut out for them against Oni-chan here. They looked pretty good yesterday, and Oni-chan, for those that didn't see the best of one that they participated in yesterday, they ran the Nitro, which is, in my opinion, I don't know how you feel about it, but it's kind of I mean it's it's a very new carry hero to make it on the scene as it was recently reworked, but I haven't really seen anybody utilize it since then either, except for them. So how do you feel about Nitro, if I can just start the conversation with that?
As you pointed out, he got changed a little bit recently, a bit of a newer carry hero. I think he's a hero that people aren't really accustomed to playing against yet, and that gives uh the team who picks up the Nitro a little bit of an edge. As people are still trying to figure out, I think, how to deal with the Nitro. And you called it, man. There's the ban on Nitro. They say, hey, you know something we don't. We're not gonna, try to figure it out. We're just gonna get rid of it and call it a day. That's that. They
Yeah,
ban out the Moraxis and the Moira here on the Legion side, and then the Nitro, or excuse me, the Engineer ban, as well as the Nitro ban, going to be taken out so
yeah,
far.
that's it's very interesting. I mean, the other three bands are quite standard, just these excellent team-centric heroes. Meraxis kind of a lane bully. Um, Meraxis is it's not a hero that I see in TMM too often, but man, every time I've seen this hero on the scene, in the competitive scene, this hero's doing work in the off lane. So I really like that ban, maybe even more so than Lodestone. I feel like I've just seen Meraxis is performing better than like Lodestones and Cthulhu fonts lately. But yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you there. We definitely see great performances from Moraxis. Um, he has that great AoE stun with the Quake stun in the mid game, as well as the Matrix, which makes him just naturally a really tanky target, while simultaneously dealing lots of AoE damage. So a very threatening hero. We do see the Amun Ra was being shadow picked here by all 5 players from the Hellborn side. They actually do go for the Amun Ra. I think they ran that in the last game. It seemed like it had quite some success. They played it in the short lane, um, in response to that very aggressive push lineup that the Solar Club did try to end up running. But how do you feel about the Amun Ra pick? We're going to see it yet again as a response pick to that Monarch.
I
Excited for
liked
some
it.
Ra?
Sorry for talking over a
Yes,
bit,
no,
but I like the Amon Ra pick last game especially. I think I may have mentioned it before, but it's Amon Ra is probably one of the token counters to Balfagor in my opinion. If I can just reference the last match, because Amon Ra actually has the wave clear capability without spending a single point of mana. So he's actually really strong against Balfagor specifically because of the wave clear without giving any charges to the Balfagor ulti. But in general, I mean, it seems like, well, they did just pick up a Swift Blade, so this is maybe going to make me double think um, here. But I was thinking that Amon Ra seems like a short lane hero in the competitive scene right now. I don't really see it as a very strong jungler. It's kind of just like this mid game centric carry hero, core hero in my opinion. It just has a lot of snowball potential. It can play pretty safe in the safe lane because it just has that natural regen, being a strength hero and everything. So I kind of like it against aggressive lineups, but yeah, I'm not really sure how they're going to lane it here. So
yeah, we do see the Swiftblade as the third pick for Hellborn side. A Torturer, a hero that we're not seeing all that often picked up here by our Legion side. So pretty interested to see whether they do run a core Torturer or a secondary support Torturer in the end. But to go to the Swiftblade pick, they pick up another core hero, and this is something I've seen Lactose Intolerant do, where they actually like to run the Switchblade in the off lane with a support, something like that Rampage, which they love their Rampage, and they were even shadow picking it on one of their players. Gonna be interested to see if they do decide to go with a Rampage to follow up that Switchblade, or some unique, as I'll call it, style of support hero that we're not accustomed to seeing. But we got a Clanks pick.
Yeah,
I'm
they
excited
they
for some
actually
Clanks.
yeah, Clanks is it's another gun hero. That's what immediately jumped out to me. You know, I know Lucius Nitro player, Clanks player. You know,
That's a good
he's a
pickup by
fan of the
you.
gun squad.
Okay.
But just joke aside, yeah, I think that Lactose Intolerant is one of the only teams I've seen run Rampage successfully, and I do like what it offers. Just in terms of changing up the pace of the game, just kind of that as soon as that hero disappears from the map, you just have to, as a player, you expect him to just, okay, who's he charging? He's charging me, isn't he? So it really makes you think twice about everything that you're doing, and your positioning, and it just makes you play. A lot of times when you have heroes that just disappear from the map and can just show up on you randomly like that, they make you change your position. Even a slight change of position or change in your own lane aggression opens up opportunities for the other team, or the other person that you're playing is in that lane, to just get that small edge that turns into the Han snowball. So I really like Rampage, but it's not going to be in this game.
So really quickly here, before the game does get started, we had an Andromeda, Draconis, and Kinesis band coming out from the Legion side. Hellborn bands out the Puppet Master, Silhouette, and the Malakin. So very diverse bands in that sense. We did talk about the Clanks pick. They finish it off with a Bombardier, so a very squishy lineup, I would say, overall. Only picking up the one strength hero being the Magnus, but Magnus really isn't really that tanky hero like the Meraxis that was banned out in the early stage that we're used to seeing. So a little bit worrisome in the sense of their front line. We do see um, the Hellbringer was the fourth pick for the Hellborn side, finished off by the Thunderbringer. And we've seen some Thunderbringer here from Lactose Intolerant. I believe it was even Dave telling us they like to run that as a core farming Thunderbringer.
I
Over to their
actually,
captain, who I believe plays carry from time to time. So I think we're going to see a core Thunderbringer somewhere.
well, yeah, I actually just really love this hero in general. Very helpful against Clanks, right? Starting the team fight off, getting intel on this hero that can cliff walk and tree walk very effectively. Um, so yeah, the global ulti is going to be, it's going to show up here against Clanks, who's already a pretty squishy hero. But not only that, Monarch has this Thunderbringer. I just love this hero, honestly. This hero, you know, when you see this hero in TMM games, it almost always ends the game with top hero damage. And there's a reason for that, right? It's just like this massive AoE damage hero. And Monarch is a pretty, when you look at a support like Monarch, he tries to save the life of like a particular teammate that's getting gone on with the Chrysalis, or maybe even the Cleansing Wind. He takes off like a 2-man stun or something like that. But that's kind of that is his kit, right? Besides just having some of the map awareness offered by the free ward in his kit.
Yeah.
But with against a hero like Thunderbringer, I really love this Thunderbringer pick, not only for the Clanks, but to kind of put the pressure on the entire team, versus this, kind of, other than being able to save, like I said, one or two teammates, this weak support hero, in Monarch. When you talk
Definitely.
about in the matchup against the Thunderbringer.
Yeah.
But one thing I also wanted to talk about with this Legion team is they are like neck deep in magic damage right now, and they're against a Swiftblade and a Ross and a Chipper. So I'm actually not sure how this is going to work out for them. They don't really have very much of a physical presence outside of, say, Torture, Impalement, and like a very farmed Link's auto attacks. So kind of worried for them going into this match, honestly, all things considered. I'm not sure how you feel about it.
Yeah, those are some good points you bring up. So they do end up deciding to run the offlane Switchblade. They're gonna put the chipper here in the bottom lane. I think safe to say that was a better option than running, for example, the Hellbringer. Much safer to put him in the short lane, get him those early levels, try to get him the fast level 6 for the Malphus. How do you feel the chipper and Switchblade do going up against a Clanks and a Monarch?
I think it's
Uh,
pretty good. This the Monarch stun is, since it's a rather slow projectile, it's pretty unreliable against Swiftblade, right? Who, just pretty much has the opportunity to hang on to his spin. He can cancel any
Yeah.
kind of slow that he receives from Bang, and then he becomes immune to it for 5 seconds. Though he is going to take that was a good. I don't know if you saw that. That was just like a
yeah,
good
a lot of
quick.
pressure.
Yeah, good quick crippling pollen from the Monarch. Just like you're either going to spin right now and kind of waste it, or you're just going to take some damage. So he takes a third of his HP in harass damage, which is it's non-trivial. So I'm a fan of that play there, but
So
it's
up in
just
the
a laning
top
phase
lane,
thing.
we have a Magnus and a Torture. So not the most usual lane combination, but they're going up against a Ra and a Hellbringer. Any favorite here in this lane?
I think Torture and Magnus do pretty well in this lane. Though Amun Ra is, like I said, Torture isn't the so Magnus is a pretty traditional setup stun hero, being slippery and everything. Torture doesn't.
They're gonna go in here
exactly
on the
have
top lane, Lava Surge into the Impalement, as well as the Chain Stun. One more auto attack to take down Rock, and Torture get in range. No, he cannot. He's taking a lot of pressure from that Hellbringer. I think he needs 2 more auto attacks, so not gonna get the final one there. So both teams trading a lot of pressure, but neither team resulting in a bloodlust kill thus far.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that Torture is he's not exactly the most traditional follow-up stun for a Magnus lane. Typically you see things like I think Valkyrie is just the most popular option, having the escape alongside Magnus, but also just a lot of front-loaded damage. Following it up with the arrow and then the call of the Valkyrie. Torture's damage to follow up Magnus. He has the stun, but the chain reaction stun from Torture is actually kind of low compared to other nukes in the game, damage wise. And then also since he's going impalement takes a while to it's the duration of the damage is over 8 seconds, as well as it's random, right? So if there are other targets around, they're not perceiving it fully. So
Yeah, so definitely pointing out some weaknesses of the hero. Gonna be interested to see if Amun-Ra chooses to build armor, as that impalement is physical damage. Not really gonna be too threatened by, as you pointed out, the chain reactions not dealing the most amount of damage, as well as the Lava Surge, not the biggest nuke in the game. So Ra, a hero that naturally builds tanky. See if he chooses to
yeah.
go for some extra armor in the early game. Meanwhile, as I'm rambling on, Bloodlust comes in favor of the Clanks in the bottom lane. They are going to get the return kill on the Clanks, and Switchblade is going to stay alive. They get 2 kills as Thunderbringer made his way into the bottom lane to assist for that kill onto the Monarch. But the big picture, Switchblade surviving, so they do bring down the Clanks, beside, although as he does get the Bloodlust kill. So a nice exchange there, 2 for 1.
Yeah, I feel like it was kind of even given the fact that Clanks got the Bloodlust, but that's a good double kill. It's a big double kill, so very happy to see that for Lactose Intolerant here. But yeah, and one thing, just going back to the Raw to finish our thoughts, he's got a life tube right now. He's about 150 gold from finishing.
Here comes the impalement. He misses his path of destruction zone. A nice 2-man lava surge coming out from Magnus, and the damage is there. Torture gets kill credit. They're gonna bring down the Hellbringer as well. It's a double tap for Torture. Magnus will stay alive as the demonic wave was unfortunately a little bit short to get the return kill. Legion getting 2 kills in their top lane, some very important kills.
Yeah, that's a big kill, especially because I was just about to say, it looks like Ra is going. I think he went Helm first item, Helm before boots last game. So it looks like he's going that route again, and he was almost at 900 gold. So if I can just correct my math, he's a little over 200 gold away from his Helm, and that would make him almost impossible to kill He just has like a little too much lane sustain versus Torture and Magnus. He'd have to really misstep in order to die, as I think he kind of just did. You know, he played very, very aggressively. He's actually the instigator of that last
Bottom
engagement.
river here. We have an engagement for that bottom rune. Chipper gonna eat a sticky bomb. He has that shield, but it's not gonna be enough. Thunderbringer ultimate comes down, and it's not gonna be enough for a return kill onto Bombardier, who, by the way, picks up a really early Mystic Vestments. I wonder if those Vestments actually saved him there as he survives with around 40 life.
I would say so, certainly.
Heads up pickup there from the Bombardier. Seeing that the majority of Hellborn's damage is magical early on. There's that completed Helm of the Black Legion as you talked about. Amon-Ra picking that up at around the 6.5 minute mark.
Yeah, so he's, you know, as soon as he gets boots, he's going to be pretty formidable here. He can't really do anything with the Torture right now without boots. Torture is just too fast, has much higher base movement speed, so he's going to be able to sidestep any sort of Path of Destruction stun or
In the bottom lane, and he's going to get caught out here as a rotation from Magnus catches him off guard. Shipper is going to try to go for a return kill. A nice Chrysalis onto the Monarch. They're going to try and body block the Rockets. It's going to be enough. They get the double tap on the Clanks. A massive rotation coming in here from the Magnus as they get 2 kills onto their carry. They kill the Swiftblade and the Chipper here.
Yeah,
Picking
so,
up a
you know,
6-2
Swiftblade is
lead.
not exactly having a very good time, you know, in the bot lane now. The rotations from Magnus have really, you know, shown up and started to secure this lane for Clanks, who now has Ghost Marchers. It's going to be really difficult to, you know, one thing about skill shot heroes like Chipper is that they're really strong in like very, very early lane phase, right? But, you know, movement speed just kind of counters these skill shot abilities very, very naturally. So now that Clanks has Ghost Marchers, without a proper setup stun, Chipper's going to have a hard time to land his max damage potential, I think, as well as just the spin chase from Swiftblade is not going to it's not going to work out so well. So I think Clanks is in a very comfortable position in this bot lane, and you got to give it to Magnus. You know, just those rotations really helping out, because now that Ra has the helm, I think they kind of know their limit as far as killing this hero and the top lane, especially now that he has his ult as well. It's not just the helm; it's 2 life bars as well.
Yeah, so they would need probably a 3rd or 4th hero here to really secure killing him twice. Here comes the Malphus here in the top lane. Torture and Magnus will taking a lot of pressure. Torture will not be able to escape. Magnus does have that demonic wave on, and one more tick. Yes, it will bring him down. They get 2 kills with that ultimate being used. A lot of return damage coming back to Ra, but as you pointed out, just a little bit too tanky for just the 2 of them to handle.
Yeah, and he still has his ulti right now, so he picks up Vestments, and you know, you're talking about whether or not this hero goes Armor Boots. I don't think he really needs it. He might go something like Ghost Marchers to be far more aggressive this game, because he has Vestments right now. I expect him to finish a full headdress before finishing his Red Boots, actually.
Okay.
Or
We'll
building
look
up
to
from
see
Red Boots.
what Amon-Ra does decide to do here in the upcoming minutes.
And then I'm actually really curious to see where he goes after that, whether he decides to go for a mock or something more team-centric like a barrier, or I don't know, like a Souls for some early tower pushing. I suspect he'll go for a mock because Swiftblade isn't exactly having the most ideal start, being at 265 GPM, so he's probably going to take a little bit to come online. Especially in comparison to Clanks, who has an Alacrity band at this point. Magnus goes on mid though with a Lava Surge. Eruption gets cancelled, and now he's being turned on.
Rockets coming in from Chipper. That's going to be enough. Yep. A little surprising that Magnus did decide to go for that play, as Bomb did not look interested, as he was simply just trying to get the rune. It unfortunately does spawn in the top river, and Thunderbringer will easily bottle that one up for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, just maybe a slight
bottom lane. Swift Slashes come out onto Clanks, and that's gonna take him down. The assistance from Chipper was there, but Monarch unfortunately not in range to get off a Chrysalis or look for a return kill.
Yeah, that looked like a little bit of a misstep there. Just didn't respect the Swiftblade positioning being on the wave there, not having his
Crippling
infuse.
Pollen in the bottom lane. Swiftblade, he does not have mana for the spin. Torture doing a lot of damage, but the chainsaw is kind of preventing him from doing any kind of chase, as they will fall back. So not able to get a return kill onto the Swiftblade.
Yeah, so I just want to return to itemization, as it looks like Ra and Hellbringer are about to take out the first tower of the game. Nobody gets denied by Magnus, so good job by Magnus.
Nice deny there
See
coming
if
out
it
from
costs
Magnus
him his life,
indeed.
though.
Yeah, he's going to take a lot of pressure here from Ra sitting on top of him with that demonic wave. Thunderbringer with the lightning storm is going to guarantee the damage. Haste the Thunderbringer was, or haste, excuse me, was used there as well.
Yeah, so the mid matchup looks pretty. It looks pretty even. You know, Thunderbringer is behind a little bit, I guess, in GPM, but that's kind of to be expected versus a Bombardier. Bombardier is actually far more aggressive than Thunderbringer, so I actually think Thunderbringer almost, you know, it doesn't look at stats wise, but he almost kind of wins this mid lane, coming out of it and not too bad of a shape versus such a hyper aggressive mid hero like Bomb.
Yeah, I will say it's a little surprising that we haven't seen an airstrike being used yet. Thunderbringer not the tankiest hero, but he does also respond with the Ghost Marcher's pickup, similar to the Bombardier. Do you like the choice of boots here by Thunderbringer?
I think it's fine, yeah. You know, I think so. When I play Thunderbringer, I think I go Striders typically, but I actually really like Ghost Marchers here because it's just more on-demand movement speed versus some of these chase type heroes. You know, that movement speed can really make the difference between getting chased down by Magnus or sidestepping a bang or something. So
Sorry
I
to cut
actually
you
really
off, but
like it.
that rocket damage in the jungle, both the clanks from the chainsaws, Chipper did some blind rockets and almost took out the Monarch.
Oh, I completely missed it.
Yeah, it was very close to a kill. And there was no vision here. They just took a guess on them buying health pots at the shop and they connected.
So okay, we've got 2k gold
We
saved
got a
up on
Veiled
Bomb
Rotted
here.
Magnus here. Here comes the stun from Magnus onto the Switchblade. The shield from Chipper is not going to be enough to save him. The damage from Bombardier and Torture is there. They bring down the Swift.
Yep, first airstrike of the game was used very effectively, you know, taking Swiftblade down a peg, but you know, Amon Ra is still and you know, has had pretty much 100% free farm this game coming out of the laning phase. Took a little bit of little bit of pressure there, but you know, now he's taking jungle stacks and is almost at 2k gold, having that helm and headdress that I talked about. So this hero's jungle sustain is pretty solid right now, and so with this early start, I do expect a mock. But this isn't a position that Oni-chan has been unfamiliar with. This is actually exactly the style of game that they had last time versus a
Bottom
short
lane,
laner
Swiftblade, he's
Forest.
going very aggressive here. Swift slashes come out onto the Clanks. He gets the full slashes. The Lightning Rod is going to secure the kill. Clanks was looking like he got to safety there. So he got over the cliff, but Thunderbringer says, no, no, mister, I got a global ultimate that I was saving for you.
That's what I'm talking about with the effectiveness of this hero. You know, Thunderbringer was just like, I think it was their last pick in the game, wasn't it? It was a really, really
Yeah.
good heads-up pick versus a hero like Clanks.
I agree. We're seeing so far his impact has been quite high. 203, level 10. Sitting at almost 400 gold per minute. Malphus comes out in the mid lane. Bombardier does activate the haste rune. He will take some damage from that demonic wave. Meanwhile, in the background, Torture taking a lot of pressure from that Malphus, but they will kill it as Clanks does poured in for some team assistance. So Clanks has finished his Thunderclaw. He's sitting at 350 gold per minute as he has died a couple of times here. What are we looking to see Clanks' item progression? As we have talked a lot about Amun Ra's, what do we want to see in response from the
I
side of
think I'm
Clanks?
just, well, I don't want to see a full hyper crown right here. I mean, if he could somehow get away with it, it would obviously help him farm faster and everything. But you know, I'd like to just see a Firebrand pickup and just try to work into a quick Geos here. Geos is going to help him a lot with what's going on in the game right now. I think, you know, he's got 3 deaths right now, and by my memory, 2 of them have come from swift slashes.
Yeah.
And so Geo's Bane is going to help out a lot against that ability specifically.
Yeah, so
We could
illusion
see
soaking the damage. Yep.
exactly. We could potentially see something like a Nullstone. It wouldn't be a bad pickup in my opinion. It's a bit niche, and in most games I would disagree with it, but against Thunderbringer specifically, it's actually not bad. If he's able to cleverly position himself and kind of make sure that the Nullstone gets used by the Lightning Rod ulti.
Yeah.
Lightning Storm ulti. And then it would also have utility against Swift Slashes again. So I wouldn't hate a Nullstone pickup, as Magnus looks like Magnus might end up surviving here in the top lane. A nice Lava Surge to escape there. But there's the sort of the high pick on Amon Ra right now. So he is 1,350 gold away from a Mock of Brilliance, and I'm wondering, you know, what they're going to do once he gets it. If he's going to farm up and finish his boots, or maybe go for a PK just so that he can position himself perfectly and, you know, just be that huge HP pool AoE damage menace that Amon Ra is. Or
Yeah, speaking of
yeah,
Portal Key, Switchblade picks up Portal Key. Is that something we were expecting?
it kind of wasn't, you know, but I like it. You know, he's really just going to be searching for kills on Clanks this game.
Yeah.
You know, I think they really feel like, you know, they've got this Amon Ra who's, you know, as I've already pointed out, is snowballing out of control right now. You know, he's about to have a sub 20-minute mock on top of Helm Headdress. You know, that's a really good spot for him to be in. He's almost about to surface over 500 GPM. Monarch
Normally
hits a
Monarch
falling in the
eats
bot
the swift
lane.
slashes, so she just gets caught out of position there. Perhaps trying to do some warding or something of the sort.
I almost feel like she might be happy to eat that swift slashes.
Yeah,
If
I was
she
gonna
eats it,
say,
then Clanks doesn't.
not the biggest issue to absorb a swift slashes.
Yeah, so one thing I just saw too is I was kind of wondering what Bomb was picking up, because he had around 3k gold before he bought his portal key, but he picks up a portal key and now he has a tablet. So I actually kind of like this, you know, just making himself, you know, able to have more long range initiation, and then also the tablet just helps make himself even more slippery, or a teammate.
Top lane, we're gonna have an initiation here. Malphus comes out. The tower does go in credit of the Hellborn side. Lightning Rod was used, and now the chase is on from both sides. They get the kill onto Hellbringer, and will there be any return kills? It looks like there will not, as Malphus is not quick enough to chase them down. They did get the tower though for a death on their Hellbringer, so I think Hellborn is satisfied with getting the tower at the least.
Yeah, Hellborn, and they're actually taking. I mean, they're taking another tower right now, so they're solidifying a gold lead here, certainly, with that. And Amon Ra finishes the mock, has the recipe being brought out to him right now, but yeah, and we see a Firebrand is picked up on Clank, so he probably is just jumping straight into that Geosbane, which is, you know, a nice mix between a defensive and an offensive item, so I love it. And look at Thunderbringer, though. You know, Thunderbringer is actually super farmed this game. Just notice he's at 440 GPM almost, and has a Spell Shards 1 picked up, and now has the Glowstone and 2,600 gold saved up. So, are we going to see a staff, or is that a? I don't
Mid
know.
lane, hold that thought as we have action here. Switchblade taking a lot of pressure here. He's going to be forced to use a defensive Blade Frenzy, but no kills are going to come the way. Yeah, I'm wondering as well. I think he bought the Glowstone before the Spell Shard, so I'm interested in whether that's going to be turned into a Spell Sunder or a Staff of the Master, as you pointed out. Lightning Rod does connect and bring down Magnus, who I believe got brought down quite low from Amon Ra in the top lane.
Our questions are going to be answered soon, though. He's starting to close in on that 3k gold mark, which would finish his staff. But yeah, I think Sunder is, you know, a very traditional item pickup on Thunderbringer. They don't have too many high HP heroes on the Legion side.
Top lane Switchblade gets a little too overconfident there. He gets brought down by the Bombardier. But yeah, let's talk about the Spell Sunder versus Staff a little bit.
So Spell Sunder, I kind of like it because even though they don't have too many high HP heroes on the, or even region-centered heroes on the Legion side, just because it, the 3 second, no, I think
Canceling
it's
the portal
4
keys.
seconds of dot damage. Yes, it's very big. So not only does it, say, if it's timed well enough, prevent a Magnus initiation or something, it also prevents escapes, PK escapes for a while, so... I actually really just love that item on Thunderbringer in general, but we don't really need to put any more thought into it, as we do see that he has a Staff of the Master picked up, which, for those that don't know, the Staff of the Master on the Thunderbringer now gives an alternate ability to use in place of his traditional global ulti. It's still a global ulti, but now it becomes a global casted AoE area. So he basically has, I think it's like a 600 radius spell that he can cast globally, and it just casts kind of a mock AoE blast of lightning in the area, I think up to 3 times. And
yes, over
every
9
hero
seconds,
that is hit,
every 3 seconds.
exactly, and every hero that is hit by this enemy and friendly, so enemy heroes that are hit by the lightning blast of lightning in the area take a small movement speed slow, like I think 30%, and then allies get a 30% movement speed buff. So it's actually, it's an interesting Staff of the Master, and I've actually never seen it in play.
Yeah, I'm right with you. It's a very interesting one on paper, but something I've never quite experienced.
Yeah.
Now, my next question to this Staff of the Master question is, does he look to upgrade that? And if so, which ally in this case? I believe he has 3 targets, Chipper, Hellbringer, and Switchblade, all with staff effects. Which one would you like to see
I'd
get
like to
upgraded?
see it Chipper, without a doubt. I
Okay.
think the Chipper ulti is going to be fantastic. The Chipper staff ulti is going to be fantastic against Clanks. Just because I think Clanks is eventually going to look to get a Shrunken Head in this game, and the Chipper staff increases the cast range of the Saw Blade Showdown, as well as offer the Superior Magic Slow. So I think it's just going to be a great tool to utilize against a clip
Initiation here comes out. The Malphus is avoided by Bombardier. A well-placed portal, or a well-timed portal key, excuse me. Chrysalis comes out defensively on the Torture here. She's going to eat the rockets, and he will go down actually to the mock damage from Amun-Ra as he gets credit for the kill. So they do miss their initiation, but they do end up getting a kill. As the fight does end. Clanks, meanwhile, was in the bottom lane, finishing up his Geometer's Bane as he is now here at the base with his team, looking to defend. But Hellborn team has turned their attention now to the Legion's Kongor. And is this a Kongor that Legion can defend as they are waiting for their Torture to respawn?
Yeah, it's a pretty difficult one to defend. Hellborn doesn't exactly have the best damage output against Congo right now. They have, Amun-Ra, who is at the front tanking it, but, he actually doesn't have very much armor at all, so he's going to get very, very low here, and as soon as Congo starts enraging, he's going to put some, but yeah, to answer your question, it's very
Yeah,
easy.
so they're very low on several heroes here, but as we can see, there is no vision here at all from the Legion side, so I believe they didn't even have the idea that this was going on. So a good heads up play by Hellborn to sneak in a Kongor steal here.
Yeah, I think they did know it was happening. They did lose their ward of sight, where the
Okay.
Hellborn has their wards of sight there presently, but I think they just resigned to defend it.
Okay.
It seems like they're playing for a pretty late game, a late game situation here, hoping that Clanks can out carry the draw.
So top lane, we have Bombardier taking a lot of pressure here. No big cooldowns really used though.
Yeah, Magnus
in the background. Magnus does get caught. Yep.
Oh my god. I can't believe Torture just barely got.
Yeah,
barely
Torture
missed
TP's
that
in the face of Hellborn there and does survive. TPs are coming in to the bottom lane actually.
He was.
Is this
So they're going
a
for the second Kongor
Kongor?
here.
Yeah, this is a Kongor rotation as they want to get that token of life.
Yeah, Torture was like on the very, very edge of that path of destruction radius. I actually cannot believe he didn't get stunned by it while he was DPing. But
So they are gonna get a token of life here, I believe. Who do they look to put the token on? Actually, does Amun-Ra get it, or do they put it on somebody like the Switchblade in this case?
that's a good question. You know, the hero that I was thinking about picking it up was okay. They are going on Raw, which isn't a bad idea. He's got 1900 gold saved up. I wonder if he's going to get a PK and just like go Ultraman mode,
Mm.
um, and just position himself super aggressively. Now having the third life bar because of the token of life. I'd like to see that personally. If he can just get another 350 gold and buy a portal key, and then after they take the next fight, take all outer towers, put a lot of pressure, if not taking a tier 3, and then looks to go and get something like a Frostfield plate to counter Clanks for late game.
Yeah. So we see. I just want to talk about some item pickups while we have a little bit of the teams avoiding each other. We have a Gnome's Wisdom picked up by Thunderbringer, so he does not choose to, at least for now, upgrade his staff to any of his allies. Storm Spear picked up on the Chipper. I think that's a fantastic item pickup this game. Counteracts some eruption and airstrike damage. Amun-Ra does upgrade the Barrier Idol. I believe that was the follow-up to the Mock. As you pointed out, he did have... Yeah, I believe he bought something. I didn't quite see what it was, but it should be sending to him now. And Switchblade, to follow up the portal key, picked up the Arcana, so that leads me to believe something like a Hellflower to follow up his initiation.
I think so as well. I predict Hellflower, but it could be something like Twin Blades potentially. And
But yeah, this Rax is taking a lot of damage. It's almost down. Another minute and 30 seconds here on the token of life. In the background, we have an eruption. Stun onto one. Stormspear comes out onto the Thunderbringer. They are going to catch the Chipper and the Thunderbringer. He does get the Lightning Storm off, so a lot of damage does come out there. And Clanks is he's still alive. He's in the background though. They still have Amun-Ra with the token. Bombardier all the way in the base. Amun-Ra diving very deep. Really wants to use that token. Sticky Bomb does get put on Bombardier, but he's not gonna find Amun-Ra as he was respawning. So they still have to kill him 2 more times. He does have that Pyroclasmic Rebirth being his ultimate, which revives him. Still ready to go. They get the full set of racks in the bottom lane. They're now turning their attention onto the mid lane. Clanks is going to get Hellflowered here, but he's going to keep his flight up, so good job by him to not get knocked down off of his flight. Tower will go down as Amun-Ra brings it down. And all 5 players here are alive now for Legion side, so I think Hellborn will be satisfied with the racks and the tower in the mid lane.
Certainly.
As the fight has concluded now.
Yeah, so one of the things here that I was looking at going into that fight that you're talking about what items are being picked up. Bombardier actually had 5k gold being pulled up going into that last fight, and after the fight is concluded, the gold lead in favor of the Hellborn team is actually 15k. And that's just on paper. That wasn't even considering the fact that Bomb had
Invis,
5K
Switchblade,
gold.
sorry to interrupt that thought, but we have a Hellflower coming out onto Bomb, and I think he's going to go down here. A nice tablet of command going to get him to safety. They do actually bring him down with the Lightning Storm. Actually, I believe Chipper got the kill. They're still chasing. Clanks, can he avoid the rockets here? Spin comes out. He is a little bit too quick with those Ghost Marchers, but Raw blinks in with that portal key that he picked up, and the AoE will bring him down. It's an ultimate warrior streak for Amun-Ra.
The chase there on that Clank.
Buyback. Yep.
Yeah, the chase there on that Clanks actually wouldn't have happened as successfully if it weren't for that Staff of the Master ulti from Thunderbringer. I saw, as the 4 Hellborn heroes were chasing Clanks, they all got hit by the blast of lightning.
Airstrike top lane. Thunderbringer will go down here as the Crippling Pollen does connect. Bombardier gets the kill credit. So yeah, we saw the staff coming into play from Thunderbringer, as you're pointing out.
And then, yeah, just going into that first Rax that was fallen Legion side, I was saying Bombardier had the 5k gold saved up, so he actually, Amun-Ra playing very aggressively here. But
yeah,
you know, he actually made the gold deficit more like 20k instead of 15k, which is, yeah, you know, I guess he just like couldn't decide on an item, wanted to keep buyback, but when you're this far behind, you have to put your gold into something. Um, yeah, so
So he
it's
goes
just.
with the arcane bomb into spell shards, or vice versa. Was this the direction that he needed to go,
I
or do
don't
you like?
really understand the arcane bomb,
Mhm.
kind of at all. I guess it's like
For
again
Malphus, perhaps?
useful
I
against
can't
Malphus,
see
yeah, but
any other summon, or there's no Geometer's Bane, for example. No kind
yeah, I
of
don't
illusions to
really,
really deal with at the moment.
yeah, I don't understand arcane bomb at all. I understand the spell shards pick, but again, right? Like, okay, I pulled up, you know, whenever he finally bought his items, he had 6k gold. So, yeah, again, it's like, yeah, I pulled up 6k gold, and then I ended up buying an item that I could have had at 2k
Hellflower
gold
comes
when
out
the
onto
spell shards
Bombardier.
weren't.
Swift slashes do deal a lot of damage. Here comes the Lightning Storm from Thunderbringer. The teammates are running through that ultimate and getting that movement speed, as you pointed out. Nobody has died just yet. Is Legion gonna get a full retreat here and get to safety? Amun-Ra is in the front lines now, in the middle of the Legion base. He's trying to pick up those kills, but the rest of the team has diverted their attention now onto the melee Raxes. Glyph of Fortification does come out from the Legion side. They're trying to heal up and get back in time to defend this mid lane, but is it going to be in time? Airstrike comes out, deals a lot of damage. Chipper's going to go down. Here comes the stun in the background from Magnus. He eats a Hellflower, and they're now looking to turn it around onto Magnus. Clanks, meanwhile, is in the base, dealing with Amun-Ra with the rest of his team. So Magnus does go down, and so does Ra. So a little bit of a split fight coming out there. But in the end, they do get the melee Rax. So Hellborn got exactly what they came for, being that melee Rax.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, one item. How do you feel about Spell Sunder this game on somebody on the Legion side? Like, should it have been an item that maybe, say, Bombardier should have picked up? Like, did they need to worry about the region from Raw?
Um, a difficult call, I would say.
Yeah, I think so too.
It could have been something that they could have looked to invest into, but to answer your question, I'm honestly not sure what's the best item in this situation, whether the shards or the Sunder
Well,
for
I like
dealing with that
shards
raw
because it's going to be
is
dealing
the
us
best.
damage against, or helping him deal more damage against everybody, including the Raw, who has a bunch of magic armor. But yeah,
So
I was
you
just
would
curious
rather
specifically.
the arcane bomb for, in this instance be, or this? He picks up a sand scepter as well. Another one I'm not quite too sure.
Yes,
Maybe getting rid of the Tartos debuff or the Hellflower, I guess. Whoever gets Hellflowered is the reasoning for that pickup.
yeah, I could see yeah, Sand Scepter, maybe
But
not.
then they also have the
bad.
Monarch similar for that purpose this game.
But yes, to answer your question, I certainly would have rather seen a
Spell
because
Sunder.
yeah, Sunder instead
Yeah,
of the
okay.
Arcane Bomb. Because you know one of the things about Bombardier is he's got the Boom Dust on all of his auto attacks, so he actually applies the debuff with every auto attack, and it's a direct damage, an instance of direct magic damage. So it's going to apply the full dot
Full dot,
damage
yeah.
debuff. So
That's a good point you bring up. Another Kongor attempt here by the Hellborn side. They're gonna look to steal a second Legion Kongor. There is a ward in the area. I don't think that was spotted by the Blast of Lightning, but Thunderbringer waiting for his cooldown to come up. He's gonna check it here. They're gonna spot it. The question is, does Legion look to defend this? They know Kongor is now at half. They are blind now as the ward just get taken down. But do they make a decision that they need to take this fight, or do they just simply give up two Kongors?
I think they just give up two.
I think Hellborn's just gonna go straight to their Kongor,
Yeah.
like they did at the first two, and get another token on somebody. And then how does Legion deal with that? How do they fight into another token?
It's I honestly don't know because it's not just another token.
Mid
it's
lane, we have
another,
a jump here from Kalanks. He's going to start it off. They're looking for the follow-up. Magnus gets a one-man stun onto the Chipper, but a counter Malphus coming out, and Magnus will go down. Kalanks does take a lot of damage. He's forced to retreat as he pops that Shrunken Head, and now Swiftblade says, I'm going to man up on you. He actually turns his attention to the Torture, who may end up falling here. A nice Sand Scepter coming up from Bomb. He's going to PK away to safety, but I don't know if Torture's getting out of this one. He doesn't have the same luxury as Bomb does in terms of mobility. He's going to turn into them and sacrifice himself. Bombardier now eats a Hellflower from Switchblade. Switchblade's in the front lines with that spin. They are looking to bring down the bomb. He gets a nice tablet off, but it's going to unfortunately put him into those Malphus, and he will go down. Monarch going to be the next victim, as 4 players now have fallen for the Legion side. They have no buybacks on any players, and Clanks is the only man standing. They're going to get the full set of racks here in the mid lane, and all they got left is their top racks. I think this could be the beginning of the end here for our Legion side.
Yeah,
They're gonna
I
have
think
no
game
answers
one,
here.
game one looks like it goes to lactose intolerant. You don't like to ever count anybody out before the shrine dies, but
Magma's gonna go down here as the Thunderbringer blast reveals him. Clanks, he's gonna eat a chainsaws. He goes down. GG's are called, and Lactose Intolerant will take game number 1 of our second semifinals here. They are now 1 game away from meeting Big Ego Crew in the finals. So, final thoughts here on game number 1 of
I think that
semifinal number 2.
you know, I think the first 10 minutes of that game it was very close and everything, and it looked like they were doing a great job of having Clanks compete with the Raw, but yeah, Clanks just ended up dying a few too many times against Swiftblade, and uh, and then eventually the Thunderbringer really started to come into play against him. Like I was saying, Thunderbringer, excellent hero to have against low HP Clanks. Good for chasing him, good for spotting him whenever he's cliff walking, but also just good for finishing him off, as he did. There was that one instance where he was kind of near the tier 1 bot tower and cliff walked and got away from Swiftblade, was on like 100 HP, and he just got zapped. So
Yeah.
he never got the ability to get that good start that he wanted. He got a decent timing on Thunderclaw, but by then I think just the pressure was just too much, and then Raw was just snowballing the entire game. So overall, a good performance by Lactose Intolerant, and Oni-chan gave it their best, and they held for a while, but eventually the deficit just overcame them, and I'd like to see what they decide to change up in order to take game 2. I want a game 3.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I would love to see a game 3, and I definitely agree with you about the Thunderbringer pick. I think in this game particularly, they had the option to last pick that. They saw that Legion's draft was, as we pointed out, really squishy overall. They really lacked a frontliner, and we saw yesterday that Oni-chan team, they did draft something like a Gladiator. I wonder if they'll go with a similar strategy in game number 2. Just have that bulky hero with that barrier idol, somebody who mitigates the damage with something like that call to arms and just makes them really tanky. See if they go with a different kind of a strategy. But yeah, falling in here in game number 1, we're gonna go on a really short break. We already have the lobby up for game number 2, so stay tuned, and we will be back in the upcoming minutes here with match number 2 of our second semifinals. back, everyone, to day 2 of our cycle number 2. This is our second semifinals series here. We are now in game number 2. Lactose Intolerant is up 1-0. They are on the Legion side as the players have swapped, and Oni-chan team is going to be on the Hellborn side. I am what you got, and I am going to be rejoined here by John, the Man Easy Full Clan. Welcome back, John.
Hey, it's good to be back for the second game of this series, and let's see if Oni-chan can turn it around and bring us to a much desired game 3.
So we have the blind bands Engineer and Nitro. I believe those were the same bands from Lactose Intolerant in game number 1. They're going to stick with those. Moraxis and Magmus going to be banned out here by Oni-chan team. Most notably the Magmus, as we did see that one in game number 1. I'm blanking on what hero was unbanned.
I think it was Moira. I'm pretty sure Moira was
it Moira?
I think so.
Okay.
Perhaps
So Moira-
somebody in the chat who's smarter than me or has better memory than me can confirm or deny, but I'm like 80% sure it was Moira that was banned in place of Magnus. And
Okay.
usually they quickly pick up Moira.
Yeah, so Moira going to be the first pick. Prophet as a response pick here from our Hellborn side. And a very early Sandwraith pick coming out number 2. And Hellbringer in response pick to the Sandwraith. The picks are flying by. It looks like both teams kind of have an idea of what they want to do. Draconis. This is a hero we actually see blind ban quite often. And Lactose Intolerant is going to get their hands on the Draconis.
Yeah, they have a dragon player over there. I'm not sure who it is. Is it Snooki or?
Yes, Snooki.
Okay,
is the
and
Draconis player.
Where does he roll? Where does he typically roll with it? In the jungle, or does he start in a lane and then kind of transition? This hero is kind of nuts. I've actually seen you on stream farming with it in jungle. It can farm super quickly. With these
I just realized something actually. Suzuki wasn't here in game number 1. We forgot to point that out. He is in the main roster. I believe TKB is the 6th player for this squad, and they actually swap out the players this game. So Snooki is now here. I guess he couldn't play in game number 1, but he's back.
Yeah, that's a good point to raise too. It's a roster swap in the middle of a series is not something that we usually see, but it is available to them. So kudos to them for utilizing that.
Going back to your question, I think Snooki plays it primarily in the jungle, which is what we're used to seeing Draconis, but he does start mid sometimes. He is the mid player typically. And then if they have some kind of a stacking hero like the Chipper, which we see wisely banned out, as that one was definitely a bit of a nuisance in game number 1 for them. Hero that's great at just stacking the jungle every minute with those rockets and setting up those heroes like the Amun-Ra or the Draconis, as we've seen them liking to pick up, and then they rotate early into the jungle, taking out those stacks. So, gonna be interested to see where they do send the Draconis initially. But I gotta turn my attention to the 3rd pick from Hellborn here. We see a Bramble pick.
I was just thinking it.
That's not a hero. I don't know if we've seen Bramble yet in either cycle 1 or cycle number 2. So I don't have the most experience with this hero. You got to take it on the Bramble here. I'm leaving this one to you.
So Bramble has. So I've played this hero a handful of times, and I honestly don't know what to do with it. To me, I played it mid, and it doesn't feel especially strong as a mid hero. I understand the mechanics of it very well, but it does just. It's hard for me to praise it because I actually don't know the strengths of this hero. I know that the Vine Wall is very good for countering blink heroes that have because it restrains and slows.
Yeah, good point to bring up.
But and then it also mitigates. It's kind of similar to Monarch in a little bit with the damage absorption shield that it offers, and that shield also gives slows enemies around it and gives movement speed to the bearer. But yeah, I actually don't really know where this hero excels, so I'm hoping that I can be educated here by Oni-chan.
I think we're gonna maybe see it on a dual lane in the long lane because he's naturally very tanky. he can put the shrubbery, as you pointed out, on an ally, kind of like a monarch effect, where he makes an ally really tanky, hard to bring down. And he does offer that stun with the Spore Breath, so they are able to chase down people, as they have more room than, for example, being in the mid lane.
Yeah,
So
this is
I'll be
a
interested where he
really,
goes.
you know, the draft on the Legion side just gets rounded out with a Balfagor pick. So the sequence of picks here, following the bans that were, I think, pretty standard bans, honestly, coming out, targeted specifically to each team. One of the heroes that was banned was Rampage, but we see Pebbles is picked up by Lactose Intolerant, which is I really like it. Just a strong direct damage magic nuker. Um, and then we see Drunken Master, and then seeing these four heroes on the Hellborn side, the final pick for Lactose Intolerant was Balfagor, which I really like. Balfagor is he's honestly this one man push lineup.
Mhm.
And when you look at those four heroes, Drunken Master, Hellbringer, Bramble, and Prophet, where is the wave clear? Balfagor was a great pickup for this Legion draft. I don't really know where they're going to lane it per se, but you know, as long as he doesn't, let me just say, as long as he doesn't feed, I expect Balfagor to have a really strong presence this game.
Yeah, and that also kind of makes me wonder a little bit about that final pick, Ravenor. Interested to see if there was something like I didn't actually pay attention to the bans I'm going to see as they pop up here as we get into the game, but something like that Oogie, some kind of carry with some counter push. Oogie was actually not banned, so I'm a little curious as to why they do go with the Ravenor here, as they didn't pick up really, as you pointed out, any kind of anti-push for dealing with that Balfagor early on. Um, Oogie is the one that comes to my mind as far as carries that are really good at team fighting into pushing lineups.
Mhm.
But yeah, I'm trying to think what else like they could have picked. Do you like the Ravenor pick? Is it just
I
me,
mean, I
or
understand why they went for a carry hero. They didn't
right?
have a sustained damage presence in their lineup. But yeah, I'm with you. Maybe it's just the pressure of being, you know, limited on time and not able to consider every hero in the pool. you know um, Obviously certain heroes are weighted differently in other people's minds, but
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, whenever you look at it on paper, certainly Oogie seems like a much stronger pick than Ravenor, because the Tarkwig is excellent for just being able to wave clear from a range, but also, like you said, he can actually fight into it very early. If I can just talk about Oogie as a hero for a second, this hero like Oogie is just so strong because this is a hero that can just farm. He's very similar in playstyle to almost like Raw, except that his damage scales much higher, by just simply building tanky items, building
yeah,
HP items, building an icon, say if he gets a good start, building into Frostfield, maybe a Mad Mage, who knows, right? Some of the best armor items in the game also give the most intel in the game, and all you have to do in order to increase your damage on Oogie is to increase your mana pool. But now we have Ravenor, and I'm not really sure where this hero fits. But it
yeah,
looks like it will have a decent laning phase, I think. Sandwraith, in my eyes, he's going. We've got Sandwraith and Moira versus Ravenor and Prophet here in the top lane, and in my eyes, Sandwraith is a very weak laner. So I think at least Ravenor better come out on top of this matchup. How do you feel
yeah.
about it?
So yeah, I think Ravenor should do fine to answer your question. But something I want to point out is I did watch a scrim or a couple of scrims this in the past few days where they ran the same lane, Sandwraith and Moira in the long lane, and I think I was watching it with Dave, and we were very puzzled by, what are they thinking running a long lane Sandwraith? And they actually ended up doing really well. So I'm interested to see if they have the same success here. Against a different team. We do see a rotation here from Hellbringer. He ports from the bottom lane up to the top lane. This might catch them off guard. That's going to be the Bloodless kill, as Ravenor landed a nice ball lightning to start that off initially. He gets credit for the Bloodless, so that's exactly what Oni-Chen needed to
Yeah,
start here in game number 2, a Bloodless onto their carry
that's good
very
timing
early
on the
on.
teleport there on the ball lightning. Not sure if the camera caught that, but he waited out the shards of Harkon on Moira before accepting the ball lightning teleport. So
Yeah.
that was really great. And as we see here, I kind of feel like I know why they decided to run Sandwraith Moira here in the top lane. It's because they wanted to give the best start possible to Balfagor. It kind of goes back to what I was saying, right? Like, as long as Balfagor, I thought that Balfagor was going to be maybe their offlaner, say, in the in this lineup, but he's basically just their solo short, which solo short Balfagor is actually pretty strong in my opinion.
Yeah.
And so they just wanted to give the best start possible to this Balfagor. If this Balfagor has a good game, Ravenor has to be doing extremely well in order for them to skirt pressure from this Balfagor.
Ball lightning here in the top lane, gonna go out onto Sandwraith. He is gonna TP, as you pointed out, after that charge. The Harkon does wear off. Now is the follow-up there. The supports can't get in range to chase onto the Sandwraith.
Yeah, not enough damage to take out that Sandwraith, but man, once again, praising Lucius on his timing there. That looked like it was the exact same frame that the Shards of Harkon buff dissipated from Sandwraith as he boarded in. I was really surprised that he didn't get stunned by that Shards of Harkon on Ravenor.
Yeah,
But,
before we get a little further here into this game, I want to talk about the other two lanes, as we have put a lot of our attention onto this top lane, and for good reason. We have a Pebbles going up against a Drunken Master. Pebbles 18-1 up against the 17-4 Drunken Master, so pretty even so far. In the mid lane, I didn't see who got the first rune, but it looks like both sides doing quite well. You did touch upon the Balfagor here in the bottom lane, so it initially started off as a Hellbringer Bramble dual offensive lane, but it has now transitioned into a Bramble versus Balfagor one-on-one. And in the meanwhile, they do have a Draconis, by the way, so they are running the jungler versus non-jungler lineup. Snooki here, gonna hit level 6 under 4 minutes, so already doing a fantastic job of getting those early levels. In the top lane, we have a bit of an engagement here. Ravenor is going to land the ball lightning here, and it is going to be followed up from the team support. He gets credit for another kill. He is already up to 388 gold per minute. He is the top GPM in the game, but Snooki on the Draconis, who's just farming away in the jungle, he's the same GPM here as the Ravenor pretty much.
yeah,
Without any kills, just naturally farming those stacks in the jungle. Finds himself a haste rune here, 4-minute bottom rune. So we'll look to see if Snooki isn't notorious for being a very aggressive player. So we'll see what he does look to do as he hits level 7 here. He is
he just
off
picked
to
up
a
the Soul
great
Trap,
start.
so the Soul Trap plus the haste rune really could be a kill on, say, the mid laner Drunken Master, who it does see it, stat wise and just kind of from a theoretical standpoint, seems to be a very, very even matchup from Pebbles and Drunken Master. So I'm really interested to see how it progresses as DM hits level 6 first. So maybe Pebbles, he's got a
Yeah,
timing
here comes the
window
haste
here,
rune
but
from Snooki.
yeah.
So I think they're looking for a Pebbles initiation here. He's going to miss the Stalagmite stun, and that could be the difference. Drunken is going to get tossed backwards a bit, but he's turning a lot of return damage onto... He's actually manning up here. He gets the kill onto Pebbles. He's looking for another one, but I don't think with the spells off
Yeah, just
cooldown, he's going to be able to get a hasted Draconis kill. So that's a bit of a misplay there coming out from our Legion side, but a nice capitalization from Drunken at the same time.
Yep, I was just gonna say exactly that. You gotta praise the mana, the turn and burn, as I like to point it.
Top lane Shards of Harkon does come out. Sandwraith with the Desert's Curse. They do get a kill. 2 versus 3 here onto that Prophet. And now Ravenor, he's looking for some blood in revenge of his fallen teammate, but they're not going to find it.
Yeah, that's
So,
actually a really
Moira
big kill
Sandwraith
coming
lane.
out from this top lane here. That's not something that you really expect to see. Sandwraith and Moira being able to find a kill versus a tri-lane. But,
they're going to put some pressure here onto the Ravenor as well. Mana Sunder comes out. Shards of Harkon do connect. Draconis is now here. That's a big reason why they're playing so offensively. He does have the Volcano ready to go. Ball Lightning is going to connect onto Sandwraith, but he's not going to choose to port it in. Hellbringer taking a lot of damage from the Volcano. In the background, Drunken Master is now ported in. They do get the kill onto Sandwraith, and they also get the kill onto Moira. Draconis now, he doesn't have a haste rune this time, so can they find the catch onto him? Drunken Master does the stagger forward. He's going to try to get in range for a lunge, which is coming up in 2 more seconds. Snooki going to try to do some juking in fog, perhaps. Actually, I think he lost vision of him there. Drunken was trying to find him, but
yeah,
Pebbles
the
was
Pebbles.
there with a DD rune if they did overextend, so perhaps for the better that they don't chase that Draconis there.
So Okay, Pebbles is getting taking a combo from Drunken Master, but I don't think Drunken Master can finish him off. But I just gotta say, in this game right now, okay, Bramble's getting dove by Balfagor in the bot lane here, but I don't think Bramble's he's going to be pushed off the tower, but he's not going to be paying with his life just yet. So he actually goes
Bramble
back on
has
to Balfagor
the
here.
Vine Wall ready to go if any TPs do come in. Alphagor does not have the easiest escape.
Yeah, but you see Dragon is down here next to the lane, but he's just farming camps, but he's kind of close, so I wonder what's
This
going
looks
to
so
happen
funny.
here.
Balfagor's kind of
These
doing
two
ring
tanky
around the
heroes
rosy
throwing
with
on each other.
Bramble here. Vine Wall does come out. Now there are no TPs coming in, so more of a defensive one. Meanwhile, in the top lane, that's why there's no TPs coming in as they were fighting. They get a kill onto the Moira. Ravenor is now an ultimate warrior. He
Yeah,
continues his dominance at 430 gold per minute. Top
so I
of the
just wanted to
game.
say before I got interrupted by that kind of goofy little fight there down at
Yeah.
the bot tier 1. I'm all Luis. Right now as a spectator, I'm all Lucius right now, man. He's playing really well right now. Like I said, he's been timing his ball lightnings really well, and whenever Draconis showed up there in the top lane, his Balfagor is actually taking a lot of Bramble here in the bot lane, but I keep getting distracted by these two heroes. But these two heroes just keep trading; they can't kill each
Yeah,
other.
it looks kind of
So
funny.
it's
Val's even diving in with
but
the minions. Not even
yeah,
caring with his hero, just farming while it's going on. Bramble's
I just
like, get
wanted
off me,
to
creeps.
talk about something I saw in the last fight there that was really well played by the Ravenor. He was getting pursued really, really heavily by Dragon, and Dragon dropped his volcano in Ravenor's path to block his escape. But he actually had the ball lightning that was landed onto Sandwraith and used that to displace himself away from the volcano back into the fight.
Garbage
Took
Day
off.
comes out in the bottom lane, aka Hell on New Earth, and Balfagor will get a kill onto Bramble, but the Drunken Master does pour it in. Meanwhile, we have Draconis who TP'd up to the top lane. He puts the volcano down. They're going for a dive onto the Ravenor. If they can get a kill onto Ravenor, that would be so big. Hellbringer, he's doing what he can. He throws out a demonic wave, but it's too much as Ravenor goes down. Snooki gets a double tap as he also
Yeah,
brought down the Prophet. So a lot of kills come in the way of Legion. They only lose to Balfagor in the bottom
yeah.
lane.
Caster's curse too. Just as I was starting to praise him, they end up finding a kill on him. But um, yeah, I mean that's a pretty big turn for the Legion side, and actually this Legion draft is starting to make more sense to me. Okay, because we've
Yeah.
got the Sandwraith where you kind of raised the question of, okay, I saw them run Moira Sandwraith in the top lane, and I don't you didn't really understand it, right? Um, but I'm starting to understand exactly what's going on here. I think the theory here is that Sandwraith isn't exactly Prophet is going to get caught off.
Yeah, here comes the Pebbles combo. Prophet's a little bit too tanky. She's going to survive, and they're going to actually turn it around with the Vine Wall onto Pebbles. Pebbles will go down. Prophet does fall to Sandwraith, who ports in with the Mirage, and he's trying to make the escape now. Oh my god, is he actually going to escape? He is deep behind enemy territory in between the tier 2 and tier 3 towers. Drunken Master's trying to find him. I think he sees him there, but Balfagor is in the area, so a defensive Jezzard's Curse comes out, going to buy him some distance for now. I think he's actually going to be fine.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be just fine. They're going to snag this
Aestrin,
in front.
bottom lane. It's going to be picked up by Sandwraith. He's going to pop his Sandstalkers to try to amplify his damage here. Drunken's going to fall. The double damage is too much.
Yeah, that's a big kill. That's the first death of the game for Drunken Master, and it goes to Sandwraith.
So really quickly, one thing I want to point out is before we had these big engagements, we're having another one here. Moira spawns the Ephemeral Forge. Balfagor coming in with the dive, with that Regurgitate. Taunts are coming out. Here comes the Ball Lightning from Ravenor. He's going to get a 2-man ball stun, actually, but the Arcane Vortex is going to prevent any follow-up. Pebbles now is out of that Vortex. He's going to do a offensive toss to his team, and Ravenor will go down. So Legion is finding themselves some kills here. They get 3 kills, and they don't lose a single player. They're going to turn that into a tier 2 tower push. But man, we are not short of action here in game number 2. We've already seen 17 hero kills in 11 minutes. We almost have no breathing room as far as talking about what's going on outside of the fights.
I know, and we're starting to close in on some items here. It looks like we've got 3k gold pulled up on Draconis, so probably going to see a sort of the high into a mock picked up there. Probably a PK coming out on Pebbles very soon. It's about 300 gold away from it. And I'm not really sure what item path Balfagor is going to go. I think I'd just like to see a headdress into
Lane Pebbles is in some trouble here. He eats a stun from that 3-point strike of Drunken Master's ultimate, and he actually
Love
is
it.
going to be fine.
Love that toss. That toss was great. Just tossing him onto the tankiest hero on the Legion team to say, fight this instead.
Yeah, it looked a little funny. So yeah, you pointed out Draconis getting close to that Sword of the High. I wanted to point out a couple minutes ago, as we have a Mirage being used. Is he going to pour it in? They're going to go in onto the Drunken Master here in the top river. Shards of Harkon is going to connect as it was put onto Sandwraith. Taunts are coming out. They're feeling very confident they're going to get this kill. Here comes the stagger, though. Draconis is now here as well. He is going to get the kill. It's an ultimate warrior streak for Snooki as he gets the 3,400 gold he needs for his Sword of the High there. But yeah, in the last couple of minutes, Legion was able to take down a couple of towers as well as get a lot of kills onto their Draconis. So we see a big GPM swing. The Ravenor, who was, I would say about like 3 minutes ago, the top GPM in the game, he is now very far behind Draconis. He's like 200 and change GPM behind. And that's just due to not only the towers that they pushed, but they took a couple of really good team fights. And
yeah, and you see that
they're not done yet.
Here. He picks up a Helm of the Victim and a
blink onto the Hellbringer. They get a quick kill with that Pebbles initiation. Vine Wall does come out, but I think this is more of a defensive Vine Wall. Are they going to look to turn it around? Balfagor is very tanky. He's got those plated greaves as well as the Energizer to give him some movement speed. Here comes a combo from Pebbles. He's going to get a one-man Stalagmite Sun. Actually, he tosses defensively. Arcane Vortex. Oh my god, it's actually going to mitigate the hell on Newerth. That is not what you want to see if you're the Legion side. They might be forced to go into retreat mode. No, it's still the Hellborn team as that demonic pathogen putting out lots of damage. The volcano in the middle of the Legion base as well. They need to avoid that at all costs as Drunken Master almost goes down. So no kills actually taking place prior to the first Pebbles initiation, and they will get the tier 2 tower at the end.
Yeah, the volcano from Dragon right there, really just doing work. You just drop it under the tower that the enemy team is sheltering under, and it really just makes it hard to fight under your own tower.
Yeah,
I was just observing the amount of damage that the volcano was doing to those heroes that were trying to retreat. Trying to shelter themselves by the tower, and kind of posture defense, a little offensively given how defensive they had to play, but it just made it really hard. Because of the presence of the volcano, but
so I gotta ask you, if the Vortex didn't come out at the same frame as the Hell on Newerth to try to save the Pebbles there, how many more kills would we have seen? Because that was looking like it was going to be a big Hell on Newerth.
Yeah, I think it would have. So
at least
it
like
hit the
2,
two heroes
I think.
that were. Yeah, it hit the heroes that were outside of the Vortex, which was
Mirage in the bottom lane. They're gonna get drunk in here. But yeah, continue your thought.
Yeah, it looks like they're staging a tier 3 tower pusher in the bot lane, but yeah, it looks like it did a lot of damage to the heroes that didn't get caught in the vortex. But the two heroes that did get caught in the vortex, I can't remember who they were. Drunken Master was one of them, I think. Like they would have certainly died, as the minions would have spawned more or less together next to the two targets and would have probably just exploded instantly and dealt like an extra.
Yeah, so tier 3 tower has fallen there, now turning it onto the racks. Pebbles is in the middle of the base, blocked off by that vine wall. Balfagor, he just doesn't care. He's hitting the racks. Here comes the ultimate from Prophet. And Sandwraith is now going to be forced to fall back. He eats a ball lightning stun, but Ravenor can't get the final auto attack. Sandwraith will survive and he will bottle up. Pebbles is not going to be the same story. Hellbringer falls as well as the Pebbles. And Drunken Master is going to go down. Arcane Vortex does come down, but it looks like majority of it is teammates. Bramble, was in there. He picks up the Astrolabe. He's going to use it, but it's not going to be enough to save him, as the spell shards and the damage from Balfagor is just too darn strong at this point in the game. They get the full set of racks, and they only lose their primary initiator in the Pebbles. So a racks for your Pebbles, that's going to jump them out to a 20,000 gold and 13,000 experience lead. What does Hellborn need to do, John? They gotta figure out something to get back here in game number 2.
Man, I really, you know, I hate being a naysayer, but like honestly, what can you do? What can you do versus Balthazar right now? Who didn't even need,
Not only
you
a
know,
Balthagor, but a really farmed Draconis. I mean,
Yeah.
Draconis is 660 gold per minute. He's up in your face with that mock. They're gonna get a nice jump here onto the Ravenor, and
but at least if it was
Ravenor will
only the
fall.
dragon, then you might not be receiving tier 3 pressure right now. But Balthagor just, he's going for the Hell on, or okay, it looked like he was gonna try and make a Hell on Nuith there under the tier 4 towers,
Hellfire
but
picked up on the Sandwraith with a double damager, and he
he's
chooses
got
off
a
the board
max
in there.
charge ulti, so he's waiting. He's just waiting for them to come in and defend their barracks here.
Yep, 100 charges up on the Balthagor, as you pointed out. So if they get the, he's gonna Energizer himself in. He's gonna get a 2-man Hell on Neworth. They have the damage to bring anyone down, though. They are very deep into the Hellborn space. Balthagor took a lot of pressure. Vine Wall, but a little bit late, unfortunately. Not gonna block off anybody for any kills. Ball Lightning, where did he go? Okay, he didn't choose to TP to it. A full second set of Rexes taken out by the Legion side. And yeah, Hellborn just they don't have the resources right now to hold off these pushes, as you pointed out.
Yeah, it's just it's too much right now, I think.
So does this go back to the draft like we talked about? They didn't.
I think it does.
They saw the Balthagor pick, and they didn't pick any kind of anti-push hero, really. Like no minion or wave clear, as we call them, type of heroes.
Well, you know, I'm not even so sure because so Balthagor was the last pick for the Legion, and then the Hellborn only had one hero remaining that they could have picked, and yeah, you'd like to see some wave clear, but also I think the draft just needed to be better than that. If I can kind of just begin sharing some of my post-game thoughts here. You know, I don't want to put the nail in the coffin here, but I mean, it looks really, really bad. As Balthagor, they're gonna find a kill on Balthagor. But
yeah, while this is all going down, so they do lose the Balthagor and the Moira. I believe Pebbles did die as well. He bought back, but Draconis was up in the top lane. He put some pressure on the tier 3 tower. So you know, even though they lost a couple of players, they dealt tower damage.
Yeah,
to that last set
tier
of
3
racks.
towers at 60% right now. The other 2 lanes are getting pushed. I mean, first tier 4 is beginning to fall.
He picks up a Staff of the Master on Draconis. I think he even TP'd to base and then flew back to pretty much the Hellborn space with that staff, allowing him. For those who don't know, Staff of the Master allows you to fly to destroyed enemy towers. So in this case, it'll allow him to TP to the tier 2s outside of Hellborn space. So pretty much to Hellborn space.
Yeah, and I mean, he just took out the tier 3 tower there. That's like 2,500 gold, another 2k gold from that tier 3 that just fell. I mean, it's a 30k gold deficit, so yeah.
Vine Wall does come down in the background. Bramble is going to go down really quickly here. Domination streak coming out for Snooki on the Draconis. Arcane Vortex in the background, but it only gets used on himself. Draconis is a little bit too tanky. He will survive. They get the kill again onto Drunken Master. And that's gonna do the third. That's gonna lead into a third Rax kill. And that's unfortunately I think gonna do it here.
This does go back to the draft. And but I don't think it was the Ravenor pick really that kind of sealed their doom in this game. I mean, I said it before. I don't really understand how this Bramble hero is useful in most cases, and I actually remain unconvinced that it has a very solid seat in the meta right now. I'm willing to have my mind changed, but this game wasn't the one to change it.
That's a pretty big Hell on Neworth there.
Yeah,
in the fountain.
I mean, but can you just imagine Bramble being just so many other heroes? I mean,
oh yeah, for sure.
One that comes to mind is Cthulhu Font. Cthulhu Font. So Bramble is actually the third hero pick this game. Cthulhu Font was actually banned in the second wave of bans. You know that Bramble could have been a Cthulhu Font. Just say.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. That Bramble could have been not a Meraxis. I'd be careful, but it could have been an Electrician, maybe. There's a handful of heroes I can just kind of toss out there that would have posed. One of the things we were talking about was, these funny, or these things that I pointed out were these funny engagements going on in the bot lane of Bramble versus Balfagor. And they were taking place underneath Bramble's tier 1 tower initially.
Yeah.
And, while they were funny engagements, neither hero could really kill each other. You have to think, well, why were they taking place under the tier 1 tower, right? Well, it's because Bramble couldn't do anything to prevent Balfagor from pressuring his tower. And
Right.
so that's really what I think happened this game, is that Balfagor just had too easy of a lane, too easy of a time being able to put all kinds of pressure into that bot lane. And it goes back to kind of this metagame strategy that I think Lactose Intolerant was employing, where, why were they running a Moira Sandwraith lane in the top lane? It feels so weak, right?
Gave a
It's so
lot of
weird.
space to not only Balfagor, but it took a lot of attention off Draconis as well. There was
Not
no
o-
pressure at all on the bottom half of the map
exactly.
from the Hellborn side, so it left two heroes to. I mean, I think we can call Draconis and Balfagor both snowbally type heroes. They
Absolutely.
both got off to a great start, and even if Sandwraith and Moira struggled in the top lane, those heroes are going to have their effectiveness. Sandwraith will always have the Mirage at all stages of the game, the ability to outnumber, so to speak, your opponents with that global presence. Same with the
Exactly.
Moira, being
That's
able to just
that's the
spawn the
point.
ephemeral forge and be there at any point in time.
Yes. That's the point that I want to make, is that Sandwraith could feed not too many times, but he could have
not
just
not
like
not
fed
too much.
dude, he could have fed like 5 times to Ravenor in that lane, okay? And as long as Draconis and Balfagor have the game that they had, and they are able to just put the pressure onto these outer towers, then can Sandwraith can very, very comfortably 15, 20 minutes into the game just go disappear somewhere while his 4 other teammates just show up and start pressuring a tower, and Sandwraith is always going to be there. So it kind of makes sense, given the other heroes in their lineup, why they ran a Sandwraith in such an aggressive position. And it was because Sandwraith is kind of a greedy hero in terms of being a position 1 farmer, but it wasn't the position 1 farmer in that game. Eventually, if that game went like 40, 50 minutes, I think he would have been. But it was the job of some of these early game tower pushy heroes, early game presence heroes like Dragon and Balfagor uh, to secure Sandray's seat in the late game if it were to get there. So I actually, in my mind, 10 out of 10 draft. I actually really like it.
It makes you wonder why, like you pointed out, Bramble got picked up over something like the Cthulhu font, like the Lodestone. Just some kind of
Kraken.
team fight, some team fight hero that really disrupts those pushes. Kraken even, yeah. And not only that, I'm still not sold on the Hellbringer as like a secondary support. We saw very early on that he rotated up into the tri lane, which it developed into a tri lane for Hellborn. But Prophet and Hellbringer together, they don't really have that kind of catch to set up for Ravenor to really secure themselves kills whenever they want on the Sandwraith. And we saw the Sandwraith and the Moira even getting kills 2 versus 3 until eventually Draconis made his presence felt up there in the top lane. But I think that just goes to show you the draft just being very very much superior. I think from the Legion side this game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so a very entertaining series, but it does conclude. We do have Lactose Intolerant as our second semifinalist winners. They have booked themselves a ticket to face Big Ego Crew here in our finals, which that match is scheduled to take place roughly 25 minutes from now. So that will lead us into a little bit of a break here as we do. As we are going to wait for those finals to start. I'm not sure if they actually might be getting that started pretty soon, as I do see a lobby being hosted. So I might heed those words. We might actually be starting sooner than intended. So we're going to go on a little bit of a break here, and we're going to be back with the finals. Big Ego Crew taking on Lactose and Tolerant in another best out of 3 series. So hang tight, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be back very soon. right, everyone. We have the finals here of Cycle 2 of the HoN OMG League tournament. We have Big Eagle Crew on the Legion side. They are our Cycle 1 champions here, looking for another Cycle victory. Going to be taking on Lactose Intolerant, who they found themselves here similarly in Cycle number 1, looking for their first cycle victory here. They did manage to take a game off of Big Ego Crew in cycle number 1, but they did fall short in a best out of 3 series as Big Ego Crew was able to win both games number 2 and number 3. But this is a whole nother cycle. I am What You Got going to be joined here by my co-caster. Going to be joined back here by Big Wave Dave. Welcome, Dave, for the finals here.
No, I'm super excited about this one. I'm excited to see a Big Boosted Crew versus Lactose Intolerant. So, gonna be it's gonna be good, man. I watch a lot of scrims against these teams, and I feel like one of the unique things that Lactose Intolerant has is they actually run like a tri-core type lineup. So, as you saw last match in the semifinal 2, it's really hard to slow them down when they have 3 heroes constantly farming. So, I'll let you take it on from here.
Yeah, these guys already kind of know what they're doing here. We got picks already underway. We got the bans. We got Swiftblade and Draconis banned out by Big Ego Crew. I can't say that I've seen Big Ego Crew really address either of these 2 heroes. So safe to say those are some respect bans coming out for Lactose Intolerant. And then we got the Engineer and the Magmus. These are some heroes that we see almost every single game banned against Big Ego Crew. So nothing really too crazy over there. Respecting that Engineer and Magmus for good reason, I would say. We have a first pick Chipper coming out here, followed up by Myrmidon into Rally into Solstice. What are we seeing so far?
Typically, they ban the chipper. Both teams typically ban the chipper just based off how much damage that hero has in lane. And you can tell these guys came in with the mindset on how they were going to draft, because look how fast they're picking their heroes. They're not even thinking about it.
Yeah, there's still a lot of they got 63 and 68 overtime seconds here on each side, so safe to say the picks are going pretty quickly. We do have a third pick, Gunblade. We saw Gunblade in semifinal number 1, where Big Ego Crew got Gunblade off to a good start in that mid lane. They ran him, played by Huge Soul, and he looked really strong. So gonna be excited here to see another Gunblade. They do pick up the Moraxis, a hero that John and I talked about in the last series. Moraxis has had quite a lot of success in these tournaments, and he's even received some blind bans occasionally. So he's gonna make his appearance here in match number 1. What are we looking at? We see a Solstice picked up, or is this going to be a jungling Solstice? How are the lanes shaping up so far?
I can't tell you. With Lactose Intolerant, you have no idea what they're going to run. They typically do, when they run a jungler. I've seen them run a jungle Tempest. I don't think I've seen them run the Solstice, but the unique thing about the Solstice is they could put it mid, they can put it long lane, they can put it short lane, they can put it jungle. I mean, the hero can be played basically anywhere. Mid lane, it's interesting because you basically get harassed, then you auto attack the creep wave with your passive, and you're basically back to full health. So there's a whole bunch of different ways that you can run it, and it's interesting. I think Huge Soul saying Snooki on the enemy team. You know how Snooki had that patented like Madman build. I think Huge Soul is trying to prove a case for him coming up with Gunblade being a viable mid hero.
Okay.
I think there's some jealousy on that side.
Oh, is there some rivalry going on here that I'm not aware about?
Mid heroes always have players always have rivalries
mid
against each
hero
other.
rivalry. All right, so we got the bands already taken care of. We got the Sandwraith, the Hellbringer, and the Doctor Repulsor. Malikan, Predator, and Hammerstorm from our Hellborn side. What are we seeing here?
They're respecting the Snooki Doctor Repulsor with that ban. I mean, that hero is just so annoying to deal with. Except Gunblade's actually a really good hard counter to Doctor Repulsor. So I don't know if they needed to ban it
themselves. Yeah.
So
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. We see the Aluna come in too. I mean, that's so much damage coming out very damage heavy lineup from both the Aluna and the Chipper as the supports. And unless it is a mid Chipper, which I doubt. But I'm curious to see if this is going to be a core rally or a roaming rally, because they typically have Shorcan on that position 4 rally, especially when they see a Solstice. So
They ran Shorcan on the Chipper against no JP, no win, and Volca played the rally. So
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a core rally this time, and they're going to pick up that hard carry or that secondary carry to follow up the Gunblade. And that's going to be Dutch Onage's hero, I think, here. They pick up the Tarot, so that's the hard carry that we were looking at or thinking about. And Riftwalker, 4th pick here from Lactose Intolerant. They finish it off with a deadlift. Now, we saw some Riftwalker in cycle number 1, and that was actually the game where they took a game off of Big Ego Crew. Big Ego Crew, they're not too used to losing. So, I mean, Lactose Intolerant has shown that they're able to take games off of them. And they did it with a Riftwalker in their lineup. So they're going a little bit back to those roots here with that Riftwalker pickup.
I just realized I watch way too much HoN.
Yeah, I agree. You do.
I watch too much HoN. I mean, the fact that I called that the Solstice was probably going to go mid with the Snooki, and then I've seen them run the short farm deadlift before, and it's so overwhelming because what they do is they have 4 heroes. You know, this is the interesting thing about the quad core or the tri-core lineups that they like to run, is this deadlift is going to create so much space, or there's going to be so much space created for the deadlift, and the deadlift's going to push the top tier 2 towers, get his core items, and then they literally just take over the map and start taking every tower. I saw it in one of the scrims, and this is actually one of the heroes they picked when they scrimmed Big Ego Crew, that they beat them. So I don't know if you heard, but when Dutch was away, they scrimmed, and Big Ego Crew had no answer for the tri-core lineup.
Okay.
So I'm excited to see this.
We did see some tree chopping going on in the jungle. This leads me to believe we might see a jungling Solstice.
Really?
So
Okay.
if they do run the Solstice in the jungle, where do you expect to see the remaining heroes lane? Is this going to be a mid Riftwalker as we see Moraxis make his way down to the bot lane? Are we going to see an off lane Moraxis by himself? Where does the Myrmidon go? All questions that we still have yet to be seen answered. Meanwhile, for Big Ego Crew, we see the Tarot and the Aluna down here in the bottom lane. Nothing really too stand out there. They do send the Gunblade mid, which we did see earlier today in that earlier series, as we pointed out. And then they are running the Chipper and the Rally. Same, Shortcam playing the Chipper, Volca playing the Rally. So they're pretty much sticking to their roots here. A very similar draft to one that we already saw them running today. And, you know, they had some good success with it so far. So the only thing really switching up is they throw in a Tarot and an Aluna into this draft.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that they're actually running Snooki in the jungle. Really confused about it. And the Chipper is going to be in an interesting situation here, especially with the Merm coming up as they try to slow down the Solstice farm.
He doesn't actually get to body block the camp, which is what it looked like he wanted to do initially. Now, he does have a teleport in his inventory. Solstice notably not leveling up the Blinding Rush, as that's not his farming mechanic, so we'll see if he gets that at level 2 or not. Myrmidon also doesn't have the Weed Field, so not a guaranteed stun. So Chipper at any point in time, exactly here, he can just pour it away whenever he feels like it, because there's only a stun from that Magikarp if he actually moves. So very important to note, it does only slow if you stand still, thus allowing the Chipper to port freely at any point in time. So he does make his presence felt a little bit, just to slow down Solstice initially, but not really going to put out the most pressure so far.
Yeah, it was a good job by the Myrmidon too to understand that the Chipper was going to do that and rotate in and be able to secure the Solstice to stack at that 59-second mark to get the 2 most important double stacks for him to hit his timing.
Yeah, so he's going to work on a Catman camp here, a really early Catman spawn, so he'll probably have to use the health potion right away. It will give him a large chunk of experience, though, so he will be getting pretty close to the level 3 mark. And he does have, as you pointed out, those stacks on both the medium and the hard camps here, so he will look to continue his early farming.
And what are your takes on this deadlift kind of short farm?
I'm going to be honest with you, I really don't... I don't have too much experience with a short farm deadlift. However, what I do think we are going to see is a lot of early tower pushing, similar to the last series where they did run the Balfagor strategy. A lot of pressure, as you pointed out, from this deadlift, and then maybe something like an early Staff of the Master to buff his unholy strength, his Q ability, which I believe reduces that down to, I want to say it's a 2-second cooldown. Yes, it decreases the cooldown to 2 seconds. So what he's going to look to do is he's going to be spamming that and just stealing the strength from everyone around him and making them all much weaker than him. And then that's going to allow for the follow-up to come through from his team. We'll see if he does go for that, but this is what I'm expecting, as I do know that Staff is a very good pickup on the deadlift. The earlier the better.
Yeah, they definitely prioritize getting that staff on the deadlift and then team fighting, because stealing 10 strength from your enemies and then giving it to yourself is pretty nuts. I mean, I can't calculate the amount of health it takes away from each hero, but I mean, Rally is going to suffer from that drastically. As a
Yeah,
strength
so they're
hero.
going to want to try to get deadlift into this like dead ball type strategy where they force Legion to fight into him, but he's like this wall, he's this big monster that builds a wall of strength. Yeah.
Absolutely. And then what are your thoughts on this mid matchup of Gunblade versus Riftwalker?
I think it's early game. I think it's a little bit favored toward Gunblade. Now Riftwalker does have the ability to, once she gets some levels going, she can nuke out the waves and get the runes. We're gonna see a rotation here. Very early, a Veiled Rock coming out from Aluna. Gunblade taking a lot of tower pressure. Do they have the damage to bring down the Riftwalker? Riftwalker turning it around, but not gonna be enough for the kill. Aluna did tank the creep wave here, so she got brought down pretty low as well. So Riftwalker not going to go down to the gank, and also not going to get a return kill in the end.
Yeah, I like the timing of that rotation too, because it basically forces the Riftwalker to go back to base, and Gunblade's gonna actually pick up both runes.
Yeah, and it also prevents Riftwalker from, as we talked about, being able to nuke out the wave and then get the 4-minute rune. One of Gunblade's weaknesses is he doesn't have that luxury of being able to clear the wave quickly and then get the rune. He's going to rely on you know, this pressure he gets from his allies as well as the runes being camped for him. So, as you pointed out, a really, you know, it didn't result in a kill, and one could say that that's a failed gank. As we see the Bloodlust kill coming in the bottom lane, Taro and hasted Aluna, as that was the 4-minute rune. They use it to get the Bloodlust kill. You know, one could argue that it's a failed gank, not resulting in a kill, but the way I look at it is it puts a lot of pressure here on Riftwalker, and it gives a big advantage to Gunblade. Now he's level 6, and you can see what this does to Riftwalker. It forces him to not be able to step into experience range, as the threat of dying is just always going to be there now.
Absolutely, and it also gave the space for the Aluna to actually get the bottle and run down and get the Bloodlust kill down on bottom lane.
If Riftwalker ever gets caught here, yep. Nope, not gonna. Oh, top lane of Wheatfield does come out onto Chipper. Are they gonna have the damage? The power supply is gonna heal them up. Those creeps from the onslaught are not gonna be enough for the kill. Rally is looking for a return kill. He goes in with the compel, one more auto attack, and Deadlift will go down. Myrmidon now taking some return pressure as well. Rock is coming in from Chipper, some nice sniped. That one is unfortunately gonna miss, but the compel is up in 3 more seconds. Myrmidon is gonna use a defensive Wheatfield. It's gonna connect. Rally is gonna. Oh my God, the snipes from Chipper as he gets the kill with the rock as they do connect. And they get 2 kills up in the top lane, so some nice momentum coming out for Big Ego Crew. Not only did they pick up the Bloodlust in the bottom lane, but they get the short farmer and the support in that long lane.
Yeah, that was not an ideal situation. As you see now, the Solstice actually ports bottom and goes the phase boot. So typically you see the treads or the steam boots on Solstice because of the benefits of attack speed, but it looks like he's prioritizing some damage and move speed.
Yeah. I don't know if they had a ward down there, but he decides that it's not worth his time to stay. It's middle lane, we do see a grappling shot, and the assistance from Aluna with the power throw. Just simply too much damage for Riftwalker to handle. Pretty straightforward kill there. But Solstice deciding it's not worth it to invest his time in the bottom lane. He did a good job of leveling. I believe he was level 8 by the 6-minute mark, but unable to find a gank opportunity.
Yeah, that Gunblade ultimate damage is it's so underestimated.
Yeah. It does some minus armor, which enhances not only his grappling shot damage, but also the damage from the slugs. Crackling Slugs, his Q ability there.
Yeah, and something else that a lot of people don't understand is actually when Gunblade ults the target, that target deals 25% less damage to you. As you see the Meraxis kind of just chasing down the Taro here for trying
Yeah,
to...
Matrax was popped, but there is no more axes available as he did run out of mana. There are no power supply charges on Meraxis. He could be in some trouble here. Aluna comes in with the Emerald Stun into the power throw, and the auto attacks from Taro are going to secure the kill. Meraxis goes down for the second time here. I was about to compliment him for getting the levels. This top lane, we do have a fear coming out from that Solstice Lunar Judgment, and they will get the kill onto Rally. He is unable to propel himself to safety. Meraxis was doing a great job of getting the early levels, but not really finding the best farm thus far, being pretty well kept in check by Big Ego crew. So Taro picks up the Mad Fred Knuckles, or Mad Fred's Brass Knuckles. What are we looking for to expect from Taro here in the future as a follow-up item?
I expect he's going to go to Shroud pretty early.
Okay.
He's able to farm relatively quick with the gosh, I'm trying to remember the name of the ability, the Ricochet.
Ricochet? Yeah.
And he kind of has that built-in farm. As you see the Solstice rotates bottom, they might actually be able to get him here.
Yeah, he's got a Veiled Rot, but no Lunar Judgment this time. So they don't have the Fear mechanic available. Meanwhile, middle lane, we have another Aluna Veiled Rot attempt here on the Riftwalker, so they're putting a lot of attention here on this mid lane. Gunblade does have a grappling shot ready to go. Aluna... Actually, Riftwalker avoids Aluna starting off that fight. Chipper also made his way to the mid lane, so a bit of wasted time here by the Legion side, trying to gank Riftwalker.
And look at these wards on from Legion. Look how deep these wards are by Mech X.
Yeah, one all the way at the tier 2, as well as one spot at the river bottom lane. They get the kill onto Taro here, and they're looking for a second kill, or maybe even a return kill, as Gunblade and Chipper have made their way down here. Solstice goes in with another blinding rush stun, but he's going to cancel it, and that could cause him to die here. Slugs are up, one more auto attack, but the wormhole, it's coming and it's going to connect. Solstice channels the Lunar Judgment. He will survive, and he will get his ultimate off. Gunblade does go down. Can Chipper make the escape? I don't think he can. He will go down as well. That's a big swing coming out for Lactose Intolerant. They pick up 3 kills, but they don't even lose anybody, as the Solstice survived on nearly, like, I don't know, 10 life or something. Very well played there. Went out
Yeah, it was
from our
really well
Hellborn
played
side.
by them also, because they were pressuring, Lactose Intolerant was pressuring that top tier 1 tower, so the Rally and the Aluna couldn't port. So that entire time, you had your entire top lane not able to go down and protect the Taro at that time because they were pushing the top tower. They were able to get the tower deny though, which was nice. I guess that's kind of the only light in a bad situation. As the GPM is actually stuck at, it's basically even right now at 10 minutes into the game, which is nice. It's nice to see this.
Yeah,
It means we're gonna have
Hellborn
a
team,
good game.
they get a experience lead, and that's due to the jungler. They have a very high XPM. Solstice sees the top. Alright, not too far behind is the Taro, actually. She's level 10 as well, but Solstice contributing to that experience, experience lead early on. So he picks up a glove of the Swift. What do we expect to see Solstice build into from here?
Ooh, that's I have a feeling
that
he's
a
still gonna go
Thunderclaw?
with T-Claw. I think he's gonna go
Okay.
with T-Claw, correct, because they don't really have a farming hero if the game does reach that end, late game kind of area.
I will
So you see
say, yeah, go ahead.
as they now start doing what I mentioned, they're pushing that top line.
Grappling shot onto Deadlift, but Gunblade will be turned around on as he goes down. I believe that was a Wheatfield catching him, and Solstice started that off with a charge, but they weren't able to, he did use the Lunar Judgment as well. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Meraxis does fall. So they get another kill onto Gunblade and the Chipper in the bottom lane, or top lane, excuse me.
The Gunblade was able to Unholy Strength 3 heroes there. He had 16 strength stolen, so it kept him alive from the Gunblade ultimate.
Okay, so yeah, Deadlift picking up those armor boots, Bladed Greaves, and as well as the Glowstone, which that's looking like it will be a Staff of the Master, as we did predict. So he is building the very tanky route early on.
Absolutely. I mean, it's smart thing to do. I mean, being able to steal 10 strength and give it to yourself is pretty absurd per hero too. So you have to think about how much that adds to the hero.
So Taro took down the bottom tower. Actually went to the credit of the team, but she does go for the Whispering Helm. I was going to suggest this before we had lots of engagements going on. We might even have another one as we have an Veiled Rotted Riftwalker as well as an Invisible Myrmidon. So something is about to happen, or they are looking for a kill. Gunblade is alone for now in the mid lane. Luna with another Veiled Rot. I mean, there's just so much Veiled Rot going on. Wormhole is channeled in the mid lane, but it's going to be avoided by Gunblade. I don't know how he knew that that was coming. He does a nice job of avoiding that. Solstice picks up a portal key, by the way. Didn't see that one coming. He gets the blinding rush stun in onto Gunblade, and the follow-up is there from the team support.
Wow,
So
that was I guess it's just a casual gloves of Swift then, unless he's going into like an Insana Terrace or something. But that was my bad. I was gonna actually, I completely missed the Whispering Helm. Typically, a lot of
yeah,
Tarot players go Whispering Helm and then they go the Shroud.
yeah, something like a Shroud or a Geobane or a Nullstone, depending on the game, some kind of follow-up survivability item for Taro, as she is a very easy carry to bring down.
Yeah,
But yeah,
Geo.
back to yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I think the Geos is a pretty good pickup from her this game.
Yeah, I think so as well. Um, Able to disjoint some stuff as well as give her some extra stats could be an option. But the gloves of the Swift, I want to talk about for a second on the Solstice. That builds into several items, most notably the Thunderclaw, but also items like the Insanitarius and the Elder Parasite. I mean, to be quite honest, I wouldn't be surprised to see any of those picked up by the Solstice, but I do think we are going to see the Thunderclaw. He's just going to opt to get it a little bit later this game, prioritizing the Portal Key, which we saw him make great use of early on. But middle lane, we have a Portal Key initiation from Rally. He gets the Compel stun. A nice two-man counter stun from Solstice. He gets the slow from the ultimate, and now the TPs are coming in. Rally will fall as Myrmidon is now here. Can they get the chase onto Gunblade? Weedfield is going to connect onto Gunblade. Do they have the follow-up damage? He is a little bit tanky with that shield, but he is going to go down as the crits from Solstice do so much damage. A double tap coming out here for Snooki on that Solstice as he has now bumped himself up to level 13. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Taro does TP up here, and he will get the tower denied. Now, can they bring down the deadlift? He is so darn tanky, as you pointed out early on, and he's just going to kind of walk it off. Chainsaws were used from Chipper as well, but they don't have the catch. Deadlift is going to survive. So despite the, this is actually the second tower deny, I believe, from Big Ego Crew, so a nice job there, denying them the tower gold. But it does open up a lot of map space now, as they don't have any towers in their top lane anymore.
Yeah, I'm looking for the deadlift to finish that that staff and then rotate bottom as they take the rest of the tier 2s. But you know, one of the interesting things that I really like about Snooki was his patience there, and how he waited for the two heroes to group up, and then he knew right away, like, yeah,
Mid lane Rally has an initiation here. Wheatfield is going to be used defensively. Here comes the wormhole. It's not going to be canceled. It's going to land onto Chipper only, though, so they will get the kill onto Chipper. Meraxis is in the front lines with that Matrax, but he is now falling as the shield does wear off, and only Myrmidon is nearby. So it looked like it was setting up to be a big wormhole, only ends up connecting onto the Chipper. They trade 1 for 1. So I think that actually goes in favor of Big Ego Crew losing their Chipper for the Meraxis, who has not really had the greatest start yet. Still waiting for his portal key. He doesn't have any gold, as he did go all the way into the steam boots. Bottom lane, and Luna does get caught by I think that was a solo kill on Solstice. Now, he might be in a lot of trouble here as the TPs are coming in. The Chipper has respawn. Taro is going to get that stun on the creep, and yeah, there's no getting out of that one if you're Snooki. Didn't get the portal key up just in time to get out. So a little overextension there, as Snooki on the Solstice definitely worth more than the Aluna, so the Big Ego Crew finding themselves another favorable exchange. Oh, the Crip, top lane, they're trying to get the body blocks, but a Tablet of Command will get Riftwalker to safety.
wow, this Taro's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, bottom lane, Taro, he's chasing very deep here. Will end up falling back in time. Myrmidon was making his way over, but Taro, as we can see, will get to safety.
Yeah, it looks like with the pickup of the Firebrand, he's definitely gonna be going the Geometers here. And one of the interesting things that a lot of people feel like Taro needs a T-Claw to farm fast. I personally think the Chalice with the Whispering Helm is sufficient to be able to just go and jump farm in the jungle.
Yeah, and Ricochet is an ability that can just clear camps pretty quickly, as it does bounce many times. I believe it's 8 times it bounces, if I'm not mistaken. So it does do a lot of damage to the jungle creeps, and then having the sustain from the Whispering Helm is generally enough to keep her upkeep on HP, as well as the mana from the Chalice, as you pointed out. So yep.
Well, it can also crit. That's
Yeah.
another thing.
Yeah, exactly.
So the more either stats you build or damage you build, you're gonna farm that much faster. And T-Claw isn't really a stat type item. So personally, I think you farm just as fast with the Q. With the Ricochet. So, So based off how the game's currently going, what's your prediction, Wig? How do you think Hellborn wins this game?
Well, I think the staff timing on Deadlift's going to be really crucial, as we have a Veiled Rotted double damage Gunblade. He's going to run right into the Riftwalker here. He's not able to get his White Talisman off. Now, they were baiting this. Here comes the counterplay from the Solstice, and Gunblade does pop his shield. Is it going to be too fast for them to chase down? Solstice is leading the charge. He has Portal Key up. He's going to go in here. One more hit. He is going to get the kill. So they do get a 1-for-1. And will they be able to find any more? Now, I think... So the timing, I think, as we were talking about, on the Deadlift staff, I think is going to be very crucial to their ability to group up.
As he just picks it up right now.
Yeah, I think he just got the final piece. Which is not too bad, a 19-minute staff on the Deadlift, who was priority farm this game. Not too bad, but not also the quickest. I also think they are waiting on the Portal Key Moraxis, as they are lacking, that instant jump to set up that wormhole. Of course, they do have the Portal Key on Solstice, but Solstice is more of a backline counter initiator. So they are still waiting for that initial portal key on the Meraxis. As we have lots of heroes grouped up here in the bot lane. Yeah, fight is brewing. Rally is going to use the roar, but he's not going to look to go in with the compel, as he's expecting them. Oh, here he goes. The compel is initiated, and rockets do follow. Meraxis does go down as he gets the Majax off. Wheatfield is going to connect on to Deadlift, and Deadlift will go down. It's falling to pieces now for Hellborn's side. Grappling shot is here, and Solstice will go down. They get completely caught out of position, as the wormhole was not ready to go in time, as he was still respawning. Myrmidon will go down. It's a 4-for-1 exchange. They did get the Tarot, though. Big point is they did get the Tarot, but it did cost them 4 players, so safe to say not 100% worth it there. If you're lactose intolerant. Another big team fight coming out for Big Ego Crew, and they're going to look to turn this into a tower push in the mid lane now.
Yeah, that was kind of a sketchy fight, but I feel like they felt like they were in a good position because of the deep ward that they have. You can see the ward of sight right there down by the bottom lane, as well as the fact that they had a counter ward up on top of the cliff. I feel like they thought that they had adequate vision to fight, and unfortunately, they came out on the short end of the stick on that one.
Yeah, I mean, the one good thing is they did get the Tarot, but it just costed a little bit too much.
Yeah, the rally absolutely blew up, as you can
Chipper's
see.
Chipper's gonna go down here. Yeah, he just gets caught out of position here.
Yeah, the Deadlift got destroyed by the rally. His rally shows that he has the PK, and he's actually going for a staff on his own. Is there a good person for him to staff on his team?
I think he can staff the Chipper. He could also staff the Aluna, but I don't think it's as valuable as the Chipper, as the Saw.
Gunblade's in trouble here.
Yeah, where's Gunblade in the bottom lane? He's gonna run into a Solstice and a Riftwalker, and he couldn't even move. He was just slowed to a pulp. The top lane, Meraxis goes in with the chainsaws. He's actually gonna get turned on by Rally with the seismic slam. Taro deciding he needs to port away, as he's outnumbered here, but he's not going to be successful, and he will go down. The chase is still on. Meraxis trying to land those axes. Solstice is going to get a charge, but I don't know. Are they going to be able to pursue this? The rocket's kind of hindering that chase. So Lactose Intolerant finds themselves yet again another kill on their Taro, but this time they don't lose any casualties.
Nope. As you can see, look at this. Oh, the backdoor protection is going to save him from it. because they're going to group up now and push mid, it looks like. But Luna's actually really good right here against the push of Hellborn. Without having, it doesn't look like anyone's even close to building barrier idol. It's going to be very hard for them to push against the Luna power throw.
I mean, they also have the chainsaws as well if they're forced to
Yeah.
use them defensively. Moraxis is going to choose support to the base. He is getting very close to that portal key. He needs about another 800 gold. A little bit less than that, actually. But a couple of creep waves, and he should be on his way. They do have the tier 1 tower here in the bottom lane that's very low on HP, so they could look to group up down here and take that tower, which would give Moraxis, I believe, enough gold for the PK.
And Hellborn, something to note here, Hellborn's definitely on a timing. If the game goes late, I don't expect them to win this versus the 2-core of the Gunblade and the Tarot. I don't see them having the damage. As you see, the Gunblade actually picks up a Nullfire, which is going to be very good against the Deadlift, being able to purge off the stacks from Unholy Power.
So it's a great point you bring up. So we see a 1,000 gold lead, which is, you know, not the biggest gold lead for a 23-minute match. Most notably, the experience lead inching more and more in Hellborn's favor. They're sitting at a 6,000 experience lead, but their carry this game is going to be a Solstice. They don't, you know, they have a Deadlift. He's not going to scale in terms of right clicks or anything. Whereas the Legion side has definitely, without a doubt, they have the hardest carry in the game as in Tarot, and then they have that backup carry in Gunblade. So they are on a timer, as you pointed out, and you know they need to find that timing in the next few minutes, I would say, before they do give enough time to both the Tarot and the Gunblade. So Tarot does now have her Shrunken Head completed. They do get a Kongor uncontested here, so they do get the bonuses from the Kongor, as well as they find themselves a tier 1 tower in the top lane. Now they did exchange their tier 1 in the bottom lane, and Hellborn is now turning their attention on their Kongor, so it should even out in terms of tower and Kongor kills. But would definitely like to see Hellborn grouping up and taking a fight now.
Yep. So that they actually have, they're going to have 2 ways to purge the Deadlift barbed armor as well as the Unholy Power stacks. They have the Sand Scepter on the Chipper, as well as once Gunblade has level 2 Nullfire Blade, he'll be able to purge it as well off that. So unfortunately for the Deadlift, he's not going to be able to get those, get as tanky as he wants to.
Invisible Gunblade here for another 23 seconds. Veiled Rod and Moraxis, so interested to see if Gunblade chooses to go in now. He should be able to see Myrmidon from here. He's going to see an initiation as Moraxis jumps the Tarot. He is going to get his Shrunken Head off as there was no follow-up from the remaining cast. Barbed Armor is popped by Deadlift. He's in the front lines. Here comes the Wormhole. Is it going to land onto several? It lands onto 2 in the background. Wheatfield does connect onto Tarot. Can they bring the Tarot down? She's life-stealing, but she will go down. Seismic Slam in the background does a lot of damage to both Deadlift and Rally is forced to fall back. A buyback comes out immediately from Tarot as Myrmidon does go down. Now, Hellborn needs to be careful to not overstay their welcome. The Deadlift ultimate is actually going to be canceled by Chipper. Nice job. So he's not going to be able to revive the Myrmidon, and Deadlift will go down. It's a double tap coming out for Rally as Stout Tarot is here in full force. She is pounded in the right clicks. Moraxis will go down, and Legion team, they're going to pop a regen rune here. Or, excuse me, that's not the regen. That is a Deja Vu. Got a little confused there with the green coloring on the Luna skin there. But they only lose the Gunblade. I mean, they did use a buyback on Tarot. Who came out ahead in this fight? Dave.
Oh, man. I do think that the Legion came out a little bit. You can see the shift in the gold.
Yeah.
I don't know if you watched, but the Tarot, in terms of RNG, got destroyed there. He was man fighting the Solstice and didn't get the crits needed to bring him down. Or sorry, the Gunblade was man fighting the Solstice, and actually the Solstice just stood there and just manned up on him. And
Yeah.
it was, I'm sorry, I mixed up the, the 2 heroes that are ranged, the Gunblade and the Tarot. So it was very interesting seeing the Gunblade go on the Solstice instead of one of the squishier targets like the Myrmidon, because he was invis. So he used it, he canceled the Solstice ultimate, but unfortunately, yeah, it wasn't the best fight in terms of Hellborn.
Okay. So despite using a
Wormhole
buyback
top.
as top lane, Wormhole is going to come out onto Gunblade. Do they have the follow-up? Solstice is going to land the stun, but the Seismic Slam is going to be connected onto Riftwalker as he goes down. Now we have a lifesteal battle going on. Solstice is going to bring down Gunblade before he does go down. It's a double tap coming out for Chipper, so it is a 2-for-1 at the end of all things.
Yeah, the
Did you bring
Solstice
that-
knew he wasn't escaping that, so he said, I'm just going to man up and get the humiliation, which he does. He humiliates the huge soul player.
Yes, the counter to the SmackDown being the humiliation. Now Deathlift's going to do a res here, so he's going to revive them. And he says, hey guys, you weren't dead too long. So now what do
That's
they
awesome.
do with this res is the thing. Do they look to take another fight or push a tower here?
Wouldn't make the most sense. I think he just res them so that they could gain some map control and kind of at least make up some ground on that gold, the deficit of 3k gold. Plus, the cooldown's really not that long. It's only 80 seconds on cooldown right now. So by the next fight, it's 120 seconds, 2 minutes cooldown. By the time they fight again, it's going to be up. So might as well use it, right?
I agree. Eastern pop by Riftwalker here. They're all grouped up in the mid lane. So you expect to see the Geometer's Bane on Taro as he did opt for the Shrunken Head. I think that's pretty wise as there is lots of magic damage on the side of Legion. Prioritizes that over a completed Geometer's Bane.
Yeah, he's been getting pretty pressured. Plus, with the buyback, it makes a little bit more sense. Just the position that they're in now. But I do think he's going to go the Geos next, unless Dutch is all about movement speed, so he might go the Dawnbringer. Which, what are your thoughts on Dawnbringer?
I thought you were going to say the Wind Whistle. I'm actually surprised he doesn't have a Wind Whistle. But I guess he gets movement speed from his Knuckles, which are fully capped at 5 charges. It's that 15 movement speed from the Knuckles.
Yep.
Which is not as much as a Wind Whistle. Or actually, it is exactly the same. I stand corrected. I thought it was 20, but it is 15. So there's his Wind Whistle in a different form.
Oh, count. Yep. BKB completed on the Shrunken Head completed on the Solstice as well. As you see, look at the tower damage coming in from this deadlift. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the onslaught. Bringing that down very quickly. He does sell the Chalice, I believe, on Solstice for that item slot. But yeah, he picks up the Shrunken, so it's being delivered to him here. A much needed item pickup as he is getting CC'd a lot as he tries to man up. He has a DD rune bottled up by Riftwalker, who gives him the bottle here. See if that comes into play in this next upcoming team fight. I can't see if that has another minute on it. He's going to choose to use it right away here. Now the stun from Taro is going to hold Deadlift in place. A nice tablet from the team support going to get him out of that tower range, so no further pressure. But Gunblade, meanwhile, in the top lane, chooses to take out the tier 2 tower without any resistance from Hellborn. So they jump out to a 4,200 gold lead, and the experience is nearly identical.
Wow.
Initiation from Moraxis here. He gets a 2-man stun. Tablet comes out onto Rally. Do they have the catch now? Wormhole is coming into the background. He gets a nice wormhole. Now they're diving very deep into the Legion base. Buyback comes out from Taro as he did go down immediately. He does not have a Shrunken Head ready to go. Chainsaws are slowing them in the base. Now Hellborn is in full retreat mode. They need to reset and wait for those cooldowns. They are getting completely torn apart. One goes down, it being that Moraxis. The res is still available and ready to go. Solstice is leading the front lines. 80 almost brings down the Taro. He will get turned on. He will go down. He needed one more auto attack to bring him down. Gunblade is now in here with the grappling shot. Moraxis does get res from that deadlift ultimate, and he gets a Quake stun. A buyback comes out from Gunblade, so a second buyback from the team, and Moraxis will go down, and now Taro, yet again, he survives very low. The barbed armor is popped in the front lines by Deadlift, but he will fall. So they lose 3 players on the side of... actually, I think it was more because Moraxis died and got rezzed. So they get quite a lot of kills on the side of Big Ego Crew, but it does come at the cost of the second buyback on Taro, but also the first onto Gunblade. So what's the big picture here, Dave? So we got a couple of buybacks and we got several kills onto Hellborn. Who won this fight?
Well, it's interesting because the deadlift was able to res both the Solstice and the Myrmidon.
Okay, so they did end up rezzing 2 players.
Yes, and then when
I stand corrected.
the Solstice respond, you don't respawn full health. And he basically got melted down again by the gunblade. So, he died twice there technically. So I don't know. Do you get the XP from both those deaths? You do, correct? You don't. Okay, so that's something else to consider. You actually don't get the XP from the death of the second or the first. Is it the first or second time, Wig? Do you know? Because it's interesting to think about that as well.
It says passively leaves a gravestone when an ally hero dies. Allies revived will neither leave a gravestone nor lose gold from dying for 30 seconds. So
Okay,
they don't
so
lose gold.
They don't lose gold. However, the Legion team does get the benefit from the XP and the
Yeah, I
gold
believe that
doing
would as they still are
Yes.
killing a hero. So yeah.
So
We're gonna
that
see a combo
definitely in the
attempt
favor
here.
of Legion team. As you see, look at the shift in gold as well. Given that they lost a tier 3.
I think did Deadlift just right click a heart? I completely missed that. I think I don't know if he has that and 3k gold, so I might have seen that wrong. He picks up a gnomes. I don't know if he had that earlier.
Yeah, he had the gnomes prior.
So he
to
had the
this. I
gnomes
think he's just sitting
earlier.
on
We didn't
3K
mention
gold.
that.
Yeah.
So maybe he's gonna look to buy a heart in the upcoming minutes here. They're gonna trade Kongors. Do
Yeah, that
we
is
want to
something-
talk about Kong buffs at all? It's always something that's I find very interesting, but we might not have time for it as well. Maybe we do. Gunblade should be fine
What?
here in the bottom lane.
The Solstice is going damage over the movement speed, which is understanding. The deadlift going stats.
Yep, just
Gunblade
choosing to bulk up.
going movement speed. So I really think it depends. I'm sure Dutch is going movement speed as well. Yep. He's going
Damage
to
on
movement speed.
Riftwalker as well. Moraxis picks movement speed. Myrmidon picks stats, so that's pretty standard, I would say. Chipper takes damage. So
The
some of
Shrunken Head's actually picked up on the deadlift.
Oh, okay, so he farms the 3,900 gold and decides he needs to have some magic immunity. Could understand that, as that would allow him to. I believe the only superior stun through a shrunken is the gunblade grappling shot currently. It would allow him to get off a res as long as he uses the shrunken in combination with the resurrection.
Correct.
That cannot be canceled by anything other than the grappling shot from gunblade currently.
Yeah, and it's really difficult right now for Hellborn to push this bottom racks because the Solstice is top lane. So Legion doing the right thing, installing any push that Hellborn's doing, because I mean they're only getting stronger as this game goes on. I think they're completely okay with forcing rotations and delaying the game out a little bit longer.
Are they gonna lose a base tower here?
They actually might.
Oh, okay, they just barely save it. 29 health as the archers. The range creeps did change their target there at the very end to the deadlift, so keep the tower alive for now.
Yeah, Meraxis looks like he's building up into a Hellflower next, which Hellflower is going to be amazing against this Legion team.
Yeah, I think most specifically the Tarot, if they can stop him from getting off his shrunken head. They only have a Sand Scepter on Chipper, as Nullfire Blade cannot be used on allies other than Gunblade using it on himself. Very key to remember. So they only have the Sand Scepter on the Chipper.
Yeah.
If Tarot does get Hellflowered in the later stages. They do pick up a Sheepstick though on Riftwalker, so speaking of those big crowd control items, as Riftwalker does pick up a Sheepstick, follow up her post haste, and
good poured out by the
Void
Gunblade
combination. Yeah, so he avoids death. He uses a Shrunken Head though, so he doesn't have that for a minute. That's a pretty significant cooldown. Top lane, we do have a jump coming out onto Riftwalkers. They managed to find him hiding here in the trees. I'm not too sure how they knew he was up there. Now the TPs are coming into the base as they want to get their region on and get ready to defend this Raxus. Hellborn is grouping up down here, but that's a really good pickoff, as Riftwalker, I think, was looking to post haste down into the bot lane to join his team.
Yep, absolutely. As you see now, the Solstice also picks up the armband. I'm curious what he's going to be building into next.
You know, normally I would like 100% say that was a Dawnbringer. Actually, I shouldn't even say 100% because there are many items it builds into, and a lot are good on Solstice, being the Basher, the Brutalizer, excuse me, the Dawnbringer, or even something like in this case, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Barbed Armor. He right-clicks the Barbed Armor, and the reason for that is the Tarot. If you think of the #1 counter to heroes like Tarot or even like Gladiator that do these big crit style of effects, Barbed Armor is great against those heroes because it returns 80%, I believe it's 80% of that in true damage. So if Tarot gets a big crit and you return 80% of that, she's not the tankiest hero. She will take a lot of damage.
See, the dust actually comes out from the Tarot. They're trying to catch the Solstice. As they actually see right now where the Gunblade's at. He might actually initiate here on the Gunblade.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he does choose to go for that. Probably needs team support as there is a Shrunken Head on him. Meraxis in the mid lane taking a lot of pressure. He already used the Matrix though. He might go down here. The Arcane Shield is actually going to be procced by Aluna with that Emerald lightning stun. So Meraxis does a nice job of being patient with that shield, getting himself to safety, not allowing for the follow-up to finish him. Meanwhile, the creeps do take the top tower. Yeah, as we did talk, it was so low. So just any form of creep damage going to be enough there to bring it down. But that does expose their racks. Now, Hellborn does have 2 players here at the bottom lane, or 3, excuse me, as Deadlift is in the front lines with that barbed armor. Illuminate, Breath of Soul, excuse me. I always mix those names up. Breath of Soul is channeled, but they're not going to chase into it, so cooldown wasted there. We'll be back up in 1 minute, though. It's not the longest
Wow.
cooldown spell.
Luna picks up a sheep stick.
Yeah, Mex is really notorious for finding this farm when he does play Saluna. I've seen time and time again where he is actually one of the top GPMs in his team playing that position 5. And he does it here yet again. He just quietly finds the farm, kind of goes unnoticed, and then 40 minutes into the game he finds himself with a sheep stick. Initiation here onto the Tarot as he gets jumped by the Quicksand from Meraxis. Now Rally jumps in. He's going to get gone on. He gets the slam off, does a lot of damage to 2 heroes, and Solstice pops the Shrunken Head. Here comes the Wormhole though in the background. Sheepstick comes out onto the Riftwalker, and Tarot is still alive, so they don't get the kill onto the Tarot. Solstice now is in full retreat mode, as there was a buyback here from Rally, so that's playing a little bit of a part here in the team fight being won here for the Legion side. It's a hat-trick coming out for Mex on that Aluna, and they get 4 kills. And I don't think Deadlift was able to get off a successful res here in this fight, unless I missed that. So a pretty solid team fight here coming out for Big Ego Crew, as they only use the 1 buyback on the Rally, which I think they are happy to use. No, they did get the melee rack, so despite losing the team fight, they did get what they came for. But Dave, was it enough? Is losing 4 players for that melee racks and you know, not killing the Tarot, for example, in this fight, is that worth it, would you say?
You know, if you look at that fight again, if you look back at it, the racks had already fallen, and then the Meraxis jumped in. I think that was a really bad go by the Meraxis to jump in like that, especially since Onslaught was on cooldown. The Onslaught alone killed the racks. I think they could have just taken the racks and backed without even fighting.
Okay, that's a good point you bring up. And, you know, Meraxis, he's really close to his Hellflower. That's kind of another key item that they're kind of waiting on as well. So maybe perhaps being the wrong decision to choose to take that fight after the racks had already fallen. Eldrotted Solstice, or excuse me, Invisibility Rune Solstice is going to run into a Luna here. They might look to go for this as Meraxis. He's getting the portal keys canceled. Luna actually goes in aggressively with the Sheepstick. They're going to get the kill on the Meraxis. Now that's going to force Solstice to man up here. He's going to use the slow from the ultimate, but the tablets are going to come in to buy Luna the distance. And now Solstice is the one who has to be careful as his Shrunken Head is now worn off. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, we have a Wormhole channeled, and they are going to get the kill onto Tarot with that Sheepstick as well. Now, Tarot is not buying back for 90 more seconds. Can they continue this fight further? Here comes the Resurrection. That's not going to be stopped, and they are going to res the Riftwalker. But Meraxis will be out of range, so they do get 1 res there, and they will be fighting strong. They do get the kill on the Chipper as well as Rally. So that's 3 kills now, Dave. Are they going to be able to turn this into a Rax push?
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Dutch was just caught out of position, and the Rickwalker initiated on him, and he wasn't able to get the BKB off before he got sheeped. And, oh my gosh, that was just so brutal.
Yeah, so they have the second buyback here on Rally. Are they going to use it? Grappling shot comes out from the Gunblade. Now they're doing a lot of damage to Solstice. Solstice will go down. He did return a lot of damage with that barbed armor, but Gunblade is still fighting strong. Sheepstick comes out onto the deadlift. Here comes a tablet from Riftwalker to get him to safety. And they did use the second buyback here on the Rally, so buybacks are getting thin now for this Legion side, as they did put a bit of tower pressure. Now they did lose the Solstice, but is that good enough, Dave, that they forced the buyback as well as get the tower, around 60 life?
They're
60% life?
they're still delaying the game. I mean, this is completely fine as long as they don't get caught here.
Here comes another jump here. They're going to get it onto Gunblade, but he's going to buy himself the distance with that shield, giving him that bonus movement speed, as Rally was also, I believe, using the compel there to get him to safety. So
that was a very good compel.
Yep.
He was able to stun him, because if he dies right there, I think they at least lose the mid tower. Because he does not have buyback. So buyback's definitely thin. There's only one more buyback left, and he doesn't even have the gold for it on the Gunblade. No buybacks for Rally, no buybacks for Taro. So definitely risky now for Dutch. He can't really position himself like that anymore.
And Rally. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if he gets caught out by the Rickwalker sheep, he's gonna just instantly blow up.
He gets the full wing bow here, as both teams are trading Kongors right now. I want to see if what they could do here is have a Luna try to snipe Hellborn Kong, and then wait to kill their Kong. I wonder if they're gonna do this, and then that would give them the token. Now they want to make sure to not give token to the other side, but I eat my words as the Emerald Red is actually on cooldown, so I'm a little sad. I was hoping for a really big token steal, but each team is just going to do their Kongors and just, fall back respectively. But what I wanted to point out was the Rally using, he was forced to use both his buybacks in a relatively short time span. He was getting really close to his Shrunken Head. He's not going to have that for quite a while now, as he's only sitting on the 300 gold. I'm not sure if he has the the Warhammer, I think it's called, picked up in the stash. But if not, he still needs the two pieces, and that's gonna really delay his Shrunken for quite some time.
Hellborn has all of their buybacks.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very difficult for Legion to win this game, regardless of them having
the late game advantage.
Late game heroes on their team, because now they basically have to play perfectly, especially the Taro. The Taro died once. They're gonna be struggling. So I would say great use of conserving buybacks as well by Hellborn, and I think that comes with the fact that they've been the aggressors, pushing the towers with the deadlift, that they have been able to conserve their buybacks.
Yeah.
Whereas
Jade Spire picked up.
BKB
that's
rookie.
I just noticed that as well. That's a miss.
My
That's 100% a misclick there, and it is important because although Legion might not know it, that is a big cooldown that they have to wait 60 seconds for, as they are going to want that available. Chipper, I believe he dodged that Illuminescence reveal from Solstice. They're still going to go for him, though. Actually, they kind of spot him out here, and the Meraxis is leading the way. Here comes the Quake Stun, and Chipper is all by himself. He is going to go down. He does not have a buyback. That's 70 seconds that they have no Chipper.
Wow, do you think they saw the Solstice use the BKB or no?
No, I don't think. Well, actually, maybe. Was he farming creeps?
Yeah, he was farming mid lane.
They might have picked up on that.
Because it would have been nice if they fought that tight top, and then we were able to push that exposed Rax. But unfortunately, this
Savage
is not
Mace.
the best situation without the Chipper. Chipper's dead for 60 seconds.
Savage Mace picked up on Solstice. He's going to run into Gunblade and a Luna here, but a counter Sheepstick comes out from Riftwalker. Can they get the kill onto the Gunblade here? He can't get the Shrunken Head off. Sheepstick comes out onto Solstice. He does not have a Shrunken Head for 3 more seconds. He will go down. He pops the Barb, though, so he does get Gunblade in response. That's a really clutch usage of the Barb armor before he goes down. Rally tries to line up the slam here as Taro puts the stun out onto Riftwalker. He's going to get pulled back. Riftwalker will go down. He does not have a buyback. Solstice does, however, have a buyback, so they do get the Gunblade, and the Chipper has still been dead from the previous fight, so 3 players up for both sides. Deadlift might look to do a res here.
He could do it. I
on
think
the
he might be in
Solstice.
position to
Luna
res
gets a
both.
sheepstick here on the Myrmidon, but Myrmidon, he's looking like he's okay as the rally. He's not interested in following it up. And Riftwalker got rezzed, but not Solstice, so I guess he wasn't in range. Really quickly, something I wanted to point out is that Deadlift picked up a Jade Spire, and I think, is that solely for the purpose of having a larger res radius?
I would
'Cause-
believe so. Except
or-
right there, it really didn't help him because he couldn't res the Solstice as
Does
well. I mean,
does it work on his Q ability, giving him more cast range on the Unholy
Yes.
Power?
it
And
does give him more cast
also
range
the
on that Unholy
Onslaught, I
Power.
think he can hit the racks from farther with the creeps, force the creeps to attack from farther range, perhaps.
See, because the radius is it's 1500 radius. So I would assume that that's also.
But then my next question
the
is:
Jade
is
Spire.
that his best item choice? Is that worth the extra cast range on a deadlift? Because
I don't think so.
I've never seen this item pickup on a deadlift before.
I would have liked to see a spiked bola. Oh,
We have a sheepstick
initiation.
coming out from Luna here onto the Riftwalker. They're going to get him with a grappling shot. They're going to cancel that slam as he did go down quickly. Fishes come out in the background. Deadlift is going to try to go for a res. He has the res available and the shrunken head. He's just waiting for the right timing. Moraxis is in the front lines with that Matrax, but he is going to go down. Here comes the res from Deadlift now. It's going to get interrupted. He didn't use the shrunken. He actually forgot to use the shrunken there, so the res does get canceled. Now Rally is going to go down. He doesn't have a buyback. Serial Killer Streak comes out from Myrmidon as he gets a kill, but I think big picture is Taro still alive, putting in the right clicks, and he is going to get the kill onto the Deadlift when it's all done. It's a complete genocide now for the Legion side, and they didn't use any buybacks. The Gunblade, the Taro, and the Aluna all survive.
That would have been a huge resurrection, but he forgot to use the BKB.
Yeah, I gotta say that's unlike him. He forgot to use the shrunken in time. Maybe he thought he was safe, but I think that's the whole reason why you pick up that shrunken is to get that res off, and it would have been massive. I think it would have been a 3-man res there.
Yeah.
The Rift, the Moraxis, and the I think at the same time the Solstice had gone down as well.
This is looking kind of grim now for Hellborn as they actually
Yeah,
use the buyback.
Deadlift
right
is
now.
the only one with a buyback. He's going to use it immediately. Grappling shot is ready to go, but Deadlift has the barbed, and Gunblade doesn't have the most health at the moment, so not going to choose to go for it. Would be unwise. The respawners are coming up now. Roofwalker and Moraxis do naturally respawn.
Yep.
But
you now have a Hellflower
got some-
picked up as well on the Gunblade.
yeah, that's another big item pickup. Now he does use the Veiled Rot. He decides that 800 life is enough. He's looking for some kills here. I guess if he does find somebody by himself, regardless of his HP, he could get a fast kill, as there is a lot of burst from the grappling shot and the slug still. Moraxis in the mid lane. That's not really the target he wants to go for.
He's really greedy standing uphill.
Yeah,
like
I don't like
doesn't have
this in the
buyback
late
either.
in the late game stage to be running around the enemy side of the map with 800 HP, no buyback. It's just so greedy. We did see bot lane. The Taro Illusions, I believe, did put a lot of pressure on that tier 3 tower. So that is something worth mentioning. Taro did complete a full Symbol of Rage now.
Mid lane. Oh no.
They get a kill onto the Moraxis. He's going to be instantly res though. And he will respawn with full life. Now here comes the Seismic Slam from Rally. It is going to connect. Moraxis will get the Matrax off. Shrunken Head is popped by Rally. They're not going to find the initiation. Both teams look to re-engage. It looks like they're both content with falling back. Most notably Hellborn having their bot lane pressured here by the Taro Illusions.
Yeah, something else to notice as well. The Solstice actually sold his Abyssal for that Savage Mace.
Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot to mention that. I think it was pretty significant though to pick up the Savage, so I definitely do agree with it.
I
guess
agree with it as well.
valuing all the other item pickups, but yeah, they do lack. They do get to miss out now on that armor aura, which is a little bit sad. But I think at the same time, it probably was his best item choice to get rid of, as the barb still has quite a lot of value, as well as the remaining items. Thunderclaw
Well, they need
giving him
someone with right
that
click
extra farming
damage.
presence. Yeah.
on Hellborn, and that's solely what the Solstice is going to be doing. I almost think he's going to potentially sell. Well, no, he might pick up the Lightning over
The
the
Hypercrown.
T-Claw next. I wonder
Chipper
if they're going to be able
gonna
to spot up
TP away
Chipper.
top lane.
Interesting.
Gunblade's
They had a
still low HP. I don't think he's healed since we've seen him just running around with like 800 life.
I know. I'm really confused by what he's doing. Do you think he's trying to bait some? I
I
don't
don't
know.
know. The
Maybe he just has the
Congors
best-
have respawned again. I actually can't believe it's been 10 minutes since we saw last Congor. I feel like we just saw Congors like 2 minutes ago. But both Congors have respawned, and Legion looks like they're going to get theirs for free. This will be their 4th Congor. Same with the Hellborn side. If they do choose to go to their Congor, which they should be looking to do, that would be their 4th Congor as well. I think... Yeah, go ahead.
Deadlift finished the Frostfield plate.
Oh, that's a really
That-
big item pickup.
That's
I'm
gonna
all
be
for...
huge.
I am all for him not having buyback and just going this, every item as it comes to him. As that's a really big pickup, and he loves to just sit in the front lines and tank as much as he can. But
We have to think they have 2 ranged agility heroes that attack speed is actually critical on those guys. So
Yeah.
having that aura, as well as being able to activate the frost to chase people down, I mean, that's gonna be huge in team fights.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is where we see the movement speed buffs from the Congors. This is where it's gonna really start to take effect, because the longer the game goes, having the movement speed as the choice of buff from the Congor is gonna allow you to have essentially an extra item slot, as you can theoretically get rid of your
Well, look at
boot
the
slot.
Taro. He sold
Yeah.
boots already for Shroud.
Yeah, exactly. And this is why I bring it up, because you don't really need boots in the late game if you have 4 stacks of movement speed from Kongor. You get 60 movement speed, which is the equivalent of the movement speed he would be getting from his steam boots. I believe he had steam boots earlier.
So who
correct
did
me if
Mech
I'm
X
wrong there.
staff? Did he staff the Chipper? He did staff the Chipper. Look
Yeah.
how farmed this this support Aluna is, sitting at 450 GPM.
Yeah, if I didn't know better, if I was just tuning in, I would think he was the mid. But as we know, he is the position 5 this game. He has found so much farm, and I think it's completely fine that he buys a staff. I think the staff on Chipper is really strong. Just having that superior slow, as they do have shrunken heads on both the deadlift and the solstice. Those are great targets for that saw blade showdown. Um, it also allows Aluna, I'm trying to remember exactly what it does there. It gives her a longer emerald red, which is her ultimate, buffs it up to 20 seconds, and I think that allows her to use more of the red forms on her 3 abilities. So she'll have more instances of emerald red to work with once he does pop that. So
Yeah, the all
not
chat
the
coming from,
not the worst. Yep.
the all chat was coming from Dutch. Never mind mid.
Hellborn is
they
knocking
killed
on the base here as they do use the onslaught. It is gonna force out the glyph of fortification here in response from the Legion side. Solstice is gonna blink in aggressively for that tower, but will he end up falling? He's gonna fall very quickly. I don't know if that was the right decision there from Snooki. Now here comes an initiation in the background. Rally does land a slam onto Meraxes. Deadlift is gonna pop the shrunken head and gonna res Solstice, so he is gonna pop the shrunken and survive, but he is more so forced to fall back. Here comes the Frostfield activation from Deadlift. He is using that unholy strength, trying to steal as much strength as he can. Here comes the Lunar Judgment from Solstice in the background. It fears them, and can they find the picks that they're looking for? The wormhole was already used, but Taro is fighting strong. She gets a double tap, she gets a hat trick, and it's 4 players now dead for the side of Lactose Intolerant. Taro still sitting at full HP, and only Riftwalker is the survivor. So when it's all said and done, 5 players end up dying as Solstice does die twice. A massive team fight coming out for Big Ego Crew, as not only the Taro, but the Aluna and the Chipper are still alive, and no buybacks were used on the side of Big Ego Crew. They are going to now look to turn this momentum into some kind of objective. Geometer's Bane is being popped. Taro is running toward this top lane where the Rax is now open. Well, Warsaw has been open for quite a while, but they're going to look to try to put some damage here. The Ganjuro, I believe, was just purchased here by Taro, being sent out to her. A buyback does happen here from Solstice. He does still have another buyback and another 4,000 gold, so he was actually sitting with quite a lot of gold. prior to that team fight. I want to say something like in the 5,000s. Taro is going to melt those Raxes. The Glyph is going to come out, but not going to be resisted here. It's going to go down. And both the Riftwalker and the Solstice are up, but I don't know if they can hold this. Taro might go for the range racks as well. Riftwalker just going to use the spells to try to counter push, but they're going to get the full set. So the first full set of the game goes in favor of Big Ego Crew, as only the one melee Rax in the bottom lane is in favor of Lactose Intolerant. They did not get the full set just yet. So they take a 22,000 gold and 18,000 experience lead.
That was kind of grief by what the Solstice did by blinking in to try to get the last hit on that tower, because it forced the resurrection to be used solely on him instead of multiple heroes.
Safe to say Deadlift kind of wants that 3-man res if yes. possible.
That's the purpose of the Jade Spire, to be completely honest, is for him to be able to res multiple heroes in team fights. His Chipper's kind of caught out of position here.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if they're gonna find the catcher. They get the shape stick, and Chipper's all alone here. I think he's gonna go down. He does have a buyback. Actually, no, as he dies, he loses that buyback gold, so he doesn't have the buyback. And we'll see if this turns into another Rax push. No, I don't think they have the glyph available, as it was used in the previous minutes here. Middle lane, Gunblade is going to get gone, and he pops the Shrunken Head. Are they going to look to turn it around? Here comes the Wormhole. It's going to stun Gunblade in place. The Shrunken Head is going to be wearing off in the near future. Barbed Armor is popped by the Solstice, and Meraxis comes in with the assistance of the Quake Stun, and they will bring him down. He does not have a buyback either. That's 2 players without a buyback for Big Ego Crew. This is a huge momentum swing. So despite being in such a hole in terms of golden experience, they could turn this into some Raxes now. Yeah, Taro, look what Taro's doing. He's forced to try to delay them. He's going to look to backdoor in the mid lane here. He's going to get the tower kill. Now the question is, do the Hellborn side look to defend this, or do they go cutthroat here and try to get the Rexes themselves? What do you think they should do, Dave? He's going to get the melee Rex.
Yeah, he's going to get the melee racks there. His initiation now, they're fighting.
Initiation from Rally, he gets the initial stun on Meraxis, but the Sheepstick from Riftwalker is going to catch him. He does get the Shrunken Head off, and now Deadlift is going to go down. He doesn't get the Shrunken or any reses off. Lunar Judgment comes out. It's going to fierce Taro in the background, but she's invisible. I don't know if they saw that. And now Hellborn is in full retreat mode, as Chipper did end up getting buyback gold from that tower going down, so he bought back. And it's a savage streak now. Savage 6 streak now for Taro as she gets the kill onto Meraxis. Yeah, I think something we forgot to mention is him killing that tower in the mid lane gave buyback gold to Chipper.
Yeah, him killing the racks. I think they said, hey, we're only 100 or something gold short. Can you go kill the mid racks and we can buy back and fight this? That's amazing teamwork to understand that, and great communication.
Yeah.
So that's amazing. I wish we would have seen that sooner, but just much smarter than I am.
Also Gunblade. Gunblade used his second buyback, so it wasn't just the Chipper buyback. It was full buybacks from the 2 respawning players. But again, I still feel like it's anyone's game. I mean, 3 players, no buybacks on the Legion side. We're going to get a Sheepstick here onto the Solstice. Is he going to stay alive? Do they have the team support? He is going to go down. Gunblade and Aluna bring him down. He's going to use his second buyback, so Hellborn is going to look to try to fight this. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Taro, he is sitting on the 3rd and final Raxus. He pops the Shrunken Head. He's going to get it, and he is going to fall back. Look at that return damage from the Barbed Armor, but he pops the symbol on the Shrunken, and he will turn it around. He's going to get the kill on this Snooki. Snooki is not buying back as he used his second and final buyback. Myrmidon also goes down. Tier 4s are going down in the Hellborn's base. They are taking tons of pressure. First buyback comes out from Riftwalker. Chainsaws are going to keep Deadlift in place. The Frostfield Plate gets activated. Gunblade is, Meraxis pops the Barbed Armor, and Gunblade is now forced to fall back. He actually attacks the Shrine there. Sheepstick comes out onto the Meraxis, and he will have a portal key in 1 more second, but is not going to find Gunblade. 2 portal keys to safety. Quakestun is going to land on a Taro. Do they see him? They do, but Meraxis will overextend, and he will go down. So only Deadlift and Riftwalker are alive, and there is no resurrection and no buybacks on anyone on the side of Hellborn. Sheepstick is going to come out on a Taro. GG, well plays are being called by both sides, and Hellborn concedes the match. Big Ego Crew takes game number 1 here in the finals. And wow, that was a mouthful, Dave. What a performance here from both sides.
I'm blown away at Dutch going and backdooring that mid racks to get the buyback gold for both the gunblade and the chipper. That was insane because I mean that alone turned the fight. Without those two heroes, they're not able to win that fight mid.
Yeah,
Because we saw
I
they
agree
both did.
completely.
That was sick. I mean that was by far the best match of the tournament, and it makes me even more excited to see what's going to happen in game number 2.
Yeah, this was just game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. We still have a best of 3 series, so we're gonna at least have one more game. And hopefully, if you're me or Dave or watching at home, you want to see 3 games. But that's gonna do it for game number 1. We're gonna take a really short break here, as I'm sure the players need a couple of minutes to recover from a 1-hour game. But we're gonna take a short break here, and we're gonna get back into game number 2 in a couple of minutes. So hang tight, and see you all very soon for game number 2. welcome back. If you're just tuning in, this is the finals of cycle number 2 of the HoN OMG League tournament. We have Big Ego Crew taking on Lactose Intolerant. Lactose Intolerant going to be on the Legion side this time, and Big Ego Crew going to be on the Hellborn side. We just came off of a 1-hour game where Big Ego Crew took that first game of the series, and Big Ego Crew is looking for their second cycle victory here in this finals match, and they are facing a former adversary in Lactose Intolerant, who they did face in the finals of last cycle, cycle number 1, where they actually did take a game off of Big Ego Crew, and we saw there in game number 1 as to why they're holding their ground, and they might even be able to take a game or the series. I am going to be what you got again, joined by Big Wave Dave. Dave, what are we going to see here in game number 2?
Hopefully something as good as last game. That was phenomenal. But I mean, we look again. We see this time they picked the Raw, which is a good hero for them. I mean, Whoop, I think that's his favorite hero in the game is Raw, because he can die and then come back to life. So, no, what are your thoughts? What do you think that Lactose Intolerant needs to do to win this next game?
Man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm surprised we're not seeing Draconis. Draconis is not banned, and whenever we see Snooki play Draconis, it's phenomenal. And Big Ego Crew bans it quite often, but they leave it open here. I'm just surprised we're not seeing a Draconis pick. I mean, there's still 3 more picks to go, but I mean, what do you think we're gonna see? They left open the Doctor Repulsor as well, something that we've seen them have great success with.
Wow,
Are we
they
going to
picked
see
the
any of
Solstice
those
now.
signature picks?
I
Yeah.
don't think we're going to see a Snooki playing the Draconis, because he likes to go Mach on that hero, and by picking Raw, you kind of eliminate that. You don't want 2 heroes with Mach. So
Okay.
unless he has plans of a different build that he's seen work on Draconis, I don't really think it makes sense for them to pick it here. Especially
Yeah,
because
that's a
you
good
already
point.
have that tanky frontliner. But looks like they picked the Sandwraith. Do you think this is going to be a long lane Sandwraith Moira like we saw earlier?
I mean, it's shaping out that way. They got the Amun Ra, which they like to put in the short lane, then rotate him into the jungle once he picks up the helm, and the Shamans, as we saw in semifinal number 2, I believe it was. But yeah, I guess, I mean, it was a good point you brought up about the Draconis, since they already did pick up the Ra. One thing I will say is I don't know if I've ever seen Big Ego Crew run a jungler before. I want to say, I don't know if we have a stat on this, but I feel like this is the first time we're seeing them run a jungler. They're very traditional with their dual support, and they love shortcan on those roamers. Are we gonna see a jungling solstice, or are we gonna see a laning solstice? As we've kind of talked about, this hero kind of can go anywhere, but they do follow it up with a Malikan pickup. So what are your thoughts about the 2 drafts? How they're shaping up so far.
I'm not answering the question about the solstice again, because I got baited last time and I don't want to look
Okay.
stupid. So I'm gonna avoid that question and turn it back to you on where you think it's gonna go.
Oh,
I can
come
already
on.
I can already tell you the Moira Sandwraith. I mean, that Malikan is so good against that lineup that I honestly don't think it's gonna work. I don't think the Moira Sandwraith long lane is gonna work unless they do some kind of tri lane up there with it. I personally don't. The Malikan is so good against that. So yeah,
Okay.
I'd like to know, what's your thought? You think this is a jungle solstice?
It's my initial thought, but I think because they have the Magnus picked up, it could be like an off lane Magnus. They could just throw that onto Volca, and then give
Yeah.
the Solstice to Shortcan if he is their jungle player. But yeah, because they have the Malikan picked up, I think they want to send that Malikan to the short lane. I would be surprised if they did give Malikan to Huge Soul and put it in the mid lane. It's not out of the question to run a mid lane Malikan, but I do think they are going to run that for Dutch, as it is one of his signature heroes. So the only space I feel like they could throw the Solstice now is in the jungle, as he
Yep.
would kind of soak a lot of farm if they did put him somewhere else. Um, but enough of that. The bans are Moraxis, Aluna, and Cersei. So they ban out the Cersei, which kind of stands out to me. I guess most notably going up against the Sandwraith, a very good hero at countering the Sandwraith. And Hellborn bans out Thunderbringer, Vindicator, and Doctor Repulsor. So a lot of these follow-up heroes that kind of synergize well with the Sandwraith style of strategy. The global gankers being the Doctor, who can kind of just fly in to follow up the Sandwraith, or vice versa, the Thunderbringer, as we've seen them run As we've seen Lactose Intolerant kind of run a couple of times here in this tournament so far. Had great success with the Thunderbringer in the previous series. And, well, there you go. What do we see?
We see the Draconis. They're making me my words. I'm looking like I don't know anything about Han right now, and it's really depressing. because they're
You
literally
just
doing
said
the
last series
opposite
that you knew too much.
everything that I'm saying. It goes against everything that I've seen in the scrims. So it's absolutely killing. I promise you, Chad, I'm not this dumb.
So my next question is it going to be a jungle Draconis or is it going to be a mid Draconis?
Oh, you're killing me. I honestly don't know. I can't tell you anymore. The way that people are playing Draconis lately, I honestly can't tell you. And it looks like Snooki's on the Sand Wraith.
I
This is
don't think
really
they're
interesting
going to
to me.
swap that. They're going to swap that 100%. That's the only other person I think that would play the Draconis would be Whoop. As they sometimes throw him on the junglers. Or actually, I shouldn't say that as I think Chris plays junglers as well. But they do pick up a Succubus, so where's the Succubus going to go this game? Is he going to go with the Raw?
The Succubus is probably going to go with the Raw. Yeah, I know Chris likes to play that hero, and I've actually seen them play it as a core farming hero as well. And one of the scrims, they had it as a short lane Succubus core. But I don't know. I'm curious to see what's going to happen here.
I've seen them also run the Succubus in like a dual mid type of situation. They might just kind of buy the sync and put it on the Draconis, and then put the sync and sync him to the Draconis, who's gonna they'll stack up the jungle with the Succubus or something similar, and then send Draconis to clear the stacks, and then Succubus will get lots of value from the Zamos, but maybe not. Well, maybe he'll just go into the bot lane with Raw. But enough about Legion's lineup. We did see a Myrmidon into an Alonia picked up on the side of Big Ego Crew. I'm really excited to see the Alonia. This is a hero that I think he doesn't get a lot of attention, but he's very strong as far as being like a solo laner goes. Alonia can deal lots of damage as well as flash farm pretty quickly. So she, if she gets off to a good start, Alonia is a really scary hero, I would say. If given the space, which
Yeah, I feel like
she might get it this game because they have a lot
want-
of cores. Yeah.
Well, you want when you pick the Alonia because you want Alonia and Thunderbringer and like Poly, things like that. Someone with a farming ability that's able to have space from someone. And Draconis is one of those heroes that you have to have space from because of the passive and other things like that. And it actually looks like they are cutting and clearing the camps. I almost thought it was going to be a jungle Draconis for a second, but no, I think what they might end up doing is having the Succubus stack these camps for the Draconis to fall back and farm on, so he can kind of start snowballing. That's something else that you see a lot of Snooki doing is after he pushes the lane, he falls back into the jungle and starts farming. Yeah, it goes into the jungle. So I think that's another good thing about the Alonia is the Alonia has really good wave clear as well. So Draconis might not be able to do that because creeps will be pushing into his tower.
Yeah, and if he leaves his lane, then Alonia will get to put a lot of tower pressure, and an early mid tower is it gives up a lot of map control to the other team. So that's pretty important to note if Draconis does decide to rotate into the jungle very early to take those stacks. But we do see the Sandwraith Moira offensive dual lane that we had seen earlier today. It's going to be going up against Myrmidon and Malikan. So you give the advantage to Myrmidon and Malikan here in this lane?
Absolutely. I mean, Malikan's laning presence is so strong, and Myrmidon as well. I mean, you and I have played the fish combo a lot. Being able to use use the magic harp to set up and actually counter initiate as well. It makes it so that the Sandwraith's not going to be able to really charge in and attack the Malikan because he has to stop his movement before the carps hit him.
Yep. Bottom lane, we have the offlane Magnus, as we talked about, as they are running the jungle, the Solstice in the jungle, going up against Amun-Ra and Succubus. So Succubus is going to do some creep pulling here. Try to deny Magnus some farm.
Dream of me, my dear.
And the sleep actually goes off on the Magnus here to prevent him from last hitting any creeps down there. I mean, Succubus is a really good pick as someone who can help box out a suicide hero. As you see top lane initiation going on to the Moira.
Yep, she's almost taken down as she survives with 40 life, so really early pressure coming out from the
Dream of me,
Malakin and the
my
Myrmidon.
dear.
Myrmidon gonna use most of his mana to do so, but I think that will force Moira to fall back now. She does spawn her Ephemeral
I'm at the
Forge.
right spot.
She tries to steal the rune there, but it is going to be taken by Solstice, so Shortcut is playing that Solstice, and he does get that invisibility rune. By the way, Moira dies to Newts. I think that was intentional, actually.
100%
As
intentional.
he bought it. Oh, he didn't buy. No, he did buy a TP. Okay, yeah. So he's gonna port up to the top lane. They spent his gold. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Succubus gets caught out of position as she goes well behind enemy lines. I think she was trying to kill the Magmus, and then they turned it with the assistance of Alonia. Came in from mid lane. So good play coming out from Big Ego Cruz thus far, getting that Bloodlust kill onto the Succubus. It's gonna give Magmus a good start. It's gonna pick up the boots.
Yep, he's going to get boots and probably well-timed striders. He can even go a little bit greedy and go like steam boots or something if he wants to. Just build up, get a little tanky so that he can stay in lane. But yeah, that's not the best best thing in the world to give that suicide lane, the Bloodlust.
Yeah, also Amon Ra pushing the lane with his passive. They're gonna try to pull the lane here, deny Magnus the farm, but you know the downside of pushing the lane with the Ashes to Ashes is gonna give Magnus
Moira's in trouble.
a lot of XP. Yeah, Moira in the top lane. I missed that completely. She goes down. Myrmidon. I'm not sure if he even used the wheat field there. Just the carp and the sword throw, and the auto attack's gonna bring him down. And this is the weakness of Sandwraith in the laning phase. He's not really able to help the
Dream of
Moira
me, my dear.
if they go on Moira initially. And Malakin just naturally being very tanky as a strength hero. Harder them to get a return kill, I think. Mid lane, a lot of pressure coming from both the Draconis and the Alonia. Draconis is getting slowed down to 174 movement speed. Alonia with those bottle charges, gonna try to kite him. The 4-minute rune is going to spawn here. Looks like Big Ego Crew is going to control both the runes here, as Alonia is a little bit quicker than the Succubus to the bottom rune. And top rune will be taken by Solstice, which does spawn the Mystic rune, so going to give him a little bonus to his farming speed. I would like to see him keep those illusions alive, as they would help him to stack some camps as well, but I believe he's just going to let them
Malakin is
die.
in trouble here.
Yep, Malakin in the top lane. Taking a lot of pressure, and Sandwraith is going to get the kill. Smackdown comes out. Now they're turning it onto Moira. A nice block coming out from the Ephemeral Forge. It's going to force Myrmidon to eat the tree. He is going to waveform away, so going to do a nice job of avoiding the shards of Harkon
Solstice rotating over.
in the bot lane. Yep, Solstice. That's the real Solstice here in the top lane. But Sandwraith's going to pop the health potion, so he's going to be fine. Shards of Harkon going to be used defensively, but not going to connect for a kill.
Yeah, that was a very good pick off by the Sandwraith going on the Malakin there. He actually has a level advantage now, so once he gets level 6 with this global presence he has, it's going to be pretty nice, especially with the Succubus being able to set up and sleep someone with the follow-up from the Raw stun. So they have pretty good global presence as well, which is really nice, especially with Draconis. As you see now, Draconis does exactly what I mentioned he's going to do, which is rotate into the jungle and start farming these stacks.
Yep. And, you know, he's giving up a little bit of creep farm here in the mid lane, but definitely going to be well worth it for him, as Moira is now TPing into the mid lane just to kind of soak some of that free experience, as Draconis is not there.
Yeah, I really like this strategy that they're doing. You know, get the Draconis to start snowballing. I'm almost hoping that they let him go Mach, and the Raw just builds as a complete frontline hero. Gets the barrier, gets a fast barrier, and then they're able to push.
Yeah, and one thing also to note is that his Ignite, the W ability from Raw, it does scale and damages. He builds tankier, as it does 5% of his max health as damage. So even if he does choose to build into something,
They're in trouble bottom lane right now.
Yep, as we see 2 Veiled Rots here being used by Big Ego Crew on both the Solstice and the Alonia. They're going to find the Succubus. She's going to get slowed down from the Alonia. And the double damage rune going to aid for a lot of extra damage there.
Yep.
They don't get the Raw, though. I mean, is it worth it to use 2 Veiled Rots to kill a Succubus here?
Not necessarily, because you have to look. Chris was worth 128 gold. They spent 200 gold, so they actually spent more gold killing him than. So if you look at the ROI from that, the return on investment, that's a negative. That's a business return right there for all you HoN players. So.
Okay, I like it. ROI.
Educational stream. That's my college knowledge. As you see mid lane, it looks like they're trying to set up here on the Draconis, which he has phase boots now.
Succubus
so.
needs to be careful. He's gonna throw out a defensive mesmerize here. Just gonna fall back. Lunar Judgment was channeled, but they spotted that with this Ward of Sight that was placed here. Now the Mirage is gonna be used in the mid lane as a response, and they get the kill onto Alonia with Draconis using that Dragon Flame as well for assistance. And Sandra gets credit for the kill. So the Legion jump off to an early 1300 gold
Dream of me,
lead.
my dear.
Solstice, he's gonna get slept here. He's very aggressive here in the Legion jungle. The question is, are they gonna have a TP stop? Oh, a nice shot from Draconis there. He gets in range with the Volcano. Gets the mini stun from the Dragon Flame stun, Dragon Flame nuke. So we cancel the TP. Nice teamwork there to make sure to be there in time to cancel the teleport.
Yeah, you can see what farming these stacks have done to the Draconis. Draconis is sitting at level 9, while the Lonia is sitting at level 7.
Yeah, so if we take a quick look at the GPM chart, the top 3 GPM in the game are all on the side of Legion. So even Sandwraith in the long lane sitting at 380 gold per minute. He has more farm than the Malikan. This is a lane that we were saying Malikan was supposed to do well in.
Well, one of the benefits of a jungler is you're supposed to be snowballing in that XPM stage of the game right now, and that's not the case. It's actually pretty even, as the Solstice is only sitting at 439 XPM.
Yeah, so in this case of Lactose Intolerant, they're essentially having their mid laner, being the Draconis, kind of acting like a pseudo mid / jungler, you know, to rotate and early, take those stacks early on. Whereas, you know, the Igigo crew is just naturally having that jungler, the Solstice soaking the stacks early on. But they're not in an XP lead, as you pointed out. Legion is still controlling both the gold and the XP early on.
Yep, and I do think that Draconis is going to be going the Mach this game based off what I'm seeing. So top lane, some fights happening.
Yep, we do have a initiation from the Hellborn side as they get the kill onto Moira. Now they do use the possession for Malikan. They don't use too many other cooldowns. Mirage is going into the mid lane here as the Alonia is isolated, and Alonia will go down. Now the TPs are coming in. Myrmidon with a waveform. He's going to throw out the Magic Carp. Can he land the Weed Field? It is going to be avoided here by Sandwraith. He does get help from the team support as the Dragon Flame and the Sleep do stop the Solstice charge. Here comes the Cursed Embrace from Succubus, and Malikan is going to be forced to retreat as now Solstice is going to go down. Myrmidon falls, and Malikan is in trouble. He's going to have to use a defensive sword throw, but here comes Draconis with that Volcano. He's got another Dragon Flame coming up in 2 more seconds. It's not going to be necessary as the Volcano will do the damage, and Lactose Intolerant takes a commanding lead now with a 7-4 hero kill lead. They jump out to a 4,200 gold and 2,400 experience lead. We're looking at a completely different start here from Lactose Intolerant from game number 1 to the game number 2.
Yep, I think that goes back. One of the interesting things is when the Myrmidon died, Succubus actually got level 6 off that death. She did not have it, and was able to turn and use the Embrace onto the Solstice.
Solstice there, yeah. Now look, it's the Legion team being the aggressors now as Amun-Ra has made his way up into the top lane. Moira and Draconis are here as well. Draconis is level 12. He's going to go in with a Dragon Flame, but Myrmidon using the waveform, he's going to avoid it. Weedfield going to stop Amun-Ra in his tracks. TPs are coming in as Alonia is getting tower dove here now in the middle lane. Magnus, can he line up a Lava Surge? Alonia is going to get hit with an Amun-Ra stun. Will Alonia go down? Yes, he will, as the Soul Trap debuff did bring him down. Actually, no, it was the Ashes to Ashes from Ra. Is the fight going to be over? Will they pursue? Magma sitting on very low life, has another Lava Surge, but they're not going to look to re-engage. So when it's all said and done, they get the kill onto Alonia, and Huge Soul is now 0-3. Safe to say they're really keeping him under control this game.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I also think this is one of the things to consider is Snooki playing on a signature hero, such as the Draconis, and letting them get that. I highly doubt, and if this does go to a game number 3, they're going to let him get that hero again. As he's creeping up on picking up that mock, sitting at
Yeah,
2,700 gold.
He's almost 600 GPM, only not even 12 minutes into the game. So he's going to be entering that 600 mark at around 12 minutes. That's really scary. He's going to pour it on home here. He's almost got enough gold for his Sword of the High. Going to get the regen on. Maybe look to use that Draconic Flight or Draconic Defense. Going to fly to the mid lane. Going to finish up his sword here in the near future. It's starting to get really scary. Malakin still not really taking off. Only sitting at 368 gold per minute. Mirage was used in the Hellborn jungle here onto Alonia. Here comes Draconis with the Volcano. Myrmidon is not going to land the Weed Field, so they're going to get another kill. And meanwhile, Cursed Embrace in the mid lane onto Solstice. Will they have the damage to bring him down? I believe he has a Soul Trap debuff on him. He is going to go down to that Heartache from Succubus. Meanwhile, Myrmidon in the jungle is going to be chased by Draconis, but not going to pursue him any longer. They're just going to turn their attention onto the jungle stacks here. So a lot of momentum as well. They pick up 3 more kills in exchange for nothing on the side of Big Ego Crew.
Yep, as Draconis and the rest of the Legion team are starting to take over and control this entire side of the map.
Yeah, they're stealing the stacks. Hard camp being stolen here now by Draconis.
And this cheeky little ward right here dropped by
Next.
by Moira right there on the backhand side.
Oh yeah, the one on the easy camp here. Hellborn's easy camp by the tier 2 tower. A nice little ward there.
Mid towers. Wow, the Draconis is actually pooling his entire gold for. Is this going to be an all-out purchase of Mach? He's sitting at 4.5k gold right now.
He just doesn't want to sell any of his build-up items, wants to keep the hatchet for now. It's understandable. He'll most likely drop the hatchet, I think, once he gets the mock, unless he values the hatchet over something like the power supply. But I think he'll probably want to keep it due to how active the game has been so far. We've had 14 kills in under 14 minutes, so it's been about a kill every minute so far. Pretty action-packed from that standpoint. I think he needs about 50 gold here, and he's got the mock, 1475. He's going to clean up these camps, and he's going to right-click that mock.
Initiation
Ra, yep. Bot lane, actually, Eruption gets channeled, but those are just the Sandstalkers as Sandwraith was able to get to safety. And Ra has transitioned into the top lane now. He is doing this kind of tank up build. Succubus in the top lane. She's going to get the Cursed Embrace, but it's going to be cancelled immediately by Elodie in the background. Now Malakin is very low. Can he man up here? No, he cannot. He goes down to the Heartache from Succubus. And now it's Alonia who's going to be forced to fall back. But here comes Draconis with that Volcano. He gets him with a Dragon Flame. And Alonia now drops to 0 and 5. As
he has the mock.
They did get
mock on Draconis as well.
They did get a kill on somebody, actually. Where did they get their 4th kill? I'm blanking. Or no, actually they had 4 kills. My mistake. They pick up 2 more kills in exchange for nothing. And a tower kill in the top lane.
Yeah, the amount of pressure they're going to be getting from this Draconis now is going to be insane. As you see, Myrmidon gets spot out, placing a ward right there by their secret shop.
Yeah, look at how defensive the wards are for Big Ego Crew. I don't think we're used to seeing Big Ego Crew forced to sit on their side of the map like that, like this. Usually they're the ones being the aggressors, but in this game the momentum is all for Lactose Intolerant. They're even chasing Big Ego Crew back to their tier 3 towers. I mean, this is not what we're used to seeing.
No, this is really nice that it looked like Lactose Intolerant saw where they struggled at last game, and they're like, hey, we're not going to let this happen. We gotta stick to our strategy.
They have a fully completed barrier idol now on the Ra, who also upgrades into the Ghost Marcher. So, you know, we saw him in the previous series where he went the greedier route, just keeping the red boots into mock. Obviously not going to go that route this game, but chooses to just bulk up. I'm honestly a big fan of this style, and they just let the Draconis kind of do the scaling.
Yep. They're gonna keep the pressure on Hellborn, so Mali can't get a Shrunken Head. Because once Malakin gets that Shrunken Head, it's going to be a little bit more of a different game, but that's not going to happen because he has no space. He has nowhere to farm. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, so you bring up a good point about the Shrunken Head, because the majority right now of Legion's damage is magic. You know, you have the Amun-Ra who's dealing purely magical damage, the Draconis who's dealing, well, you know, a good mixture of both physical and magic, but for now, a lot of it is coming from that mock when the Volcano is down. And until Sandwraith really develops into his next tier of item, he's not really outputting the most right-click damage. But, you know, he will be soon once he does pick up his next tier of item. He does go for the Energizer here. What do you think of the Energizer pickup, by the way, by Sandwraith?
It's awesome. You know, he's not going to be looking for solo pickoffs as it is. He's looking to fight as a team, as a group, and the Energizer is going to increase the movement speed.
Here comes a Mirage, by the way, in the mid lane. They're going into the onto the Alonia. He does get a tablet onto himself into the jungle here. So will it buy him the distance? Here comes the Arcane Vortex. Meanwhile, Succubus, he does channel the ultimate, but he's going to get caught out of position. He will go down. The numbers game is in favor of Big Ego Crew, but Draconis is now here. He puts the Volcano down in the middle of the team fight. Shards of Harkon is put onto him from Moira. They will bring down the Malik, and he's not able to man up without that Shrunken, as you pointed out. Draconis gets 2 more kills. He is now on an onslaught streak. He jumps all the way up to 630 gold per minute. And while this is happening, Amun-Ra is just soaking the bottom lane. He is now putting some pressure onto this tier 2 tower. And I don't think Hellborn has the resources to even address the Ra, because you know he still has his Pyroclasmic Rebirth ready to go. Can they commit enough resources down here to bring down the Ra twice? Magnus is going to use the Lava Surge, just going to cancel his path of destruction, so he's not going to get over the cliff. And Amun-Ra is in a really aggressive position here now. A 4th TP is coming in. Do they have the damage to bring down Ra, an aggressive waveform? Here comes the Blinding Rush from Solstice, and they're most likely going to bring him down here. But while that's going on, the creeps do get the kill onto the tower. Ra is going to put a lot of damage here. No, he's just going to fall. Oh my god, he actually dies to Kongor. Well played. And Solstice is gonna... Nope, he's gonna avoid that boulder. But they commit 4 players to bring down the Ra, and he goes down to... He denies himself to Kong, and meanwhile the creeps get a kill in the bottom lane. I mean, that's so much time invested by Big Ego Crew to not even get a kill when it's all said and done.
Oh my gosh, that's absolutely hilarious. You know, something I want chat to know: when you're up this much, you don't continue farming. You take over the enemy side of the jungle and you continue to put pressure. I see a lot of times in TMM, a lot of people want to just, they feel like, hey, I'm up, I'm in the lead, we're going to keep farming. No, that's really not what you should be doing. And looking at the way that Lactose Intolerant plays when they have a lead is, I mean, I wish my teammates did this stuff. So, I don't know, do you see that as kind of being something that a lot of other teams typically do, is they see themselves up a little bit, and instead of fighting constantly, they decided to, hey, just let's sit back and farm?
I think a lot of the times people fail to recognize when they're in an advantage, and not only when they're in an advantage, but how to capitalize on that advantage. Um, but Draconis does pick up a Shrunken Head. He does fly to the mid lane. They choose to not deny the tower. It is sitting at 59 life. Perhaps they want that for Draconis to be able to fly to, seeing as how Big Ego Crew is kind of sticking to their side of the map currently. Mid lane, Alodia taking so much damage from that Draconis. He does pop the Shrunken Head. He's sitting here with the Mach, doing lots of damage to Magnus. He has a Dragon Flame up in 1 more second. He uses the Volcano. He gets the Domination Streak. It's a double tap coming out for Snooki. And meanwhile, this is going on in the Hellborn jungle. They get a kill onto... they actually get the Malikan as well as the Myrmidon. GGs are being called, and that's a 20-minute concebo coming out from Big Ego Crew. Game number 2 is going to go to Lactose Intolerant, and we're going to have a game number 3, Dave, as they do it in a decisive turnaround fashion in game number 2 here. So,
I'm
final
rubbing
thoughts.
my hands together. I'm stoked on this.
It's getting excited, man. The hairs are up on my arms, and we're going to game number 3. This is what we love as casters to see in the
I
finals
like the
here.
rivalry between these two guys. I really do like the rivalry.
I think it's safe to say we're going to see a Draconis ban. I mean, Snooki played this Draconis flawlessly. I can't praise him enough, man. He played phenomenal in game number 2. I think if you're Big Ego Crew, you 100% respect ban the Draconis in game number 3.
100%. You have to. They're going to say there's no way we let this go through.
All right, well, that's going to do it for game number 2. We're going to take a short break and we're going to be back here with game number 3 of the finals of cycle number 2. And this one is going to decide who is going to be your cycle 2 champions. Will it be cycle 1 champion Big Ego Crew, or will it be runner up of cycle 1 in lactose intolerance? So stay tuned and we will be back shortly with game number 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are now underway in game number 3 of cycle number 2. We are gonna have your Cycle 2 champion when this match is concluded. We got Big Ego Crew at 1 game and Lactose Intolerant also at 1 game, as this is now game number 3. So anything can happen here. I'm what you got, and I'm gonna be joined once again by Big Wave Dave. You excited for game number 3, Dave? I'm pumped.
I'm just listening to you, man. You're hyped. I love it.
I'm hyped,
Love
man. This is game number 3. When there's game number 3 of a finals, I'm always hyped, man. I'm just so excited, man. I'm just gonna jump right into it. Draconis is respect banned by Big Ego Crew. Who could have saw that one coming? They also they also ban out the Swiftblade. Engineer and the Hellbringer are gonna be the follow-up bans.
Oh, I love the Chipper first pick too. Oh, it's the hero's so good. I need to start playing Chipper. I need to get better with it. I miss all my rockets.
Well, if you can learn to land your rockets, then you can learn to play Chipper.
Exactly. Andro picked up. I personally think Andro's one of the best supports right now.
Yeah, we
the
haven't been
Aurora.
seeing a whole lot of Andro in this cycle number 2. I want to say we've seen him, pop up here and there, but he hasn't been played too much. So gonna be seeing the Andro here. I will say I think it's a great pick going up against the Chipper specifically. Chipper does like to front load a lot of his damage onto whoever gets locked down, and Andromeda's fantastic at swapping away the teammate who gets initiated on. So I love the Andro pick here in game number 3.
One of the things I've noticed about Chipper is the hero kind of transitioning from something that's been like mainly known as like a mid laner to now I really only see it played in like aggressive or like man up lane Chipper or a support Chipper. I don't really see it mid that much anymore.
I think I have a good idea as to why. So in this current meta, farming mid heroes are very key. I think they're more meta. And then not only that, but Chipper with the change to Rocket Barrage, being able to stack jungle camps, he allows your stack clearing hero to just really snowball. With the ability to stack up to 4, sometimes 5 camps at once. Once you get those rockets leveled up, it's just a great tool. And he does lots of damage as a support. He really just needs to unload his rockets and his Sawblade showdown onto some stun target, and he kind of does his job. I think he's a really underrated support hero, and we're kind of seeing teams kind of recognize his potential.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't ban Raw to make Whoop play something completely different. And it seems like Lactose Intolerant really think that Whoop on Raw is one of the best hero picks they can get. Because I mean they second pick it almost every single time now.
Yeah. So they're gonna go with Raw here again.
What are your thoughts for them to be able to address something such as the Raw short farm? Are they like, whatever, we're just gonna ignore him, we're gonna let him farm? Because he is pretty late, like pretty weak in laning stage. I mean, a lot of times, you see people pick him mid, and he's able to do really well in a 1v1 situation, but he is pretty.
I think we lost you there, or I don't know if it's on my end. We did lose you, Dave, for a bit there, but I'll take over. So they do pick up the Moira on the side of Big Ego Crew. That is one of Mex's specialty support heroes. They followed up with a Meraxis pick. I think the Meraxis pick is... Well, we have talked about it in other games, but he is performing very well in this tourney so far. It's a good pick going up against the Andromeda, as he can Arcane Shield that Comet Stun. So they're going to try to get the matchup of Merax up against the Andromeda. Now, the Lactose Intolerant does go with an artillery. We have seen them in scrims, or I've seen them in scrims, doing this aggressive dueling of the Andromeda artillery lane, and man, does this lane do damage. When they get some levels up on the artillery and the Andro, the combination of the Aurora with the LRMs, any kind of squishy support hero or even squishy kind of carry just melts. I mean, this is a really scary combo once they start to get the levels going.
Yeah,
I think you're back. Okay, nice.
Yeah, I've seen him run it a few times. I'm sorry, guys. I have like a
technical
$25
difficulties.
Mic. I've had this mic for 4 years, just like my PC. So I'm pretty boomer. So I have a boomer headset. It's okay. I apologize, guys, but we should be fixed now. My wife came in and touched it for good luck. So shout out to my wife Cassie. But yeah, they actually really do enjoy the artillery Andro lane, and I think it stacks really well with the Aurora and the physical damage coming from the artillery.
Okay. Okay, let me just, yeah, I agree with you. I'm going to jump right into the bans really quickly, and I want to talk about that last 2 picks. So we have a Sandrith, Succubus, and Calamity bans. Succubus, I think, is a reactionary ban to last game. The Succubus had great impact with those holds, and the Calamity is a respect ban against Chris specifically. They're a team that is known to run a lot of Calamity, and they have great success with it. So those don't stand out to me. The Moon Queen, the Predator, and the Gunblade. So some Dutch, and a huge soul ban, but they do give up the Doctor Repulsor, and we haven't seen a lot of Doctor, but it's been banned a lot. But we're gonna see Doctor. They immediately respawn pick with Vindicator. I think we're gonna see a core Vindicator here. I have to say it. I think we're gonna see a core Vindicator, possibly played by Snooki. I don't know. Do you think this is a core Vindy, or is that going to be uh, a main support Vindy?
As I said, I have no idea. When it comes to lactose intolerant, they are one of those teams that just goes completely against meta and does their own thing. I mean, in scrims, I saw them pick a 4-core lineup and have 4 heroes all over 400 GPM with a solo. They had no one supporting. They didn't even buy wards, and they were winning the game. So I come to expect the unexpected when it comes to watching their games.
The thing about this Vindicator pick that I really love is it's so good against Moira and the Doctor. Whenever Moira channels the Ephemeral Forge, he can just instantly use the final chapter, and it just it completely negates any kind of follow up, like that. The initiation from both the Meraxis and the Doctor, and even the Hammerstorm. And when he chooses to follow up with the Hammer Throw, that's going to get completely thwarted by that final chapter. They do go with a final pick Hammerstorm, so they are going to run a carry Hammerstorm, and then they pick a final pick Aluna on the side of lactose intolerant. So what do you think about the lineups as we've now seen the 5 picks from both sides?
It is so risky from lactose intolerant to pick the Vindicator mid, and then have an artillery and an Andro long lane. So I don't know. As I said, expect the unexpected when it comes to lactose intolerant. I think that if they win the laning phase, they're going to snowball to victory. That's what they do. It's all about the laning phase. As you can see with the Chipper and the Moira picks, it screams defensive tri-lane. As you see the 3 heroes going down there. So I'm curious to see how the artillery and the Andro are going to shake up with that, and what the Aluna is going to do. Because Raw versus Meraxis, as I mentioned, Raw does pretty well in a 1v1 matchup. So let's see what happens. I want to know your thoughts on this.
Yeah, but also Meraxis does pretty well in a 1v1. As he starts to level up the Meraxis, he'll deal lots of damage to Amun-Ra, because they do deal percentage-based damage. So the tankier that Ra gets, the more damage the Meraxis are going to deal. But yeah, I feel like you hit the nail on the head. This laning phase, if this goes well for lactose intolerant and they get out, either even or at a advantage coming out of the laning phase, they're going to be in such a great spot, because they're going to have that Vindicator who's great at dealing with some of these Legion heroes. But they're going to have I think it's really going to come down to this artillery. Is he going to do well? Is he going to get off to a great start, or is he going to have a bad start, and is he going to transition into, like, what is he going to transition into, I guess, safe to say. So we do end up seeing the Aluna actually rotates into the mid lane. So they're going to really look to control this Doctor early on with both the Luna and the Vindicator here.
Andro's in trouble.
1. Yep. Bottom lane. So Andro, they don't recognize that the 3 players are here. They don't have any kind of vision. So Legion team does start off with the tri-lane, and they secure the Bloodlust kill onto the Andro.
So it looks like they're going to dual lane mid here, as the Aluna actually takes a creep with her from mid.
Yeah. Just going to pull it back here. Just got caught on the hill. Doctor is going to hit level 2 here, though. He's getting some last hits, though, 2 versus 1, so he's not doing the worst.
Absolutely. So I'm curious to see if they're going to rotate this Aluna down or let the Andro and the artillery kind of suffer a little bit versus this tri-lane. Because the Chipper actually rotates mid now, so it gives them the space to kind of continue their dual lane bottom.
So how do you feel about artillery versus Hammerstorm in terms of laning phase? Because Hammerstorm is arguably one of the more tanky carries as he starts to level up his Galvanize. He will get passive armor, and we talked about the Aurora enhancing the LRM damage with that minus armor. Is that a good pick here this game, as it's more of a tanky carry?
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic pick. A strength carry versus that lineup's pretty good. So I mean, plus with the Galvanize, he's going to start getting more armor as well. So as
bottom lane here comes the hammer throw. Here comes the Shards of Archon put onto Hammerstorm. Now the tower is dealing a lot of return damage. Will it be enough for a kill? It might actually. Yes, it will. So that's actually not the worst thing in the world if you're artillery to trade with Hammerstorm. Yeah, Doctor Repulsor, he's going to go down. Hasted Andromeda coming in with that Comet Stun, going to aid Vindicator as Vindicator gets the kill. So that's a good start if you're Hellborn, I would say. I mean, they are giving a good start to Hammer, but trading a kill in the bottom lane. Look at that damage from the LRMs coming out as they bring Chipper to around half life. That's just one combo coming out there from Andro and Artillery.
Absolutely, and getting that haster, I mean, to be completely honest, I think that was an okay trade, especially since the Hammerstorm died. If the Hammerstorm didn't die, not really.
Bottom lane, Hammer Throw comes in. Here comes the slow from Chipper. He does level the Tartos this time. And the auto attacks. Oh, the power supply. Do they have the damage? Rocket is going to miss. He's doing a nice job of sidestepping. He's got another Hammer Throw in one more second. Not going to be necessary as Chipper does snipe him down with that Rocket Barrage. So Artillery going down yet again.
So something else to remember about the Chipper pick is it cancels the channeling of the LRM, the rockets.
Yeah, that's true.
So he's not able to just stand there and get complete channel of that ability. As you see Ra kind of diving a little bit deep on tower here.
Meraxis is level 5. He's doing a great job. Look at his GPM, 350, and that's without any kills. He just has 23 last hits here in the top lane. But he's off to a great start. I mean,
yeah, that's one of the trade-offs with having a Ra as your short farm is it's going to give the suicide because the lane's going to always be pushing by the passive of ashes to ashes. So someone like the Ra is going to be able to stay in lane. So great opportunity for the Ra to get an early PK here.
Meraxis. Yeah.
Sorry, the Meraxis. The Ra's struggling. That's my bad.
It's okay. So Doctor just hits level 5. Safe to say he's looking for that level 6. Vindicator 350 gold per minute. Doctor Repulsor 195. Doctor definitely struggling due to that hasted Andromeda gank. Vindicator really controlling this lane. I think even without the gank, is this a lane that Doctor could win necessarily?
Ra's in trouble top.
Yeah, Ra top lane. He's taking a lot of pressure. Meraxis just dealing too much damage with those Meraxis. And we see the rotation from Chipper coming in. He gets credit for the kill. He's now a serial killer. With the supports rotating away from bot lane. That's going to give some space now to the Andro Artillery, though.
Yeah, the hammer pick was absolutely fantastic against the Artillery and the Andromeda. It's really difficult for them to kill him, especially now that he has Galvanized leveled and getting that passive +2 armor. I mean, he's sitting at 6.8 armor. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to kill him than some of the other heroes. Which who they do you remember what when last time we did the Andro Artillery lane who they were against? Was it a Clanks or what was it in lane?
I think it was a Silhouette.
Okay.
It was a very squishy ranged carry. But Moira is now down here, so they have 3 players down here.
Yep. And, you only have a 1k gold lead right now for Legion, which isn't, it isn't too significant. But what's shocking to me is the XPM advantage, because typically when you have a tri-lane, you sacrifice a little bit in XPM. However, they managed to have a lead in that aspect.
Yeah, that's a good point you bring up.
Andro's in trouble.
Andro may go down here, or will they turn it around actually? Andrew eats a mana sunder. She's not able to get the Comet stun off. She does get it off eventually. Will she survive? No, she will not. The question is, can they get the return kill into Chipper? And the answer to that is also no, they cannot. Moira going to use an ephemeral forger. Can they catch the artillery? Silence comes out from Vindicator in the mid lane, so that prevents any kind of follow-up onto artillery. But now Moraxis mid lane, he's going for a flank here. Here comes Doctors, he hits level 6, he uses the pull with the opposite charges, and a defensive silence coming out from Vindicator. Do they have the damage to bring down Moraxis? He gets his Matrix off, and he is going to be fine, and they both walk off the damage that Hellborn did to them. Regen rune on to Doctor, though. He's not done just yet. Is he going to look to fly? No, he's just going to look to take some creep farm here in the bottom lane. So a big cooldown in the final chapter being used, though.
Dive bottom.
Dive coming out bottom lane. Yeah, artillery is fine, though. They're going to look to turn it around. Two-man hammer throw comes in, and it's going to stop any follow from Amun Ra. He doesn't have the boots picked up yet. Is this was this a good TP here by Ra, or should he have looked to just continue farming in the top lane?
I think they're going to look to put a little bit more pressure on the Hammer Storm here in lane. I mean, what it does is it sacrifices the farm from the artillery, as you see the fight.
Look at the LRM damage. Aluna is now here as well. Shards of Harkon is going to stun onto Aluna. Here comes the Hammer throw. But Hammer taking a lot of return damage. Aluna will fall to the auto attack from Moira, but it's going to cost Hammer his life. So that's a trade that Laxos and Chalmers is happy to take. They have another combat stun coming up in 3 more seconds. Shards of Harkon is going to force him to fall back, as it does throw out multiple stuns there. Moraxis now very offensive here. They're going to catch Andromeda with the Chipper rockets, and he's going to try to deny himself. No, it's not going to be successful, as Chipper gets the rocket snipes, and he is now an ultimate warrior. So Chipper gets a nice kill for himself there.
No, I will say this. I think one of the things that separates Big Ego Crew from other teams is how good they are with defensive tri-lanes.
Yeah.
You don't see too many teams running defensive tri-lanes, and they knew, as we see Ra in some trouble.
Yeah, Amun Ra in the Legion jungle here. He is very tanky, though. He does have the boots now. He is also leading the way, as he has the team support coming in, but Moraxis going to take some of the focus in the back line here. LRMs are being channeled. Final chapter is used by Vindicator. Amun Ra is chasing very deep, but he's not going to turn it around. They're going to get the kill on a Hammerstorm here, as Vindicator gets credit for that kill. Will Moraxis be able to buy himself the distance, as Amun Ra is trying to chase, but I think he will be fine. He does have a TP as well. Vindicator will port into the mid lane. Oh, Doctor, he's very aggressive here behind the tier 1 tower. Here comes the silencer from Vindicator. I don't think he's going to have the damage, but going to put a lot of pressure onto Doctor.
See bottom.
Meanwhile, in the Legion jungle, they're not done just yet. Moraxis with a Quake Stun. They are going to bring down Amun Ra with the rockets from Chipper. Here comes the Matrix. It is popped, and they're going to look to turn it onto Amun Ra. Can he make it out of this one? I don't think he can. He eats the Matrix, and he will go down. So Amun Ra a little bit overconfident there, as Vindicator did TP away into the
this
mid lane.
Moraxis pick is actually doing work against this Ra. The axes are doing so much damage. You see mid lane, there's some initiation on the Vindicator. They're potentially doing it.
Yeah. They had to use the hammer throw into the rockets from down in Bot River, but not going to be enough for a kill.
Yeah, Snooki farming very aggressive in the Hellborn jungle, very low HP. Looks like he's going to walk over and buy a health pot.
Huge soul, you mean? Huge soul.
Yeah, huge soul. That's how
Wrong,
I say
mid,
wild
wrong
soul?
mid player. No, you said Snooki. You're always mixing up the teams. Sorry.
Oh my gosh.
I just love to correct you, Dave.
That's why I do it. Because you see initiation bottom lane onto the artillery.
Yeah. I think artillery's dead here. Oh my god, he's gonna live.
Yep.
They don't have
Wow.
the damage. He's just a little too tanky. Even had the
Yeah,
5 power supply charges ready to go. Very patient with that. Pops the health potion, and he will sustain himself here in the bottom lane. Hammer does not have mana for a hammer throw now. This will open up a little bit of space to artillery to kind of get some last hits. In the top lane, we have Amun Ra leading the front lines here with both the Andro and the Aluna. But here comes Dr. Repulsor with the opposite charges, and Amun Ra will go down. Now the supports need to be careful, as the Matrix is popped by Moraxis. Chipper is going to land some rockets, and Andro is going to go down to the Zoom from Dr. Repulsor. Here comes artillery with that homing missile and the LRMs. They will bring down Moraxis with the power throw, so a pretty crucial kill there to stop him from getting his early portal key. Dr. Repulsor now, he has a little bit of mana. He's going to be forced to use the ludicrous speed to get himself away from those LRMs. Man, that damage from artillery is really showing.
Yeah, to be honest, this dual lane from lactose intolerance actually done its job in slowing down Hammer. He was just sitting at 280 GPM, and with that space, he's crept back up to 325. But doing its job. However, the Raw not really having as much impact as he has of late. Only sitting at 315 GPM. So versus a solo hero, you'd expect to want to see the Raw kind of snowball a little bit more in terms of GPM and XPM, but that's not really the case.
Yeah, he's died 3 times now, so just overstepped his boundaries a couple of times. And I think a lot of that's credit to the Meraxis pick. It's really caused a lot of problems for Raw. Just being able to chase him down by landing multiple axes, and also the axe is just dealing lots of damage to Raw as he's naturally a tanky strength hero.
Yep.
Vindicator might get caught here as the Shards of Harkon does connect, but not going to be any follow-up actually, as Nuki is the top GPM in the game. He was sitting at 380, does drop down to 371 here, but he is off to a great start. Doctor has actually recovered quite well, though, I would say. He's sitting at 343. So what does Dr. Repulsor look to buy this game? We've seen a lot of, as we see initiation onto Dr. Repulsor, that Path of Destruction will unfortunately miss. He picks up the sorcery boots. What are you expecting to see Doctor build into this game?
As picks up the glowstone, so it makes me think that
Icon, perhaps.
He might be going Icon, which most of the time you do see people pick up the sorcery boots and then break them apart to finish the Icon. So that could be the case here, because they are in the lead 10-5. He might want to go a little bit greedy, as they actually pick up the tower kill top as well.
Yep. Meraxis has enough gold for his PK. He's gonna make his way to the side shop here and pick it up. Might even look for a kill onto Amun-Ra perhaps, or maybe even port into the bot lane and say surprise with his brand new portal key. But yeah, I think you could be right with that Icon of the Goddess pickup, as it is shaping to be a very action-paced game, as they do have a very aggressive team makeup, so it would make a lot of sense. He could also look to change that into a Staff of the Master, turn that into a Staff of the Master, excuse me, as that would reduce his cooldown on Ludicrous Speed down to 0, as well as some other benefits. As we have a fight in the bot lane, Andro is going to get gone on here. Meraxis does TP into the bot lane with his new portal key. Hammer Throw is going to stop Artillery's LRM, and Doctor flies in from the bot river. They secure that kill onto Artillery. So they get 2 kills, and they also deny the tower, so that's a lot of momentum that Big Ego crew just picked up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're not seeing the pressure last game that you saw Lactose Intolerant have on Hellborn. I don't know if that has something to do with the Vindicator pick and how kind of passive...
Sure, he's not done yet. He's got a regen rune. Meraxis jumps in with the Quake Stun. Hammer Throw is going to secure the kill, and that's another kill for Hammerstorm.
Yeah, whenever Doctor gets the regen runes, he's actually still going.
Oh my god, you're right. He finds another target, this time being that Andro, and the Rockets come in to play there, as well as Chipper gets credit for the kill. He is now on an onslaught streak.
Yeah, the Chipper is playing really well this game. I love the pick, especially in a tri-lane. So much damage from Rockets. So what are your thoughts? How does Hellborn win this? I mean, we mentioned how important the laning phase was. It's only a 1.5k gold deficit. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that they've gotten 2 towers, and Legion only has 1 tower kill. So kind of want to get is that you see the icon picked up from the Doctor. What are your thoughts? What needs to be done?
I think they're going to need to, they pick up the Shaman Cedrus on Raw. I think they're going to need to do some grouping up, because they're very vulnerable to these Doctor ganks. As we mentioned, Doctor, he's going to get brought down a bit here with those LRMs, but I think just grouping up and just being together really disrupts the game plan from Big Ego crew, where Hammerstorm wants to kind of sit in the jungle and take the stacks, as he's got the Whispering Helm, and he's looking to finish the Twin Blades here as his follow-up item, eventually build into that chunk and just kind of slow down Hammer's progression. and not allow them to get these pickoffs with the Portal Key Maraxis and the Doctor naturally having that ability to jump them for free.
As you see now, them taking that mid tower, the first thing they do is now rotate 5 heroes into the enemy jungle, take these stacks.
Yeah. And Hammerstorm ports to base. He's gonna maybe think that these stacks are still available to him. Looks like he's running over to his own Ancients. I think he recognizes that they have moved into their jungle. They do have a Word of Sight here in the mid lane, which does spot some of these rotations out. So they're going to do a nice job of avoiding that. Doctor also going to find himself a haste rune in his bottle for the next minute and a half. So
yeah, and Andro finally has level 6. One of the things that I noticed was the Andro was running around at level 5 for about 14 to 15 minutes. So him finally having that level 6 adds like another layer to the team.
Yep. Swap, as we talked about in the draft, very impactful against heroes like the Chipper.
And look at these wards coming out from Mech X. Look how aggressive these wards are. It's almost like the teams have swapped positions from last game.
Yeah, very offensive wards, making a statement that we want to be controlling this top side of the map now.
Vindy.
Here comes the final chapter, and will they bring down the Doctor? Yes, they will, as he gets caught a little bit out of position. Here comes the chainsaws now, dealing lots of damage. Not going to be enough for a kill initially. Here comes the hammer throw from Hammerstorm. He gets the kill onto Andro, but now he's getting kited a bit. Can he find himself a second kill? No, he cannot. He will get caught all the way out of position. So Andro for a Hammerstorm, definitely in favor of Lactose Intolerant. Now they're looking to try to get a kill on some Maraxis here. He throws out the Stomp, going to try to buy him the distance to get his Portal Key off. But Artillery doing a good job of landing those LRMs, stopping the Portal Key. And now Ra with that Ashes to Ashes continuing to stop it. Maraxis does not have a Quake Stun. Oh, yes, he does! He pops the Matrix. He doesn't actually have mana for a Quake Stun, so I eat my words there as he chose to use his mana on the Matrix instead. So he will end up going down. Also burns the cooldown on his ultimate there. But 3 kills in exchange for their Andromeda. That's exactly what they needed.
That was a shame because Dutch got cut off from the rest of his team and was able to get kited by the Vindicator as well as the artillery slow. So that was just unfortunate by Dutch.
And also, it was the 3 cores. It was Doctor, Moraxis, and Hammerstorm. So all 3 of the key heroes from Big Ego Crew's side that fell.
That was a 1k gold swing.
Yeah, I mean, another fight like that, and Lactose Intolerant is going to find themselves back in this game. Failed rots here being used, one on the Vindicator and one on the Andromeda. As well as one on the Artillery. They're going to run right into Doctor. He gets hit with a silence. Here comes the Comet Stun from Andro, and they bring him down. A nice find here from Lactose and Challenge. They're going to turn it on to Chipper. One more auto attack. Look at those double damage right clicks coming out from Vindicator. He 3 shots Chipper, and they take another commanding engagement as they bring down 2 more kills. They're going to look to turn this into a tower push, as well as gain some map control similar to what Big Ego Crew did. Get some aggressive wards down here on the side of the Legion jungle. So
Hammer initiates on Ra mid.
Yeah, Ra, he's gonna, oh my god, he dies so quickly before I can even get my camera there. But he's gonna respawn very low life. They're gonna choose not to follow it up. Here comes a homing missile onto Moira. Maybe Moraxis will absorb some of those. Yeah, he will. They do a good job of keeping the Moira alive there. And burn a cooldown on the Artillery ultimate.
The Vindy gets the pick off the last hit on the tower bottom as well. I mean, you have to go back now and look, Wig, at this Icon pickup and the impact that it's had on the Doctor. I mean, he really, he has no survivability versus the Vindy or the Vindy style. I don't know. Do you think
the Sand Scepter picked up on Vindy as well to just add that extra bit of lockdown? Here comes the final chapter. Yes, Maraxis. That's an offensive final chapter. They're going to use it to try to bring down the Maraxis. Now he pops the Matrix. Can they get the find on him? Moira uses the Arcane Vortex. They're going to set up the Chipper Chainsaws onto the Ra, who doesn't have the ultimate, by the way. He will go down, and Maraxis, he's still staying alive. They will get the kill onto Andromeda as Doctor flies in. He will get credit for that kill, so as we were just praising Lactose Intolerant, they give up 2 kills the way of Big Ego Crew.
And Doctor is able to finally pick up an Icon charge. As you see, the Vindy with Invis now trying to find a pick. I mean, Hammerstorm could be in trouble here.
Yeah, but he has team support. There's
they saw him with the Rev. Another Rev on Legion right here.
Oh my god, he's
He
gonna
could
land
be in
all the
trouble.
rockets. Here comes the opposite charges from Doctor, and they're gonna find him. What fantastic team play coming out from Big Ego Crew, and they even get the kill to the Hammerstorm. I want to talk about this Vindy for a second. What is Vinny gonna look to transition to in this game? Is he gonna look to be more of a right-click presence, or like with something like the Staff of the Master, or does he look to go into something like a Resto Stone and have 2 final chapters? What do you think the direction for the Vindicator should be this game?
The way I've seen Snooki play this hero is, yeah, he's gonna get the staff. When I've seen
Or
Lactose Intolerant
yeah,
pick up the Vindy, they pick up the staff and then they go into the Resto Stone, because you have to look at what the staff effect does to the Vindy and in the right click damage. Is it amplifies the damage based off how long the hero silence, or when the hero is silenced. So I
right.
have to look at the staff effect and how much it increases the damage. Let's
It
see here.
multiplies the silent true damage multiplier from Master's Incantation by 2 times if they're silenced, but also gives him 80 passive attack speed. That being the big boost is that it amplifies the attack speed on top of the amplified damage. But so this goes back to my question: if he should be buying staff, do you think he should start investing into some of the pieces, as he has an open item slot available to him?
You know, that's an interesting point. Snooki lately has been pooling gold
Yeah,
quite a bit,
he
so
did
I
it
think
as
he's gonna
well on
wait
the
and see
Draconis.
how the game goes, because it's still relatively even. It's a 1.5k gold lead on the side of Legion, so he's probably gonna hold on to that and wait and see what happens, and maybe save for buyback, because he actually buys a PK. I was not expecting
Vindicator?
PK on Vindicator, correct?
Oh wow, okay. That was going to be my next question: is he saving for something else like a portal key? And speaking of portal keys, Hammerstorm picks up his own to follow up that twin blade, so he's not going to go immediately into the shrunken head, deciding that maybe he doesn't even need a shrunken head this game. He even pops the root strength and steals the Hellborn Ancients here. Yeah, it was a triple stack, so a lot of resource swing. As they did give up their mid tower, the tier 2 tower, in exchange for that, so choosing not to fight their at their tier 2 tower just yet.
Correct, and they're
Doctor,
gonna walk over there and see that their ancients are gone and be like, "Oh,
yeah.
this is sad." As
Are
they
they
actually
gonna
now
do the
decide to go
Kongor though?
Kongor.
I think they have the damage with Vindicator
Correct.
right clicking it as well as raw tanking it. They have the amplified damage from Andromeda, who by the way has 2 points in that dimensional link, so not gonna max out the Comet's done. Do you like his skill build this game? Kind of going
Yeah,
a little bit even.
He's done
in
that
skills?
because in lane with the artillery, the increase to the base damage is actually pretty significant in scaling with the LRMs.
Okay. So Legion gonna look to do their Kongor. Now I'll be interested to see if Hellborn can, if they choose to try to contest this, or if they can even rotate there in time. They do have all their ultimates ready to go. Oh, I'm not sure if there's any core items they're waiting for. Maybe the artillery. Looks like he's going for a shroud this game. Is that, you agree with the shroud pickup? As he picks up
Yeah, for the
a
positioning,
broadsword?
especially versus a doctor, it's pretty good. I mean, that hero's very position based, so as they scout out with the Luna power throw, it would have been risky if he last hit that.
Yeah, I
Given,
was just gonna say, if he
token.
actually sniped it, that would have given them a token. And you know, giving a token to something like a Doctor or a Hammerstorm, those are scary heroes to give a token to. You know, only 20 minutes in. But looks like Doctor's building towards his own shrunken head. He has a Warhammer picked up. I don't think that's going to translate into something else.
Oh, Doctor picked up the full BKB, or the full
Okay.
shrunken head. That
Yeah,
is going
that's a
to
big
be
pickup.
huge for him.
Gonna see if Vindicator will pay attention to that and try to line up his final chapter after the Shrunken Head is used, because it will go through Shrunken. It's gonna depend on who uses their abilities first, of course. They have, if they can line that up correctly to keep Doctor from using that ludicrous speed. Moraxis, he's quietly been doing his thing. He has kind of tapered off a little bit, but he's still sitting at 300 gold per minute, which is not that bad. He picks up an Arcana, which means he's going to be looking to upgrade that into a Hellflower, which that will definitely be a big pickup for them as well. Top lane, we have an invisibility rune on the Doctor Pulsar. Veiled Rot is used by Vindicator here. Do they know he's here? They were scouting. Yeah, they're scouting the tree line with the Aurora and the power throw. It's almost like they know somebody's up here. Now this invisibility rune has another 27 more seconds. They're not choosing to use any form of anti-vision like Duster. The TPs are coming out here. Just Doctor. Oh, he just misses artillery. He could have possibly went for him there as all the TPs came out in the bottom lane, but Amun-Ra, he's all by himself now. This is going to be a dead Amun-Ra. There's no way he gets out of this one alive.
And it's interesting because I thought the Doctor did pick up the full BKB or the full Shrunken Head because I saw the item picked up, but he might have just bought the recipe.
Okay, so he still needs the Mighty Blade, so another 300 gold.
Yeah, I was curious about that. I was like, huh, it shows that he bought the Shrunken Head, but it's not delivered to him. It must just be the recipe.
Second Arcana picked up on Meraxis, so getting really close. One more piece for that Hellflower. And Amun-Ra looks like he's building into either a Frostfield plate or Demonic Breastplate. I don't think that will be a Mad Mage.
Shrunken Head picked up by the Hammer Storm, so very
Yeah,
core item on him.
Hammer is the top GPM in the game. It's really kind of shifted as far as momentum goes. Hammer was off to a pretty slow start, but he's been able to really just quietly do his farming thing. He's now level 16, 510 gold per minute, and I think this is exactly where Big Ego Crew wants to be at. They got their Shrunken Heads completed, I think, now on both the Doctor and the Hammerstorm, unless we're wrong about that with the Doctor, but did buy the Mighty Blade there.
His courier is going out to him. Actually, he's just going to port back to base. We'll see right here if he's completed it.
Chipper, by the way, he has Sand Scepter. It's going to be useful for him to purge the final chapter off of himself, as well as the Jade Spire. Do you like the Jade Spire pickup here on the Chipper?
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
Give him more range on the saws as well as the rockets. Is that worth the investment, though?
Well, and for the Sand Scepter as well. So he is able to purge the silence debuff off an ally. So that's something else to consider, is if they do try to lock down the Doctor.
Veil-Dotted Hammerstorm here. He's going to possibly run into Andromeda. By the way, there's a double damage rune that spawns. That could be pretty impactful here in the next upcoming team fight. It's going to be bottled up by the Vindicator.
This is the third DD that Vindicator has had this.
Yeah, don't underestimate a double damage Vindicator. I mean, we saw him 3-shot the Chipper a while back, and he's gotten more farm since then, so nothing to scoff at. Shroud was completed by Artillery, sitting on another 800 gold. What do you want to see Artillery go for this game? Do you think something like the Nullstone could be an option, or does he need like a Shrunken Head, for example? Or does he continue to just go into damage?
I think he's going to continue to just build damage, especially with them being down. The hero's very good at turtling, so if they do fall back in like a turtle situation, him having damage creates a very difficult opportunity for the Legion team to push uphill.
Top lane, we have Doctor putting a lot of pressure onto the base tower. Hellborn's responding with, if you're going to hit our tower, we're going to group up and hit your tower. Do you think, and Hammerstorm sitting in the mid lane, do you think Big Ego Crew needs to be worried here? Should they look to support back and defend their tower? Or are they just content with kind of trading base damage in both the top and the mid lane, respectively? Meanwhile,
they're content.
Hellborn is not really doing the most damage. They have an Amun-Ra who doesn't really push buildings very quickly, as well as the artillery not being that farmed.
So they actually come really close to picking off the Vindicator, but his reaction time is able to PK away. But no, that entire time, as they're grouped up 5-man, you had the Hammerstorm farming mid, you had the Doctor
base tower top is almost dead.
Exactly.
Doctor put a lot of pressure on this tower.
So not the greatest trade. However, at least no one died. So
I think Meraxis Yeppy just finished his Hellflower. That's pretty crucial timing for them. What does Doctor look to build into now? He's going to fight Andromeda here. This could be a pickoff, as Andro is going to try to tablet himself. He uses the swap. Here comes the silence from Vindicator, but are they going to get the find here? Homing Missile does come out. It's not going to be avoided. Are they going to look to follow it up? Vindicator is pounding in the right clicks. He does not have that double damage rune anymore. He's going to get hit with the Hellflower from Meraxis, but he does get the tablet to safety. Nope, Doctor does find him. It's a double tap coming up for Doctor, and now it's falling to pieces for lactose intolerant. Moraxis leading the front lines. Amun-Ra, he might get caught here. Here come the auto attacks from Hammerstorm. There's a hammer throw. Slow from Chipper, and I don't see Amun-Ra getting out of this one as the team is falling to pieces now. He's going to respond with very low life. He is going to go down, and that's a 3-for-0 exchange in favor of Big Ego Crew.
Yeah, it's gonna be very
They're gonna-
difficult for
Hammer's going to
Hellborn.
find himself another triple stack. You almost wonder if these stacks are doing more harm than good from Hellborn's side as they continuously get stolen by the Hammerstorm.
Yeah, the team play coming out from Legion, from Big Ego Crew, it's next to none. I mean, the timings, they just know, hey, we both have BKBs, we have PKs, we have the Doctor to jump. It's gonna be very difficult for Hellborn to win any team fights right now.
LRMs from Artillery here from the tier 3, gonna put some pressure. They're gonna do an offensive swap here onto the Hammerstorm. Do they have the damage to bring him down? He pops the Shrunken Head. Here comes the hammer toss onto Aluna. The swap comes out defensively. Meanwhile, Moira does go down. They do get the kill on the Vindicator. Moraxis is very low. He is going to go down to Andromeda, but Andromeda is going to go down to Hammerstorm as well. Meanwhile, in the base, we have Dr. Bolster going very offensively. He's going to go down to Vindicator, who, by the way, used a buyback. So Vindicator deciding he needs to help his team try to hold this. They do end up losing the tower. And Hammerstorm and the Chipper are the only survivors here for Big Ego Crew. But I believe that was a 3-for-3, and then you got to add in the buyback onto the Vindicator. So I think Big Ego Crew is still happy with that fight, despite giving up a couple of kills here.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the impact that the BKB or the Shrunken Heads have had on the Dr. Pulsar and the Hammerstorm in terms of the Vindy's impact. I mean, he was sitting at 480 GPM. He's now dropped to 350 after the he died twice within like 2 minutes right there, which was probably not ideal for him, as they now group up and trying to get this Kongor.
So this goes back to the portal key. Do you think the portal key was the right pickup, or do you think he should have just chose to bulk up with the staff? Like, what do you think it was an item issue, like an item progression issue, or do you think it just comes down to getting caught out of position? Or
You know, you buy PK for positioning, and I think he wanted to try to better position himself in fights for the Glyph of Silence and as well for the Sage's Lore. However, I don't really think he needed that. I guess his team maybe lacks any type of initiation, so he said, "Hey, I need to pick up a PK here, portal key." But
yeah,
I don't know. I would have liked to see him get that staff and build a little bit greedier.
Kongor being attempted here by Legion. This Hellborn just did their Kongor. By the way, 5,500 gold on Hammerstorm. What are we going to see here? Is he going to look to...
Demonic.
Okay, I get the answer immediately. He goes straight into a demonic. Did he sell anything, though? I can't remember what was in that item slot.
Wind Whistle.
Oh, okay. That's not a big deal. I mean, maybe it is for Dutch because he lost 15 movement speed, but as far as I'm concerned, that 15 movement speed doesn't do enough.
And I love that pickup, especially against the
Artillery
Aurora from the Andro and the Artillery. It gives them the opportunity to push high ground.
Yeah, I agree. I think the
very
demonic
aggressive
is a great pickup. I was gonna suggest, or I was gonna ask if you felt he needed to go into the symbol this early, and I don't think he does. Honestly, I think he's in a pretty good spot as far as sustaining himself when he does pop that shrunken. So,
yeah. At this
he
point in the
decides
game,
the same.
at this point in the game, it's a fantastic pickup because you know they're gonna group up, they're gonna team fight. The hammer is always going to be around his teammates, so the demonic does nothing but help his team.
Doctor is buying a nullstone here as we see a blessed orb picked up. He's getting pretty close to that as he I think he only needs another couple hundred gold here. He's trying to complete that. We have a veiled rotted vindicator here with a Luna. I think they know Doctor's here. Are they going to get the catch onto him? The veiled rod is broken. The drunken head is popped, but here comes the final chapter, and that's going to stop Doctor from being able to use the ludicrous speed. So he's going to be forced to use a teleport. Now, meanwhile, this was going on in the bottom lane. Artillery does get caught by the Moraxis and the Hammerstorm. So I think the Hellflower coming into play here. as they did use a dust on the Moraxis as well.
Yeah,
Judging
Legions
from the
hit all their
cooldowns.
timings. Legions hit all of their timings. They have a PK now on the Chipper. They have a PK Hellflower on the Moraxis. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for Hellborn to put any pressure on them at this point in the game. Because they're just going to be able to get solo picks.
Yeah, I'm when Ra picks up the Frostfield plate. Is this... And Aluna, actually, we haven't really talked too much about Aluna, but he's got 270 gold per minute himself. He picks up a
It's
shrunken,
a shrunken head.
Yeah, he's
Wow.
quietly been kind of farming. But are there any, like, is this going to be enough? Is there a big item pickup that they're really kind of waiting for that could really like kind of turn this around? Because they're now staring at a 13,000 gold and 16,000 experience deficit. So
Doombringer on artillery.
yeah, is that kind of like their last resort, or is there something that they could really look to do? I mean, it could be a Doombringer. He's got a Slayer picked up. I believe that builds into Doombringer, as he would need a Sword of the High. So he needs about another 2,000 gold. But is that what the mindset of Hellborn is going to be at now?
Bound on here. Pops the shrunken head again.
He has the completed Nullstone now, so he has another defensive item to deal with that final chapter. But yeah, going back to that question, is that where Hellborn's mindset should be at, do you feel? Do you think they kind of need to go with this all-in, bulk up the artillery in terms of DPS kind of style, or are they like in that much of a hole, or is this gold and experience deficit not as bad as it really looks on paper?
Well, it goes back to what I mentioned earlier. Oh, as you see the Moira.
The haste rune is actually going to be purged there by the Sand Scepter from Moira. Doctor's going to fly in with that ludicrous speed, and they're going to get the kill on the Vindicator. A little bit surprised he didn't use the portal key defensively, but they do get the kill on the Doctor with the homing missile from artillery. Now, the team support is coming in from Big Eagle Crew as Chipper and Moraxis are leading the front lines. The Moira and Hammerstorm is now here with that portal key. They might get the kill onto Andromeda. Can he make the escape is the question. He has a tablet of command. He's going to get hit with the dust. He's going to tablet himself into the trees, but he's going to go down as the dust did reveal him. So they do get the kill onto the Andromeda as well. I was going to say I'm a little bit surprised that I don't think Snooki chose to use the portal key there when the Ephemeral Forge got spawned. Because his haste rune actually got purged by the Sand Scepter. From,
I don't think he knew that the Moira had a Sand Scepter.
Yeah. LRM's coming in. They're going to try to hold this tower now. Arcane Vortex is going to stall the Hammerstorm. That was more of a defensive Arcane Vortex than anything, but Hammer, he says, I still got my shrunken head. I am going cutthroat as he finds artillery. Artillery is forced to buy back, and now Amun-Ra is here with Vindicator, who has respawned. Are they going to be able to get the kill on the Hammerstorm? Yes, they are. So the buyback definitely coming into play here as artillery gets credit for that kill. They're looking for more, but I don't think they're going to find him as they get a couple of ports on out from the tree line here. So they lose their Hammerstorm, but they still got 4 players alive. I think it's safe to say Big Eagle Crew's still in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah, they are, and that goes back to how good of a defense that, and why I'm okay with the artillery saying, hey, I need to go all in and pick up the Doombringer, is with Andro swap, as well as a Vindicator, it's going to be very hard for them to go high ground versus this combination. And the Aluna with spamming power throws and delaying the push. As you can see, the artillery is actually playing very aggressive as well, going into that bottom lane and into their jungle, but you see Ra might get picked off here.
Yeah, so that buyback is going to really slow down what we believe to be is going to be a Doombringer. It could still be, I think, a Savage Mace or a Basher. I don't think we'll see the Brutalizer.
No.
So it's more commonly could be a Savage Mace, but I think we might see a Doombringer. Anyway, artillery gets caught here by the Doctor Repulsor. He gets a solo kill. Here comes the swap, though. Now, Doctor is out of mana. Can they bring him down? Here comes the silence from Vindicator. He uses a defensive portal PS. The Arcane Vortex is going to kind of stop them from chasing here. Andromeda, that's the real one in the trees, as Doctor does get enough mana to take him down. He gets the double tap, so they are unfortunately not able to bring down the Doctor. He's just a little bit too tanky, and the team support from Moira did come in time. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Ephemeral Forge just spawned. Shards of Archon does come out onto Moraxis, but Amun-Ra buys himself the distance as the slow from the Frostfield Plate does get him the distance. Now, they might look to turn it around here. Do they have the jump onto the Moraxis? They need to find a way to stop his portal key in time if they do want to go for that kill.
The Raw's picked up a demonic of his own as well now, which is going to be pretty nice. Oh, the
Hammerstorm,
initiation
he's
of
going
the
in
Raw.
here. That's a pretty tanky Raw. He gets hit with a Sand Scepter from his teammate, but he's still going to go down as Hammerstorm has a haste room. They're going to look to turn it on to Raw again. Shawblade Showdown even going to be used here. Moraxis, he does have a Hellflower and a Portal Key ready to go. Hammerstorm, he's looking for blood. He blinks in aggressively, but he's not going to find it. As we can see, everyone from the Hellborn side has retreated to their base. I think, and for good reason. That's a pretty scary Hammerstorm.
Yeah, and now he picks up the Symbol of Rage, so it's going to be very difficult to kill him. Unfortunately, the artillery's died like 4 times in a row before able to complete his item. He's just sitting on that Slayer, so I'm in 1,400 gold. So
I mean, I'm crossing my fingers. This is a Doombringer. I mean, this is game 3 of the finals, man, and I want to see a Doombringer. I don't know what you want to see, Dave, but I want to see a Doombringer.
He's a ways off the Doombringer.
Yeah,
right
he's
now.
still got about 2k gold till he gets to that Sword of the Eye. We just cross our fingers he doesn't have to use another buyback in the near future here.
Yeah, his Doctor jumps top lane. The Doctor in the build that he has, it's going to be very difficult for him to take him down. I mean, he has... Essentially, he has 4 defensive items.
4?
And it's...
Yeah, I count 3. What's the 4th one?
Stone, Icon... yeah, 4? Or no, it's 3. You're right.
3. Okay, I got a little confused
Icon.
there.
Hey,
Shrunken Icon, no
Bottle. You could consider Bottle.
Bottles is now a defensive item if anyone was wondering. Or maybe Hatch is defensive. I don't know.
I'm still waiting for Frostburn to add the ability to throw Hatchet at heroes, because I'm really getting sick and tired of people walking away with 50 HP.
Oh my god, can you imagine?
I would love it. It would
Everyone just gets a free Deadwood log.
As they trade Kongors again, the smart thing to do.
Axis has an invisibility rune here. He's going to try to scout the area, but we'll quickly see that they were just doing the Kongor.
As it actually looks like the Rob just picked up the demonic recipe. He hasn't actually picked up. I think he's missing
Moira spawning the Ephemeral Forge here. No, he doesn't have a portal key to follow it up. I don't think they want to go on the Raw so close to the enemy base, as they could fall victim to some LRM damage. They choose not to pursue that kill. I think that's for good measure. They don't want to do any kind of misplays. They know, Big Eagle Crew knows that they're in a pretty commanding spot here, as they're controlling the majority of the map. I don't know if they can feel how big their lead is. They have jumped out to it. Almost 18,000 gold and almost 23,000, there it goes, experience lead. But, you know, sometimes as a player, I don't know if you've encountered this, but sometimes it does, it is hard to actually know how far ahead you are. But, you know, to make sure to not give up your lead, I think is very important.
Yeah, you know, I think what they're doing is they're looking at it in a way that you compare it is you look at the Raw's items versus the Hammerstorm's items, and you can compare it kind of that way and saying, hey, look how far ahead this Hammerstorm is.
Yeah.
I mean, Hammer's
and he can still
essentially his...
He can still replace items like the Portal Key, like the Twin Blades. Those are small items. Although they're doing quite a lot right now, they can easily be replaced with bigger and better things. Silence in the middle lane comes out as Dr. Repulsor goes very offensively here. He finds the Andromeda isolated. He gets the kill. He even gets the escape. So not going to be punished here for that dive in the mid lane.
Yeah, that
finds
was
himself
really
a nice kill.
It's gonna be. This is gonna be a good time for Legion to start trying to push, since Andrew's not there to swap anyone. So I expect this tier 2 tower to fall, and it looks like the plate mail was picked up by the Raw, so he should have a full demonic now. As I know that I saw.
So he should be getting pretty close to that.
Yes, as I think it's flying out to him right now. Yep, he has that. So that's going to be a huge pickup for them as well when it comes to the defense. You know, when you look at the GPM here, I mean, the Hammerstorm really has hit his timing well. So I see him for
Ephemeral Forge spawned here. They're going to go in onto the Vindicator. They're going to get a quick kill. Amun-Ra might also be a victim here, as he is now left all alone. Aluna is going to come in with that Deja Vu, speeding her up. She's got the Shrunken Head. She's going to pour it back to it. She's putting in lots of right-click damage into the Meraxis, but it's not going to be enough. Artillery is so close to the Doombringer. He needs like 500 more gold. They need a couple more minutes here to just find him that space. But Vindicator is going to get picked off. So a lot of gold being pulled by several players here in the match. I just want to quickly talk about it before we fight another engagement. Dr. Repulsor picks up a Hellflower. Safe to say he wants to save money for some for a buyback. Hammerstorm sitting on 5,000 gold. What does he look to buy? As Moraxis also picks up a barbed armor. Think safe to say that's going to be looking at counteracting against the artillery.
Yep.
But yeah, what does Hammerstorm look to buy here before we have an engagement?
Hammerstorm's going to save for buyback and not really do anything. He has his items. As you see, the Hellflower actually goes out and gets purged.
Here comes a counter initiation by Moraxis. Quakeson lands onto Luna, a defensive tablet. And now Amon-Ra's in the front lines with that Frostwheel plate. They are going to get the kill onto Chipper. 2 out of 2 is used by Vindicator here. And that's a big reason as to why Big Ego Crew has fall back. Artillery has the gold. Is he going to buy it? Here's the question. Will we have the answer? He's walking back to base. We
Please
cross our
buy it.
fingers, we pray, we
He's
lock
gonna
our
buy
camera
it.
on
He
artillery.
knowing-
He taunts himself, and 3, 2, 1. Damn it, he didn't do it.
Oh,
I'm
he
sad.
didn't do it.
He's thinking about it.
You know,
He's
something I want to
definitely
bring.
thinking
Oh, Doctor.
Middle,
initiation.
in the jungle here, Doctor. Yeah, he jumps onto the Andromeda. Here comes a Barrier Rattle, and he's not gonna choose to chase. I think he felt the pressure coming from
So-
the remaining team. Yep.
One thing I want to point out to you, look at this Aluna's items. She's Tablet of
Hellflower.
Command and a Hellflower.
Yep.
There
Full
is
demonic
no
Raw.
Bola on Hellborn. I mean, Spike Bola versus the Hammerstorm, especially since he has a Symbol of Rage, is a huge item. I mean, it basically negates that hero from doing anything.
Yeah, so okay, we're gonna see a swap coming out here. Doctor is actually gonna ludicrous speed away, so the coordination not the best there. But so I guess the question is, who would buy the Spike Bola? You safe to say you want a Luna to buy that item in this case?
Yeah, I think the Aluna should have bought it. I mean, they already have the
So
Vindicator Silence and the Glyph. I mean, the Hellflower is okay, but his role in the game isn't to be a damage dealer. It's to be able to get
safe
the
to
item.
say you want to see a Luna, as he actually sells something and he picks up a portal key, so they're really valuing this disable rather than a Bola, as you're pointing out. And so Bola is not the most expensive item. It only costs 3,600, so maybe replace the power supply as his next item. Hopefully they do get a Bola on somebody.
They have to get a Spike Bola. You know, maybe that's something the artillery is saving for because he's actually sitting on 4K gold almost.
Hammer bought a
It would
Rift
make no
Shards 4,
sense.
by the way. He got
Initiation
rid of his
mid lane.
spin blades. Yep. They actually get a find on a Moraxis. That's a pretty big kill. Now they're going to look to chase even further. Can they get the kill on a Chipper? He gets Sam Scepter from his teammate. Doctor is here. Now Hellflower comes out onto Vindicator. Vindicator and Andromeda both go down, so Artillery really thinking twice about whether he wants to continue this fight. A Luna goes down, and Lactose Intolerant has overstepped their boundaries as the team support did follow up that Moraxis kill. And now they take a 3-1 hero kill advantage. It's a 4-on-2.
I honestly don't think the artillery can get a Doombringer because what's going to happen is he buys
bought
it
it.
right there. It's going to be very difficult for him to stay
Hammerstorm taking a
alive.
lot of damage here. They do get the Rex. He does have the Symbol of Rage pop, so he does heal a little bit, but Amon-Ra is trying to bait this as best as he can. Moira to spawn the Ephemeral Forge. Artillery will take that out. And Amon-Ra is just simply trying to bait for Artillery at this point. He does have the Pyroclasmic Rebirth ready to go. And, you know, Artillery, he's not stepping up. He knows his place is now in these Tier 4 towers, just simply to defend the Rex. Here comes the Homing Missile. Are they going to look to turn it onto Hammerstorm? Here comes the damage from the LRM. Shards of Harkon is going to come out. Will they be forced to use the Arcane Vortex? It looks like they will not. So some good defense coming out from Hellborn side here with those with the Doombringer picked up.
I would have liked him to pick the Doombringer earlier so he had it for that last fight.
Yeah.
And that's him missing out on about 200 damage, 225 damage.
Yeah, they
And-
for sure would have had a chipper kill and perhaps even a follow-up kill. before the team support did come in.
Would have delayed them losing the racks as well. So, you know, there might be a reason behind him doing that. I don't know. I'll have to chat with him and find out why he waited to buy it. But now
Doctor, yep, keep going.
I was gonna say now with the Doombringer, it basically shows that they're just gonna play turtle because Doctor can't leave base, or the artillery can't leave base. Versus a Doctor Repulsor and all the PKs on Legion, that's so scary. If he gets picked off, they lose the game.
Yeah, and Doctor picks up a sheepstick, so he doesn't currently have a buyback, but he's pretty much item capped now. He could look to replace the boots, of course, as his last choice. Legion gonna look to try to steal the Hellborn Kongor here. Amun-Ra is in the front line. They're making a point they want to defend this. Here comes Doctor with the ludicrous speed in the background. He disables multiple heroes here as the Vindicator and the Andromeda both are gonna, or actually that was the Aluna actually ends up falling. Andromeda specifically just trying to keep the artillery alive, but he's not really able to get in position to get those LRMs going. So they lose 2 players and they don't get anything in return.
And Vindy has no buybacks. So I think this is going to be token for Legion. They're going to wait and put the token onto the hammer.
Is that a mistake by Snooki to not spend out his gold? He's sitting on 3,000 gold and he hasn't bought anything.
He's been sitting on 4K gold at one point.
Doctor, he goes very deep. He tries to catch the artillery. He's doesn't actually use the most mana, so still could look to go back in if he chooses to. But Big Ego Crew is knocking on the bottom racks. The fortification does come out. We got to see what artillery is made of here. He uses the homing missile. He's going to get a nice 2-man stun, though. The Amun-Ra is going to use the Frostfield Plate, but the Doctor is going to jump artillery, and that's the big deal here, as the swap is going to have to be used defensively. Yep, artillery ends up going down. Doombringer is picked up by Dr. Repulsor. He drops his boots. And, well, if we said Doctor wasn't fully item slotted, now he is. He is right-clicking like a monster. Amun-Ra, he's going to go down. Pyroclasmic Regrowth is going to bring him back alive. Buyback is going to be used here by artillery, but as we pointed out, he doesn't have a Doombringer anymore. Amun-Ra goes down. He buys back. Hellborn is in full defense mode, but they are losing their racks as Hammerstorm is just beating down the bottom racks with that demonic breastplate and rift shards 4. He is going to take the full bottom set. He will fall here in the bottom lane as the Arcane Vortex was a little bit late, but they get they almost get the megas as there's only one range axe alive. Double tap for Doctor as he gets the kill onto both the Luna and the Andromeda. Doctor does use his first buyback, so Snooki on the Vindicator does get credit for that bloodbath streak. But they only have one range racks alive, Dave. I don't know what they can do at this point. Artillery actually got the Doombringer back, so, well, I don't know. Amun-Ra goes down. He's going to use his second buyback. A lot of buybacks being used in a short span of time.
Yeah, there's I don't think there's any coming back from this. I mean, they've been mega creeped. They don't really have the best wave clear. I mean, artillery is going to do the best he can, so clearing these waves. But unfortunately,
on the Vindicator.
Yep,
he sold his
finally.
Scepter.
It's not mega creeps yet. Sorry, they have that one range racks mid to help them. So
he sold his Sand Scepter.
Yep, he sells a Sand Scepter, picks up the Sheep Stick, so now at least he has PK Sheep, some kind of initiation there on the side of Hellborn now, but I don't know. Is Kongs? I believe they can still get token off this. For how long, we don't know.
No, I don't think the Kongor is going to drop a token.
They still have the Kongor Slayer passive bonus on them.
Oh, maybe.
As yes, it actually.
Oh my God, you're right. It was 10 seconds away. They got it just in time.
See, Wig, I do know a thing or two.
I eat my words. Who gets the token though? Doctor's fully item capped.
They're gonna.
Hammer, I guess, is fully item capped as well. He sold his wind whistle. Man, Dutch is just so sad this game. Everyone's selling their wind whistles. Wait, he did?
Yeah, Dutch sold his portal key because he's been
Dutch sold his portal key.
Oh no, Doctor's dead here.
This is a 4v5 fight, by the way, as Hammerstorm is in his own jungle. Yeah, he sold the portal key and picked up a Dawnbringer.
Which is okay, because next he's probably going to sell his boots because of the bonus movement speed from G's from Dawnbringer, as well as Galvanize, and the fact that he has 5 enchantment speed buffs. That's plus 75 movement speed.
That's a
Kong
lot of
buffs
movement speed.
That is a lot of movement speed. How do you run away from him?
So it's 3 Kongs against 5 Kongs.
Mid lane, a good initiation from the Raxus.
Yeah, they get the kill onto Artillery. The Doombringer's on the ground. Nobody's picking it up. Who's going to pick up the Doombringer? They don't even have time. Hammerstorm sells an item, and he picks up the Doombringer. He's going to hit so hard. Now here comes the Quake Stun for Moraxis. 2,000 crits coming out from Hammerstorm with that Rift Shards proc and the Doombringer. GGs are called. And Big Ego Crew, a hat trick coming out for Hammerstorm. That's going to do it. Game number 3 and the finals. Cycle number 2. That's going to be your champions as Big Ego Crew takes it in the 3rd and final game. And I got to say, Dave, that was nothing short of an exciting game number 3. We had a Doombringer when it's all said and done. Final thoughts on game number 3 and the series as a whole.
It was a great series. I love these two teams. I'm just really I'm hoping some team can come up from out of nowhere, so it's not the same 2 teams in the final of every single cycle. I'm really hoping that I hear rumblings of a team from NA coming up. That's a bunch of old 1900, 1800 players.
Oh damn!
They
So
still play. Yeah, they're
Cycle
called
3 talk
Good
already.
Clan.
Okay.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
Oh, Good
Yes.
Clan. Okay, yes.
I'm really excited. So I'm sorry. I'm super hyped. I had to give him a shout out at one point, but to be honest, like this was by far the best series I think we've had in a while in terms of competitive HoN. I mean, the 2 teams very evenly matched. I think what ended up happening, and correct me if I'm wrong, the portal key from the Vindicator really didn't have that much impact. He ended up dying 3 times in a row, and he wasn't able to get that next item to push him to the next step, because getting that fast sheep would have helped so much. So I don't know. That's kind of my thoughts on that whole thing. Maybe the Vindicator's item choices instead of the PK could have picked up something else, but they did lack initiation in that draft. I'm happy we saw a Doombringer. So I don't know. What are your final thoughts, Wig? What do you think we could have seen different?
So I think we talked about it in the beginning that Lactose Intolerant did gamble a little bit by running this kind of greedy strategy with the Artillery and the Vindicator as a core this game. And we were kind of questioning whether or not, they were going to, they had to come out of the early laning phase with an advantage. And I don't think that they really built themselves a big enough one. So that's props to Big Ego Crew with not only a solid draft, but they managed to come out of the early laning phase in a very comfortable spot. We knew that they had a very scary late game with both the Hammerstorm and the Doctor Repulsor picked up. And I think Moraxis did fantastically this game. So we got to give a lot of credit to Moraxis. He did very well in the top lane. He not only, I would say, won his lane, but he got a very early portal key, and he made great use of that. That portal key put a lot of pressure on the side of Lactose Intolerant, and then that allowed Doctor Repulsor to not only recover but kind of get his item progression going. And I almost kind of wonder if Lactose Intolerant made a mistake by not banning the Doctor Repulsor this game, because I feel like the Doctor had a lot of impact, kind of similar to Zanuki's Draconis in game number 2. I feel like maybe they should have looked to address the Doctor Repulsor in the second banning stage. I don't know if you feel like that was a mistake as well. Kind of interested in your thought about the Doctor, whether he should have been banned or whether they should have looked to maybe pick something other than the Vindicator to deal with the Doctor. Kind of curious.
They had the heroes to counter the Doctor, so I think it's okay that they let the Doctor go through. It's just, as I mentioned, the Artillery and the Andro didn't do very well in their laning phase, so the Artillery is really never able to get enough items to keep up the pressure. And I think another lack of initiation on their side. I mean, the Raw didn't have a PK. They really didn't have very much catch. So, that's one of the things that kind of stuck out to me the most is they did a really good job early game of shutting down the Doctor. As soon as he picked up the icon, we saw he died like back to back times, and he recovered really well after that. So that's my input there. I don't think letting the doctor go through was really kind of that big of a thing. It was more the fact
Item
that
progression
duo
on the
lane.
Vindy, perhaps, or
It-
as well as the artillery, how the early laning went.
Yeah, they could have kept up the pressure much more. I mean, the Sand Scepter, everything that once the doctor got that shrunken head, it made it so difficult to kill him. And then
Yeah.
after that, he got the Null Stone. You're absolutely good luck killing him. So
Yeah,
you know,
very
it's more
slippery
of
indeed.
a timing issue. And since the Andro and the artillery lost their lane, it makes it that much harder. I mean, plus the Raw really didn't do that well against the Meraxis. So Vindy did a really good job. It's just they missed their timing, and that's what it came down to.
Yeah, so I think we pretty much covered it on game number 3. So I think we're lining up an interview here with our cycle number 2 winners, Ego Crew. I'm gonna let Paradise kind of a little bit until the interview is in here.
We're gonna interview MechX of Doom.
Okay.
We're interviewing.
Actually, we have
Hello?
players from both sides in here, so it looks like I think we're doing interviews on both sides. So I'm gonna let you take over, Dave. You kind of you take over the interview.
Well,
Is this Big Wave Dave or other Big Wave Dave?
this is there's only one Big Wave, Dave. Hello.
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 Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah, go ahead.
why don't you go on ahead and introduce yourselves, MechX.
Well, for one, that's Mix and not Mechix. But
MechX.
Yes, I like calling you MechX. I'm sorry. I'm
It's
an
fine.
American. We don't pronounce things very well.
it's
His
fine.
favorite Riftwalker player, by the way.
You're my favorite player altogether. I'm a total fanboy. I'm sorry. I don't know how people call you boosted. I mean, you had more you had more GPM than Huge Soul did on mid as Gunblade. I thought you were the mid hero that game as the Aluna. So
Who said I'm boosted, by the way? Just, curious.
That's fired.
it's just a meme. Everyone jokes
curious.
around big
So it's
boosted.
confirmed. The Big Wave Dave is the one calling you boosted.
Okay.
So why don't you two go ahead and introduce yourselves and how long you've been playing HoN?
You wanna go first, Mix?
I don't actually know how long I played HoN, but I think in the beginning when I started playing, I played with you, Tris.
Yep.
But
I think I started like 2011. Not sure.
something like that for me too.
It's been so long.
Yeah.
This game keeps dragging you in for some reason.
So okay, good. I thought we were doing a solo interview, so it's
Oh,
interview.
sorry.
Yeah, you changed your name on me. I don't remember it ever being Varus, so I apologize on that. That's a little brain fart on my end. But no, I have questions for both of you based off what I saw, and I cast out a lot of scrims as well. And for both of you, I mean, Chris, you guys pick really interesting drafts, and it makes it really exciting. Like, what's the reason? What's the logic behind like picking your heroes? Because I mean, who would think that Andro and Artillery or like a Rampage and a Swiftblade are good in lane together?
I
Like,
don't know how
what
to answer that.
I can
Yeah.
say that it's annoying to play against at least.
I think the hardest thing to do against us is because we have no hero that you can like ban out really. I mean we have, but since we have so good individual players, we can basically play whatever and just have quote unquote fun.
I think we just ban whatever we don't feel like playing against you.
Is there a reason you guys didn't pick the Rampage up? I always see you play the Rampage, and it looks like it creates so much pressure. And it seems like dude has like Rampage posters all over his room or something, and like screams that you can pick it every single time. Or maybe he's like highly skilled Rampage player and pressing 2 buttons like I am. So what are your thoughts behind it?
The first reason why we didn't pick Rampage is because we didn't want to make Dutch go cry.
Dude, he
And
already cried.
And the second one, whenever he plays Rampage, he's always going vroom vroom and it's super annoying in the Discord. So rather not, even though it's a plus hero.
It's like the war cry that tells you he's coming to get ready.
Yeah, imagine a super smooth ASMR voice. I charged up.
I love it. Is there a rivalry between you two? Because I mean, you or at least between the two teams, would you say that when you guys see each other in TMM, do you go full tryhard mode or full tro mode against each other? Like what I'm just confused, kind of curious about it because you guys are always against each other in the finals. It seems like.
I think there is a hate towards Kevin or Huge Soul. on a lot of your players, maybe.
There's only bad blood against him. Otherwise, we're fine with everyone else. We really like Next Touch and Vulcan.
Yeah, I've played with.
Oh my gosh, that's
Wow,
so
poor shortcut.
No, this is just from my point of view. I don't have
Yeah.
good experiences with those other, but
I'm
I'm not
playing-
gonna say anymore.
Yeah, I
So-
think
so-
we played with each other a lot. So like in TMM and even in scrims, and I played for your team a
Yeah,
while back too.
so long ago.
Yeah.
So much history.
Yep.
So I have a good question. What is one interesting fact that no one knows about in Twitch chat about someone on your team?
You go first.
Uh,
I need to think.
I actually have to think as well. I don't know.
Okay, I'll start.
Okay.
Snooky is humongous. He's a beefy.
Say what?
He could snap a coin with his thumb. He's strong as fuck.
He is. Is he like a weightlifter? What does he do in his free time if he's that big? I mean, does
He's like
he work
2
out
meters
constantly?
tall, like 80 centimeters on the what's it called? Wait, what? Fucking don't know that word. On the sides, he's humongous. It's like a monster.
Did not know that.
That's why he plays so good.
So don't mess with Snooki then, because he'll beat you one-on-one IRL as well as in
He'll
HoN.
beat you 1v1 in game and in real life.
Nice. That's good. Thanks for letting everyone know about that. So chat, you heard it here. Do not mess with Snooki because he will snap you like a quarter. And then
Oh, the caster,
Oh,
Chris.
shit.
So I have a question. Let's see, for game number 3. Well, I was asking Dave what his opinions were. Do you guys feel like Doctor Repulsor was an issue for you guys in game number 3? It feels like once he got
honestly, we
his
even wanted to pick up Doctor,
items.
but
We
it was
knew
like
it.
do we not
We knew
like
that.
pick it now or they might get it? It's like it's a 50-50 and I didn't really have anything to.
Okay,
you
so you
didn't
guys
Ah,
left
shit.
it
mention
open,
So it was a
hoping to
really
get it for
big problem.
yourselves. Okay.
It's,
Yeah.
it's super awkward to like PK tablet and Hellflower Doctor Repulsor with an Olsen and Shrunken.
When you
So
did pick
you
it up,
guys, sorry to interrupt. You guys picked up the Vindicator in response. Was that your way of kind of dealing with the Doctor, as you guys didn't get to pick it yourselves?
Vindy's a fun hero.
Okay.
That was basically
think-
just the.
So we don't
Did
always
it
get to
about it.
see a farming Vindy, so it was kind of nice to see a core Vindy, but it didn't end up working out, of course.
Yeah. We had the mixed feelings about going if we could go late game or go early game, and that showed in the Vindicators build.
we played a scrum against you where we lost when you picked Windy, so maybe a bit comfort pick too.
yeah, I
Okay.
remember I casted that scrim as well. So why was the PK picked up on Vindy? I was curious about that item
So
choice.
Spur of the moment pickup. It's like
Yeah.
we do something now, I pick up PK, might turn the game, kind of thing.
Fair
Sense?
point.
Cool.
And
And then,
question
go.
to Mex. So you guys obviously won cycle number 1. You guys came out on top here in cycle number 2, so you get the repeat as cycle 1 and cycle 2 champions. Were you guys confident the whole time that you guys were going to win cycle number 2, or did you guys feel like Lactose Intolerance, the only team I think that's taken a game off you guys? They've taken now 2 games, 1 in each cycle in the finals, as you guys have met in the finals. Have you guys been confident the whole time, or are you guys afraid of facing Lactose Intolerant?
I think if there's one team for us to look out for, it's Chris's team actually.
Like
Like I mean, we lost scrims against you guys. We weren't 5, but so weren't you either, I think.
we miss Snooki.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's hard to play against you because we don't know. Like, you pick weird shit, I think. And then
That's
it's
the
hard
beauty
to
of it.
predict like how you lane. So, I don't know. Maybe. I guess. I think it's our hardest opponents right now.
I think
Safe to say.
if I can add in all these picks that we're doing and all this laning, since we have so like strong personalities in our team, we're just trying to kind of experiment and see where everyone fits the most. Like when we play with TKB in the team as our 6th, and when we play with Whoop, it's kind of hard because everyone is so good at their respective roles. So it's kind of hard to draft around without a solid support player in the team. That's why it's so mix and mash all the time.
And
think
as
we
far
haven't
as sorry, I'll let you guys continue.
I
No,
mean, we
I was
haven't played against you a lot either, so that's also a factor for us.
So it sounds like you're a more unpredictable team as far as from Big Ego's side trying to predict your lanes. One of the things that's exciting as a caster, and I think Dave will agree, is when we cast you guys, we as well, we have no clue not only what you guys are gonna pick, but like even from the first 3 picks, how you guys are gonna set up your lanes. So I feel like that goes uh you know, as far as drafting against you guys as well, that's a really tough task trying to be able to just figure out where you guys are going to put your heroes and how you're going to, you know, finish up your draft. So it's really exciting as a caster to watch your guys' team play.
I can imagine, but it's kind of like a hit or miss kind of thing. Sometimes it
Well,
works
we
out
even
really
saw
well.
like
Sometimes
I'll take
it's
it back.
kind of nomad scrap long lane.
Yeah, that
You
game
guys
we'll just
remember
kind
that?
of forget about. I mean, if we take it back to cycle number 1, when we saw you guys run the Riftwalker Golden Veil lane, I mean, we had no
23
idea
or
how
something.
that was going to work, and you guys made that one work in quite a decisive fashion. I think that went up against a Moira Gemini lane, and we were like, Moira Gemini,
I
that's
think
a
it's shipper as well.
pretty tough lane to go up against, but you guys made it look easy. So
Well, dude is a tree crawler. He's a monkey in real life. So.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I love it.
Sorry, sir.
And then so Mac I really want to hear the interesting fact about someone on your team. I'm sorry, it's been on the back of my head.
Oh wow.
You've had
I
plenty
don't
of time
know.
to think about it.
Yeah, but I've kind of forgot what I thought about since we talked about other things.
Vulca is actually French.
That's I think
everyone
everyone
knows
knew.
that.
Mm,
Something about
Not true.
Dutch or something.
Yeah, something about Dutch.
Put Dutch on the spotlight.
What's an interesting fact about Dutch?
about Dutch.
I have many facts about Dutch.
Yeah,
I
he's
know
not
him.
in real
I
life.
know him in real life.
Oh,
I don't know. I guess everyone already knows, but like Kevin and Dutch hates on each other all the time. But I guess everyone already know that.
Like an actual feud or like a
No, it's not.
okay. Oh, okay.
I don't know.
sarcastic feud.
They give each other shit all the time. I guess.
Okay.
I shouldn't get into it since Paradise.
friendly
said- Yeah, it's a bit.
Okay, I'm gonna finish with. I have one last question I want to ask for both of you, and I want you to answer it. Who is the best player in HoN currently?
Oh.
Seriously or meme?
I mean,
seriously.
I think people play different things.
But your opinion, who do you think is the best all around player in HoN? Because I think a lot of people ask that question. Hey, who's the best player? So the best all around player, who do you guys think it is?
I'd say Huge Soul. I think.
Okay.
100% dude.
100% dude.
100%.
Yeah, or maybe Asap too. Asap is also hard to play versus.
Dude has some 200 IQ.
So the fact I lose to Huge Soul 1v1 every single time, I should not feel bad about that.
I mean, it's him or Asaf in my eyes, I would say.
Okay. What about you, Chris? Any more questions?
So
oh, sorry. This is so confusing.
I hate this. Yeah. Do you have any questions? Okay, so that's gonna do it for cycle 2. So is it safe to say we're gonna see both of you guys coming back for cycle number 3?
For sure.
Okay. And back same roster, cycle 3. You guys are now back-to-back champions.
I'm not gonna get into that.
Okay,
we'll
so maybe
we'll
maybe not. Okay.
Maybe we'll see.
Okay.
It's all I'm gonna say.
Well, Dave has already hinted at some American teams perhaps coming on the scene for cycle 3, and you know that gets me and Dave excited because majority of the scene currently is a lot of European teams, but we might, you know, as the cycles continue, might get to see some more NA or South American teams as well in the scene. So it's always good to see diverse teams come up from onto the scene.
Yep.
But
Good
I think that's
clans
gonna do
coming
it for
ya.
me. I think we got all the questions out of the way. I don't know if you have any more, Dave.
No, I just want to end with good clans coming for you. So I feel like they're going to be Cycle 3 champions. I hope that a Big Ego crew can stay around and challenge them to it. So I'm excited to see an NA team come through, and you guys should be scared.
If it's ping-related games, they're gonna taste the raw.
Nah, they'll be played on US East. Not worried about it. I mean, a lot of them can play EU as well. So I'm excited to see what happens. But guys, thanks so much for spending the time with us and chatting. And more importantly, thanks for taking the time to play in these tournaments. It's awesome. So everyone who's listening at home in Twitch chat, please continue donating to the prize pool for the tournament, because these guys deserve it. They try real hard to be entertaining players, and they're taking a lot of days, hours out of their own days to practice and play these. So I appreciate it, guys. Thanks, both of you.
Yeah, thanks for joining us on the interview. So just to reiterate, this was Mex from Big Ego Crew and also Platychris, or I believe it was Tay Tay. You're the
Fingers crossed.
captain for lactose intolerant. Yep. So thanks for joining us for an
Thank you
interview.
for having me.
We'll see
Yeah,
you guys
thank
again
you
in
for having
Cycle
me.
3, which I believe will be resuming not too long. We'll go on a little bit of a break before Cycle 3 starts again. And I'll turn it over to you, Paradise, for concluding words on Cycle 2.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. I actually have a question for you guys after this interview, especially for you, Chris, is as a competitive or ex-competitive player. What do you think of the competitive scene of HoN right now? Is it rising? Is it becoming better? By my opinion, the competitive scene is becoming better and better by cycle and tournament. What is your opinion on that?
Yeah, I think it's. I think we saw here in Cycle 2, the quality of games got a little bit better, and I don't know if that's due to there was, I think, only 8 teams participated, or we only had an 8-team format this time, whereas Cycle 1 we had more teams participate. But overall, the competition has gotten better, and that's always great to see. And not only that, but the fact that we are, you guys are putting out a competitive scene, it's really doing wonders. And the competitive scene is what drives the TMM scene as well. So the longer I feel like the longer we will have tournaments going on in HoN week to week, that will encourage people to also get in on the TMM scene, and we'll have more scrims and stuff throughout the week. So it's always great to see um, people competing and encouraging higher level gameplay from teams. So I love to see it. And
Yeah.
to answer your question, yes, I do. I do think that the competitive scene will grow, and we'll be seeing more and more teams shaping up. As Dave has even pointed out, some teams may even be popping up for cycle number 3. So looking forward to that, and I can't wait to see what we have in the upcoming cycles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for your opinion, and thank you, gentlemen, for joining us today for the HoN Oh My God League Tournament cycle number 2. And right now, the cycle number 3 is live. The registry is live everywhere. You'll find it even in HoN soon enough. It's live everywhere. You can register for the HoN Oh My God League cycle number 3 right now, and it will take place on the 12, what is that? What month are we? Hold on, I'm a bit tired, so you'll have to. September 12th, 2020, 1 p.m. GMT UTC plus 0. That will be the time, and it will be updated on the title soon enough. Anyways, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in. And thanks for our casters for casting tonight. Big thanks to What You Got, aka Chris, and Big Wave Dave, aka Dave, Dutch Ownage, Shorkan. Just let me be for now, Thomas, and of course, Easy Folkline, aka John. Thank you all for joining us today and for the incredible casting. Any last words before we close in the stream today, boys?
No, I think we covered everything. Big shout out to Big Ego Crew for winning another cycle, and I already said it. Just looking forward to the upcoming cycles in cycle number 3. Any new teams that me and Dave and the other casters get to cast. It's been
Yep.
exciting.
Indeed. Anyways, thank you all for watching. Good night, everybody. See you next time.